Ethan and Panoms, one positioned at the entrance to town and the other at the far end. Because there are only two people, the Raffen Shiv's numerical advantage would become much more dangerous. Therefore, during the day, Panom's plan was to keep one person on the side and use sniper tactics to lure the people of the Raffen Shiv to the traps of the sensor mines, so as to fight a larger force with fewer people. Somewhere on the rooftop at Genzaku, Panom followed Ethan with a shot when he shot. It's just that the power of this cat is beyond her imagination. It's not that Panom is not clear about plugins, but she has never seen such power, but that's a good thing. Panom quickly came back to his senses and shifted his position. Some members of the Raffen Shiv have already followed. On the other hand, Ethan had already melted into the night. Because the two shots were so amazing, the people of the Raffen Shiv didn't dare to appear on the broad avenue 247 as a living target. Nor did they dare to gather in tightly packed groups. Similar to what Ethan thought in his mind, these people were scattered. The sound of footsteps gradually sounded around, and a person from the Raffen Shiv scolded fiercely, "I have already followed the direction of the shooting, and when I catch the sniper I must skin him." The member of the Raffen Shiv was holding a gun in his hand and rummaging for it in a murderous manner, when the shot hit the person next to him and exploded. The stray bullet that exploded hit him directly, and his whole body was on fire. If the brother next to him had not flushed a bucket of drinking water, the others would have been burned. Ethan hid in the dark and watched this don't die Tai Hanhin approached. When he entered a garage, Ethan appeared behind him like a ghost, and the sword went straight to the throat. Clean and neat takeaway with a knife. A monowire appeared in Ethan's left hand, and the monowire was connected to this guy's infinite electric device. The people of the Raffen Shiv said that the worst thing was a group of bandits, relying on their familiarity with the badlands of the wasteland, as well as the NCPD and Max Tack in Night City, who didn't care about the outside of the city at all. So they could be so free, in fact. The individual combat capabilities of these people and the equipment handling are surprisingly poor, especially now that radio is still in use. After the monowire hacked into the radio, it simulated several signal wavelengths emanating out. Not far away, the members of the Raffen Shiv sensed the signal of their own people over there, and followed them without saying a word. As soon as the man passed, he saw that his acquaintance was facing away from him. "Jimmy, why are you calling someone over on the radio?" Jimmy didn't respond. "What's the matter with you, kid?" The man walked into the garage and patted Jimmy on the shoulder. Jimmy tipped sideways and he fell to one side. Before the man could react, Ethan's barrier blade had silently cut through his neck. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were beheaded. After wiping the blood off the blades, Ethan went to the next place. There were sporadic gunshots in the distance, and Ethan quickly asked Panom, "How is your situation?" "Kill a few scumbags of the Raffen Shiv, others have found me. But come and die on the radio." Panom could be heard fighting back as he jumped over obstacles. Ethan couldn't help but think of this scene. The chasing swordsman's chasing soldiers could only eat farts behind Panom, while Panom moved his positions on the house flexibly, and occasionally shot his head with a cat, handsome yuppie. "Oh, hold on for a while, and I'll help you relieve some pressure." During the conversation, Ethan had already arrived at a roof, uncovering the tiles. You can see that several members of the Raffen Shiv are quickly searching the room. Ethan took out his dragon spine and fired a shot at one of them. Boom! As soon as the sniper is fired, the explosive bullet will directly kill the people in the room. Because of the gunshots, members of the nearby Raffen Shiv also rushed over. Ethan had already vanished, originally. The stealth skill was amazing, and it was even more blessed under the night. Ethan threw people away, and Yagao boldly came to the back of the car of the Raffen Shiv team. Every time he passed a car, Ethan would attach a grenade and stick it on the bottom of the car. "These idiots really regret messing with you." Johnny Silverhand sighed with emotion. "Not only is your marksmanship outrageous, but your tactics are also very good this time." Ethan did not lock Johnny Silverhand back, but let him witness the whole operation. Ethan put the grenade on the car and said, if it were you, you would tug at them directly, yes. Johnny Silverhand said, I either don't do it, or I do it to the death so you are dead. Johnny Silverhand, can't we talk nicely? Ethan said, Johnny, have you noticed that you rarely speak swear words? What is the reason why I don't speak swear words? I don't know what to do. Soon all the chaotic knives were landed by Ethan. After walking around like this, he naturally found Panam's car, Panam's Thornton 0. Ethan touched a few people next to the car and settled them, and then put Panam's Thornton directly into the carry-on space. Johnny Silverhand thought he was dazzled. Damn. What happened to this car? Where did you get it? Ethan explained casually. The principle of nanoparticle storage is to put things into nanoparticles. By the way, we are able to communicate with the corresponding technology. Johnny Silverhand was shocked. You are really hidden. Ethan smiled lightly. I have always said that if you want to overthrow the board, you can do things for me. I am more direct and thorough. Johnny Silverhand, why would you talk yourself up? And the Arasaka Corporation said that it can be knocked down if it can be knocked down. Ethan said, I don't know about others, but I can. Johnny Silverhand, then I'll wait and see how you push the Arasakas down. The battle with the Raffen Shiv gradually became intensified. After sneaking and killing a lot of people, the resistance of the Raffen Shiv gradually intensified. And there were also loud gunshots on the Panam side. It's almost there. Ethan retracted the barrier blade, then waved his right hand, and the vibranium mantis blades came out of its sheath. With the mantis blades, the battle is much easier. With the help of this jump cut, Ethan can directly cut the people into 8 pieces. During this process, the mantis blades blocks all bullets. Gradually, the Raffen Shiv seems to realize a problem. It seems that they have never fought before, but the brothers have died a lot in the next moment, except for those who became the souls of the mantis blades. The others have begun to slowly retreat. Ethan did not pursue but quickly converged with Panam. They are running away, Panam said unwillingly. Ethan smiled faintly, don't worry. None of them can escape. Just when Panam was about to ask what this meant, as soon as the people of the Raffen Shiv drove out of Rocky Ridge, they were buried in the explosion with a bang. The firelight of the explosion reflected Panam's surprised expression. She turned to look at Ethan and said, the sensor mine that was distributed to you during the day. You put it directly under the car, Ethan nodded. No, the amount I gave you doesn't seem to be enough. Panam's voice paused, and she seemed to remember that when they exchanged fire just now, there didn't seem to be a special explosion at the end of the town. Ethan said, because of these thunders, I didn't arrange any of cement, they were all under the car. When saying this, Ethan looked relaxed. Panam was shocked beyond measure. Panam was also a first-class expert in all decaldos. Except for Solomos, no one was her opponent but even her. When facing the madmen of the Raffen Shiv again, Panam needed the help of induction mines and his familiarity with Rocky Ridge to make a detour. And Ethan is the one who directly killed all the people in the Chaos Knife Club at the end of the town. To be more precise, Ethan didn't want the people from the Chaosau Club to run away from the beginning. There is a set. This hot girl is fascinated by you for 5 and 3 ways. Johnny Silverhand said unpleasantly, although I have not experienced it. I have to admit that this trick is good. That's naturally good. The girl's car and goods were robbed, and she couldn't get the help of the family. A person was very uneasy and in the end, someone came to arrange everything properly. Who can stand this? Ethan looked at Panam's face. And Panam was also looking at him, almost forgot. Ethan said and took out Panam's Thornton's car key. Your car and cargo are in good condition. Panam's Thornton, Panam took the car key like a treasure, and said gratefully, if you ever need my help you can talk. Ethan, let's talk about it. Do we have to find a place to sleep now? The two returned to the car. Although Panam's Thornton was a rather worn car, it was the best car for Panam, your sword in the stone. What sword in a stone? Ethan said, nothing. After coming out of Rocky Ridge, Panam drove his car to find a suitable place to camp. There is hay, the soil is firm, and most importantly, there is no wind. Panam's Thornton stopped to the side, and Panam took out the camping tent from the trunk. Leave it to me and you will light the fire, okay? Ethan quickly set up the tent, and then looked at Panam, who was lighting the fire. Is there only one tent? While adding firewood, Panam said, I am alone, and I don't need two tents. There are two sleeping bags, you can squeeze them to sleep. Huh? Ethan said with a surprised expression. Let's sleep in a tent. Panam just thought he was paying attention. That sleeping bag is a spare, brand new, no one has used it. You like to sleep or not? Sleep. I like sleeping bags the most. Ethan's mood immediately improved. The two sat in front of the fire roasting the fire, chatting with each other. From time to time, Panam would ask about the Ethan family. Ethan said that my homeless family is nothing but the name of backer. Fortunately, Ethan has done some artistic processing, starting from helping Jack Wells deliver. Early the next mornings, Ethan and Panam drove Panam's Thornton to directly deliver the goods to Boz, who came to pick up the goods. It's finally over. Panam sat in the driver's seat and said it's a pity that B*** D Nash didn't come yesterday. Ethan said last night in the town of Shigishin. The other wraiths of the Raffen Shiv should have heard the wind. And Nash also hid. Panam, stop talking about that. Let's talk about your errands. The intelligence said that tomorrow morning Anders Hellman will take Kang Tao's AV to pass by Jackson Plains. That's the time for us to do it. Ethan said now we should hurry. Good to say. Jackson Plains is a bit far from Night City, and it took two people to enter a town after running for a long time. This town is the only populated place on the Jackson Plains, and the people who gather here are all kinds of people. After Panam parked the car, he took Ethan to a motel. This motel is the best in town for a drink and a stay. How are you doing recently? Panam walked in and said hello to Noah at the bar. Panam, I'm still the same. Panam greeted the two and sat down. Is this a new friend? Panam said, so I came here to drink with you. Ethan sat down next to Panam. The environment here is indeed not as good as in Night City. And he drinks 2 beers. The beer was delivered quickly. Panam picked up 2 bottles. Picked up 1 bottle and touched it with Ethan and drank it directly to his mouth. Ethan also started drinking. And during the time he came to Night City, he never stopped drinking. The natural amount of alcohol will also come up. Can I still drink it? Panam suddenly felt that he wanted to fight with Ethan. Ethan nodded. You can drink, but in moderation. Don't worry, I've checked it out according to the time. The AV will pass here tomorrow morning. And now it's the afternoons. It doesn't matter if you drink enough and sleep. Noah also said, handsome guy. Panam rarely invites men to drink together. Success. Ethan readily agreed, then drank. 2 cases of beer were placed directly. And Ethan and Panam blew like that's happy. After going down 3 or 4 bottles in a row, Panam saw that Ethan was still steady and composed. You should be the first person who has kept up with me. Ethan is ashamed. Panam, it's okay if I drink with you. But don't you have something to eat? Speaking of this, it seems that the 2 of them haven't eaten anything since yesterday. You prepare some side dishes for us by the way. Open a double room. After Panam finished speaking, he looked at Ethan and said, is there any problem now? The 2 are drinking like this again. After 3 or 4 cases passed, Panam was the first to lie down on the table, unable to bear it. Ethan is also a little bit about the same. He directly picked up Panam and came to the double title. The motels outside the city and the inside of the city are like worlds apart. There are colorful graffiti on the walls, and the wall coverings in the corners are even more unsightly. As for the bathroom smelled terrible even with the door shut. Ethan put Panam on the bed. The sleeping Panam blushed, and the breath he exhaled had a faint smell of wine. Alcohol has an aphrodisiac effect, and it's really not good for 2 people to drink alcohol. Ethan quickly covered Panam with a quilt, then turned around and walked out of the room. I almost lost control, walking out of the door. There was a cool wind blowing on the face, but it made Ethan's dizzy head sober for a while. I thought you were so arrogant that you were a coward. Johnny Silverhand leaned against the wall and said coldly, "Why don't you take this great opportunity?" Ethan glanced at Johnny Silverhand with disgust. "Do you think everyone is a degenerate like you? You are virtuous." Johnny Silverhand seemed to have some skills in chatting with Ethan. "Just don't say too much and don't say too dirty things." Ethan said, "How can I be sane?" Johnny Silverhand, so neatly looking for cars and goods. Throwing the sword in the stone end, drinking with you. How dare you say you're not interested in this girl? Ethan admits a beautiful woman naturally attracts a gentleman. What does that even mean? Johnny Silverhand couldn't hear, no culture. Ethan rolled his eyes at him. This is an old saying in the East. It is a beautiful woman and it is normal for men to like it. It's bells and whistles, so you haven't gone in and done her. What? Ethan said, "Did you also have a nuclear bomb tied to your head when you bombed the Arasaka Tower?"
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
There is actually some waste in your mind, by the way. Did I let you out for too long and you forgot your situation? Johnny Silverhand shuddered. If you have something to say. Leave me alone. Do you still have claustrophobia? Ethan finished mocking, then walked into the bar and asked for another bottle of beers, and handed it directly to Johnny Silverhand. In the future, if your mouth is itchy, you will drink. Johnny Silverhand carefully took the beer, turned a somersault on the spot, and then blew directly on the bottle. I'm finally G drunk. Standing in the corridor for a while. The wine was also blown away by the wind. When Ethan was about to go back to his room to sleep, he heard the sound of a car resonating not far away. Ethan glanced at it and saw that the car that came was the Raffen Shiv. The faces of the people who stayed at the Sunset Hotel changed, and they secretly complained as the boss. Noah quickly relieved, "Don't panic, go back to your room. It's all right." Upon hearing this, the passengers went back to their rooms and locked the door. The car quickly stopped at the entrance of the Sunset Hotel. The few people who got out of the car were all holding guys in their hands. These people went straight to the second floor without saying a word. Noah hurriedly greeted him and said, "Jason, are you taking the brothers of the Raffen Shiv to find a place to rest?" Although the Chaotic Knife Club's daily business is to rob houses, it is not a fight to cut grass and roots, for example. The Sunset Hotel, which can generate income continuously, will naturally not be bloodbathed. Not only does it not move, but also visits from time to time. The little leader known as Jason saw Noah walking out. He also laughed. "No, don't you know why I came?" Noah made a direct mistake. "Jason, it's not that I don't follow the rules. Didn't I say once a month? You only came here last week." "It used to be once a month," Jason said, "but just yesterday our people were ambushed in Stone Ridge Mountain. So you have to pay another sum of money this month so that we can maintain law and order in the area." When he said this, all the fellow members of the Raffen Shiv laughed. "In Night City, isn't the surrounding chaos all the work of wraiths? There is no one who can receive the protection fee to this extent." Jason said, "No, you are a smart person, so I shouldn't need to talk too much. You only need to hand over 20% of this week's running water to continue to enjoy our protection." Noah's face turned green. 20% is too much. Jason laughed because we have so many brothers. At this moment, Ethan in the corridor next to him said, "Noah, no wonder the income in these months is so low." It turned out to be from here. Ethan's appearance directly attracted the attention of the Raffen Shiv. Jason was even more puzzled. "You are also here to collect protection money." As soon as the words fell, the people of the Raffen Shiv directly drew their guns and pointed at Ethan. Ethan shook his head. I opened a store. I invested in the bars and hotels around Night City. I just came here to see the benefits. Just as Noah was about to speak, he received a gesture from Ethan Voss. Our income is indeed a security fee, and I guarantee that I will not take any rebates. Ethan said in a low voice, Noah, you have helped me for so many years, I can trust you. And besides, the security fee should be paid, which is a drop in the bucket of my total income. The conversation between Ethan and Noah lit up the eyes of the people who heard the chaos. I didn't expect to meet a big boss. Ethan glanced at Jason and said, I know Nash from the Raffin Shivs. He often delivers to my bar in Night City. As soon as these words came out, Jason no longer doubted Ethan's identity. After all, there is indeed Jason in the Raffin Shiv, and Jason often delivers goods to Night City Bar. And from time to time he cheats a fellow fool wanderer. How is Nash okay? Ethan asked. Jason was stunned and said, that kid screwed up. But he was still saved by the boss for half his life. What do you say? Ethan said, I have no idea. My shop should pay the security fee, but it's too troublesome for you to come every month. I'm thinking that I'll go directly to you to meet your boss, and then one time hand over the money. These words almost didn't make Jason laugh to death. How rich are people stupid? The other people wanted to go around the chaos daisui, but as a result, Urque brought them up by themselves and said they would pay all the security fees. This is what it means to deliver food. It's interesting. Jason motioned for the younger brothers to put away their guns, then looked at Ethan and said, what's your name? We're sure the same, Gray. Ethan made up a name immediately, Rocky Ridge. In the den of the Chaos Sword Society did Zhao. The lights in the cave were bright, and Nash, who was beaten all over, was hanged by his mouth as if he had only one breath left. What a bunch of rubbish, Rice Bucket. Let you go to the town of Stoneridge Mountain and you can lose so many people. And you, Nash, that woman's car and goods are gone. Are you secretly colluding with Aldecaldo's Troy Aklo? The boss of the Raffin Shiv was furious, and while talking, he beat Nash with a whip. Nash has been beaten to death, Boss Aklo. I really didn't collude with Aldecaldo's, AJ. At this point the radio rang. One of his men quickly answered the phone, and then spread the message, Boss Aklo. Jason said he caught a valuable target at the Sunset Hotel. That fatty fish is the behind-the-scenes owner of several hotel bars. And he said he knew Nash. Troy Aklo stopped beating Nash. You say it again. What did Jason say? The subordinate immediately repeated. Jason went to collect the protection fee of the Sunset Hotel, but he met the owner behind the hotel. The guy said he wanted to meet you and pay the money in one go. He told him that his name was Gray. Also no Nash. Jason is calling now to confirm. Gray. Nash was stunned. Where did he hear about Gray besides? He has cooperated with so many places in Night City. And the money is in hand. Who will remember the names of these bosses? But Nash knows one thing right now. Akero was furious about what happened in Stoneridge Mountain yesterday. So many people were killed and injured. He could not wait to torture Nash to death. Nash only knew that this Gray he didn't know and had to know. Yes, I know it. This Gray is my regular customer in Night City. He has a lot of properties and is very rich. Nash kept adding fuel to it. Troy Aklo said, tell Jason and let him bring the man back. After ordering to go down, Troy Aklo returned to his position, release Nash. A few younger brothers quickly put Nash down. And Nash couldn't even stand. Take it down to get some medicine. And then accompany me to meet this big boss at Sunset Hotel. Jason hung up the phone and looked at Ethan and said, Boss Graynash asked me to say hello. Ethan said, it's not too late, let's lead the way. Just like that, Ethan got into the car of the Raffin Shiv. The treatment given to him is not bad, and he has exclusive access to the back row. Johnny Silverhand sat next to him. Don't tell me you did this to get into the lair of the Raffin Shiv. Ethan, isn't it obvious? Damn, you're really stupid. Johnny Silverhand scolded, I see you as a slacker. There are at least a few hundred people in the home of the Raffin Shiv. Not to mention the weapons and equipment. You are alone, isn't that just looking for death? From Johnny Silverhand's point of view, this is suicidal stupidity behavior, Ethan said. You. The one who broke down the pagod also called me. Johnny Silverhand said while smoking violently, I'm so different. At that time Arasaka took ult and I had to do it. But you are different. You are going to die for the sake of picking up girls. Johnny Silverhand's storyline. Ethan naturally knew that Johnny Silverhand's lover, Alt Cunningham, was the top hacker in Night City at that time, and wrote programs like Soulkiller. After applauding for love in the backstage of a concert, the two broke up unhappily. Alt was directly kidnapped by the barbaric people, and Johnny Silverhand's kidney was also stabbed twice. After recovering from his injury, Johnny Silverhand said goodbye to everyone, and then rushed into the Arasaka Tower with a portable nuclear bomb to save Alt. This is one of the few advantages of Johnny Silverhand. Ethan said, the people of the Chaos Dao Society are doing bad things on the border. How about being a force of justice occasionally? Johnny Silverhand, I laugh so hard. Are you running for justice? You clearly want to help other girls deal with the family's deadly rivals. Kill the enemy by the way and then let people remember you. Ethan blushed. You found out. Johnny Silverhand lit a cigarette. Forget it. Why did I talk so much to someone who was going to die? Anyway, I'm not bad if you die. Ethan said nothing. Part of the reason for solving the random knife club is to ask Panam to remember himself and help his wife solve difficulties. Which is not ashamed a second. It was just enough for Johnny Silverhand to have a good look at his own strength. Third, the chaotic knife will find it by itself. Who is to blame? Meanwhile, sunset in. After Ethan was taken away, Ryua rushed directly into Panam's room. Panam, wake up. Something big has happened. Panam was woken up in a daze. Looked at the empty bed next to him and looked at Noah, who was anxious. Hey, what's wrong? Noah, it's a big deal. The people who just messed up the knife club are here. What? Panam suddenly lost sleep and picked up the cat beside the bed. By the way, what about the guys who came with me? I want to say it's serious business. Noah said, the people from the Chaos Sword Society just came over to collect protection fees. And your friend stood up in an emergency and, in a few words, the people from the Chaos Sword Society took him away. What? Panam's voice raised an octave. You mean? V was taken away by the slasher. Noah, he's here to help me. What? Panam directly picked up the gun and rushed out of the door. Walked quickly to the car and used the car radio to call directly to Aldecaldo's camp. Panam, what's wrong with staying up so late? It was Scorpion who answered the phone. Panam said while setting fire, Scorpion. I'm looking for Saul. Scorpion said, Panamga, Saul is not here. I'm serious about Scorpions. Panam said, my friend was taken away by the Raffin Shiv. Is that the man? Scorpion said. Panam briefly explained the following situation. God. I went directly to the lair of the Chaos Dao Club. Is this going to start a full-scale war? Scorpion was startled. Panam, in my opinion, you should not go. Saul will not go. So suddenly targeting the Chaos Blade Club. Not according to plan. What F*** G plan? Panam said fragrantly, I only know that it was V who helped me get back Panam's Thornton. And my friend was taken away by the Chaos Deushui. So you let me watch. I'm not the man with no seeds of Saul. If you still consider me a friend, Scorpion, go to inform Saul immediately and say that I Panam went to the Raffin Shiv by myself. After speaking, Panam hung up the communication directly and then accelerated rapidly. Her mind kept flashing back to the scene of her first motorcycle race with Ethan. Yesterday's match in Stoneridge Mountain Town. Last night's chat and tonight's wine. This guy is an indispensable person. A Napa is a dead end and has to be saved. On the winding road of Rocky Ridge, Ethan was riding in the car of the Chaos Dao Club, getting closer and closer to the old nest of the Raffin Shiv. Brother, look at the moon tonight, Ethan said suddenly. The driver subconsciously turned his head to look at the dark night outside the car window. Where did the moon come from? Clicked. Ethan twisted his neck lightly, dragging the corpse with one hand and holding the steering wheel with the other. Nothing unusual happened to the car. Johnny Silverhand suddenly came to the spirit. Damn it, no. Why do you want to go heavy rounds poured out through the gate? This Nema is too crazy. Hundreds of people's random knives will rush when they say they will rush. Ethan smiled. Why not? There is a tunnel on Rocky Ridge. Not long after it was reconnected decades ago. The Fourth Corporate War broke out and it was abandoned. And then it was occupied by the looting Chaos Knife Club and became a nest. It can be said that occupying this unique condition. If a conflict breaks out, the Chaos Knife will rely on this terrain to be invincible. At this time, the convoy that went out to collect protection fees in the direction of the tunnel base camp finally returned. After the car was securely parked, Jason got off the first car and went directly to the car behind Ethan. But when I got closer, I saw that the car was empty. F***K. What about people? Jason's scalp is numb. He could hear on the phone that Boss Aklo is very fond of this rich man. Isn't he? Yesterday in the small town of Stone Ridge Mountain, people and money were empty waiting for blood. And this gray is the biggest payday and the family is gone. The members of the Raffin Shiv who followed behind were also stunned. We didn't find anything unusual. Damn, can people still fly? Jason didn't believe in evil. Walked around the cars, then lay down and glanced at the bottom of the car. It doesn't matter, it's a big surprise. Ethan hung from the bottom of the car like an octopus, and the mantis blades in his right hand opened and closed. Good evening. The voice fell and the mantis blades slashed out puff. Jason's body was split apart like that, at the same time as he cut a person with one knife. Ethan quickly slipped out from the bottom of the car and slashed at the members of the Raffin Shiv around him like crazy. Ethan's speed is extremely fast, and the speed of the mantis blades is even faster. Basically, it just wipes out in a single glance. Grass. The others woke up from a dream and shot quickly. Tada Towers. Ethan turned around and slapped all the bullets with a knife. The monowire in his left hand was also swept out, and the molecules were cut. In such a short period of 4 or 5 seconds, the members of the 10 Raffin Shiv who were with him died and could no longer die. Johnny Silverhand leaned over here, cigarette in his hand, but forgot to smoke it. In view of the ambush at Stone Ridge Mountain, Johnny Silverhand has a general understanding of Ethan's strength. But now it has shown more than he imagined. Stealth killing and frontal killing are two concepts. The former is the way of killing and the latter is frontal killing. At the same time that Ethan completed the beheading, Friday also hacked into all the electronic devices of the entire Chaoso Club's nest. Rubbed the mantis blades and the monowire were retracted. And Ethan stepped over the corpse and entered directly. Wait, Johnny Silverhand said, you just go in like this. Without any preparations, Ethan stopped. Then double-clicked the triangle pendant in front of Johnny Silverhand. Nanoparticles covered Ethan's body like mercury, and the red gold Iron Man suit reappeared. This is the time Ethan has used again since the time at the Konpeki Plaza. Johnny Silverhand's cigarette went out. He had never seen a prosthesis like this. After Ethan put on the Iron Man armor, propelling flames spewed from the soles of his feet. The whole person went straight into the tunnel base camp of the Chaos Sword Society, and the palms gathered energy repulsor blasts. After a face-to-face to clear the outer guard, Ethan snapped his fingers, and Tang blade case appeared on his back. The red gold cyberware armor is equipped with a vibranium-made Tang blade case. Rub. The ceremonial blade and the barrier blade were pulled out, and the black light on the knife flowed. In the cave of the Random Sword Club, Troy Aklo was sitting in his seat, and his current electronic screen was playing the scene of Ethan killing the peripheral members. Grass played This Guy Is Here to Find Fault. Troy Aklo stood up directly from his seat and said to his subordinates, this guy killed so many of our brothers. Let him know what will happen if he gets angry with Chaoso. After the order was given, all the members of the Raffin Shiv in the tunnel base camp entered a state of battle. One by one, they picked up the guns and rushed out. Troy Acklow also picked up a gun and rushed out. He's going to witness this guy's death with his own eyes. At the other end, Ethan has already entered the tunnel with a knife. In front of the tunnel, the members of the Raffen Shiv were holding firearms and facing Ethan. That was a crazy chug the fire snake is swallowing. The bullets are swept over without money. Ethan came slowly. The ceremonial blade in his hand slashed horizontally and cut some bullets. The rest of the direct penetrating nanoparticles are not forced. Ethan suddenly took a step, and the whole figure was like a red streamer, which went straight through the first line of defense, 0. Ask for flowers, 0. The members of the Raffen Shiv stopped shooting, and then their heads rolled to the ground. At this moment, Johnny Silverhand appeared next to him and said in a shocking voice, "If I had such a piece of equipment back then, maybe there would be no waste boards today. It's not too late, hang out with me, and sooner or later let you come back to life. And then we'll go find the Arasaka to play together." Ethan said. Johnny Silverhand, "Hahaha. I thought you were exaggerating, but since you are so strong, I will trust you for the time being." Previously, Johnny had completely succumbed to Ethan's lewdness arrogance, and he never trusted him from the bottom of his heart, because he could talk about overthrowing Arasaka with an open mouth. But the question is, how easy is it to overthrow such a behemoth? And now Johnny Silverhand saw Ethan's real trump card, and then believed it from his heart. "Johnny Silverhand, then you said defeating Atom Smasher." At the same time, on the mountain road of Rocky Ridge, Panam was driving Panam's Thornton to the base camp of the Raffen Shiv. It's always a dead word to rush to the lair of the Raffen Shiv, but now she is thinking about Ethan's safety. When Panam's Thornton rushed to the door, he saw the corpses of the members of the Raffen Shiv outside the tunnel. Panam's face changed, and he should be fighting a bit later. Without thinking too much, Panam took the cat and sneaked into the tunnel. The tunnel is still full of corpses, since the Chaos Sword Society has occupied this place for a long time. This tunnel has also been dug a lot of roads, extending in all directions like a labyrinth. Panam entered slowly, and he heard cluttered footsteps on the road ahead. Panam held his breath and hid in the blind spot of the viewing angle, and the members of the Raffen Shiv appeared in Overwatch's sniper scope. Boom! Thunderstorm bullets roared out, smashing the people who rushed out. Panam closed the gun and roughly has a judgment. Ethan may still be alive, but not for long, in fact. What she didn't know was that the person she killed was not the one who hunted down Ethan at all, but was killed to the point of losing their horses and running for their lives. In this way, from time to time, Panam will encounter the members of the Raffen Shiv who are desperate, and then raise their guns to harvest too. Ethan just killed him directly. Give up stealth. Give up routine sand. Smash the frontal advance. The Luan Daehui Night Wanderers who were in front of him were not all enemies. Ethan could jump a few times before he made a move. And after he made a move, they all threw himself into the street. Once again penetrated a line of defense. The rest of the few scattered people were shaking their legs, and one of them directly took out the individual rocket launcher. "You are so crazy, you want to blow up here and die together. Anyway, it's a death," you wandering ghost shouted, and then pulled the trigger regardless of the boom. The rockets shot straight at Ethan, and they all expected a rocket to send the killer star to the west. Ethan looked up and saw that the rocket launcher used to hit the company's armored vehicle landed directly at his feet. Boom! The fire in the cave was soaring into the sky, and the energy of the rocket blasting 277 directly caused the whole tunnel to tremble violently. But it didn't collapse or kill him. The man with the bazooka watched Ethan buried in the explosion and couldn't help but feel happy. But the joy didn't last long. In the rising smoke, a figure stood motionless. Ethan walked out slowly, was hit by a rocket launcher. Nothing happened, but it made the Iron Man armor even more dazzling. "It's gimmicky," Ethan raised his hand. The palm of his hand gathered energy, and then he shot into the soul and turned the two people in front of him into powder. What? Johnny Silverhand appeared and looked at the mess around him. It's really a frontal advance. Ethan said, a group of organizations that are wandering in the bad land and do nothing. Get together and destroy it. Now Ethan can say these words lightly even if it disappears. You pretended to force me to give you full marks. Johnny Silverhand said cheerfully, seeing you do it makes my blood boil. Grass Ethan, the electronic ghost still has blood. Johnny Silverhand, I'm not talking anymore. Troy Acklow finally realizes what kind of people he's messing with. All the people in the base camp of the Raffin Shiv went to surround this guy. And still only got killed. He has lived so long, such a fierce man has only heard of one. Adam Smasher. Adam Smasher's famous quote is that all are meat in war. And I am the meat grinders. What used to be an adjective is now a reality. Ethan walked in and saw Troy Acklow throwing the gun in his hand. Knelt on the ground and kowtowed violently. I don't know where we provoke your excellency with our random knives. Please give me a chance to make amends. Ethan glanced around, and there were all kinds of goods piled up all around. There are military equipment from that kind of company, as well as food and medicines that have been looted from everywhere. A whole low-profile Vortex gang after all. The Vortex gang still greeted the cyber transformation and became a terrorist in the Watson district in Night City. And these people in the Raffin Shiv can only snatch things like a mole. Judgment, Ethan said, who is Nash? Troy Acklow hurriedly pushed Nash out next to him. And Nash knelt down again with weak legs. Everything you robbed is here, Ethan asked casually. Troy quickly took out a small golden key. These are only part of it. There are better things in it. Lord Adam Smasher, I am willing to give you everything. Just let me serve you guys straight guys. Even if the Wanderer tribe doesn't watch Night City news. Would Lewin Dow grab so much equipment and not watch the news? Ethan took over the key to the private vault. And his face became cold. What do you call me? Lord Adam Smasher. Only a character like you deserves these things. Troy Acklow is like a licking dog brush. The ceremonial knife slashed out. And Akero was directly decapitated. Ethan said speechlessly, call me Adam Smasher. That's an insult. After getting Acklow, Ethan looked at Nash. Nash's face was ashen, his crotch was wet and scared to pee. Ethan said, I won't kill you. You go out now and wait for me to do something outside. After finishing speaking, Ethan walked into Troy Acklow's vault with the key to the private vault. This is all the wealth accumulated by the random knife. Grass, a bandit den is so rich. After entering the vault of the Raffin Shivs, Johnny Silverhand couldn't help but swear. This is a cave that was dug out separately. It stores some food supplies, some advanced cyberwars and cyberware mods that have been snatched back, and various sophisticated instruments, Baron boards, military technology, Kangtao, Kuroshi optics. Basically, everyone has things. Ethan nodded and said, it's not bad. It should be able to equip the Aldecaldos properly. After listening to this, Johnny Silverhand choked, don't tell me. You have to give all these things to that woman and the homeless tribe. Ethan, you're right, Johnny Silverhand. He was trembling with anger. I hate that iron is not steel. Such a good material, such a huge amount of material. You can pull a team by yourself to be the boss. Nima, all give away, this is so iron sand mouth. The figure of Johnny Silverhand flickered and dimmed. Which should be a sign of being angry. Ethan didn't say much. He doesn't want these things because he has better ones. And in the 2077 game, one of the endings is to leave with Panam. And then take Aldecaldos to live elsewhere. To some extent, this tribe is also its own home. And Panam must be soaked. This thing for my wife is also my own thing. No matter how you send it, it's just on hand. V. Are you in there? Can you hear me? At this time, Panam's voice sounded outside. Johnny Silverhand suddenly stopped being irritable. Is this girl looking for you? Then it's not a loss for you to give her this. The corners of Ethan's mouth rose wildly. Because he has knowledge of the original events and knows the direction and development of some events. But Panam is not. Panam simply knew that Ethan had come to the home of the Raffin Shiv. And then he killed him alone. Can such a woman be treated badly? Ethan turned around and left the private vault. just in time to get together with Panam and Aldecaldos's men who rushed in. Huh? Ethan was stunned. Aldecaldos's people are here too. Panam's friend is Aldecaldos's friend. If a friend is in trouble, Aldecaldos will naturally come. Mitch said Saul, the leader of Aldecaldos, looked at Ethan fixedly. They should have a leader named Troy Acklow. Ethan, it's at your feet. The crowd was in an uproar. Aldecaldos and Razor will be deadly enemies. As the leader, Saul was naturally very familiar with Akero. He looked at the headless corpse at his feet and immediately recognized that it was Akero. Mitch and Scorpion are also amazed. You can actually directly enter the lair of the Raffin Shiv and chop Chloe. Where are you? Ethan said, running and living in Night City. It used to belong to the backers. When they heard the backers, everyone smiled even more. The backers is also the most famous among the homeless. As a homeless person, it is natural to be more clean to those who belong to the same homeless family. You be ****D, why are you doing this? Panam came directly to Ethan and said, why didn't you wake me up and just came here? Panam's voice was loud, and his tone was full of blame and concern. Ethan said the intelligence was urgent at that time. And if Noah couldn't get the monies, it is estimated that the scumbags of the Random Knife Society would directly act. When everyone heard the words, they sighed more and more to Ethan, justice in Night City. That's a joke. Even the Armed Security Bureau and the Violent Terrorist Mobile Team are only talking about protection in the wealthy area of Night City. As for other places, people who kill people and take kidneys and shoot every day. Who cares? People here are already numb. Except for the homeless living in the bad land. Although they are displaced. But they are very fancy about life and their families. Therefore, Ethan's behavior of worrying about the life and death of other people in the Sunset Hotel is very useful to the surrounding Aldecaldos family. Panam didn't know what to say. She could only glared at Ethan and said, are you all right? Ethan said, it's okay, just when everyone was relieved. Saul suddenly said, you said you were V. Ethan said, is there a problem? Saul came to Ethan. And his expression instantly became exciting, you are V. You are actually V. Mitch and Scorpion looked at their leader's abnormality and said puzzledly, Saul, what's wrong? Saul said, you don't know what V represents in Night City. I have been in and out of Night City for a long time to talk about cooperation with those who can cooperate. The most I listened to is V. Panam also cast a curious look. She seemed to remember. Ethan asked, have you heard of her own deeds? Panam said, Saul. You know that apart from you, no one returns to Night City so often, just say it. Thor excitedly said, V is the legend of Night City. When this statement came out, everyone was shocked. A legendary person. Even in Badlands, wanderers know what legends stand for. They often accomplish something big, or something earth-shattering. But often legends are in graveyards. And the living legends are all giants. Ethan was suddenly stared at by everyone, and said a little embarrassedly, what Saul said is really good. Saul looked like I said, the big thing that V has done is to make a big fuss at the Konpeki Plaza. Then kill Saburo Arasak and repel Adam's hammer, boom. Everyone only felt a tingling in their scalp. And even if they were vaccinated, they were still shocked beyond measure. Kill the founder of the Arasaka Corporation. And defeat the legendary Adam Smasheran, still live well. This is so special that it even directly overshadows the likes of Johnny Silverhand and Morgan Blackhand. Panam also opened her mouth slightly. She was not a person who was surprised. But the news was really scary. That's awesome. My whole body is on fires. No wonder you dare to go directly into the lair of the Raffin Shiv. You are a great writer. Kill the old dog. Inside the tunnel there is an uproar. Ethan is also cool and bubbling. Although he doesn't want to admit it. It's really cool to be touted by others. Although Saburo Arasaka's death was a blame, Ethan would not deny it. Ethan, thank you for your compliments, it's almost done. If you don't say this, it is estimated that this group of people will be happy until dawn. Everyone shut up and waited for the next sentence. Ethan said, to be honest, I still have an errand. Panam also remembered, I almost forgot. You are still hijacking Anders Hellman. Saul waved his hand no matter what. V helped Aldecaldos get rid of the Razor Club. We will definitely repay. I will send a wave of people to assist you immediately. Although in Aldecaldos, Franin and Saul never got along. But Saul is really for the tribe. And he can be regarded as a man's. Ethan also said there are still some things left in this tunnel. And it should be much better for Aldecaldos to take it. After coming out of Rocky Ridge, Ethan got on Panam's Thornton. While Panam drove the car without saying a word. The revelation of the identity leaves Panam a bit overwhelmed. The Wanderer pursues freedom. And naturally also pursues power, and everyone is strong. Panam felt a little overwhelmed when he thought that Ethan, who had done so much with him, was an uncompromising character. Panam, after finishing this order, you are going back to Night City. Ethan said, it's been a few days since I came out. And I really want to go back. Panam was a little lost, then Ethan hummed. Panam gritted his teeth, nothing. Ethan laughed and said, do you want to ask if we can meet again? Panam did not speak, which was regarded as a default. Ethan continued, of course we can meet. Saul told me that I am a good friend of Aldecaldos. I am welcome to come and visit at any time. Isn't it normal to exchange gifts as a friend? Panam responded, Aldecaldos, that's right. Ethan pondered for a while, then took out the key to the vault. Panam, what is this? Ethan, the Chaos Sword Society has collected all the resources for so many years. Panam's heart was touched. Ethan actually gave her such a precious thing, I can't. Panam refused, Ethan, you don't take it for nothing. You have to pay back the favor after speaking. He couldn't help but put the key of the vault into the Panam bag. And then narrowed his eyes, I will narrow my eyes for a while. And call me somewhere. Johnny Silverhand appeared in the back seat and said, you're really good at picking up girls like this. From my point of view, this girl was safely captured by you. And there is no suspense at all. If it were me, you wouldn't be able to stand it. Ethan sneered ruthlessly, you really want to eat shit. Want to fight with me, you are also worthy. Johnny Silverhand, you say you are so strong. How can you not be dumb? Ethan, I really want to sleep for a while, don't force me. Or I'll lock you back, Johnny Silverhand's son said in. When the Aldecaldos' car pulls up, the boss Noah walked out of the room in a hurry and happened to see Ethan and Panam, who got off from Panam's Thornton. And some of Aldecaldos' regular customers in the car behind him also walked down. You're all right, it's great seeing that Ethan, who was helping him out, had nothing to do. Noah breathed a sigh of relief, but why did you Aldecaldos get together? Panam said, no, the Raffen Shiv has been eradicated. And no one will come to collect money in the future. Noah was stunned and said, crazy blades will be eradicated. Are you guys Aldecaldos getting together to fight the Chaos Blade Club? No. Panam said, it's all V's credit. He was the one who leveled the Raffen Shiv. And Aldecaldos just cleaned up the battlefield. Ethan Kingyun's light words made Noah's body tremble. When this guy was about to admire the river, Ethan quickly said, no, we still have some things to do. And we may need to use this room later, Noah, no problem. Which one do you want, which one? Everyone went straight into the largest room and began to discuss how to hijack Anders Hellman. In fact, it wasn't too much trouble. But Panam and Aldecaldos insisted on doing things beautifully. And Ethan didn't stop it. Mitch said Kangtao is a subsidiary of Kangtao. And the identity of the person to be moved is very special. In addition to the AV, he should also be equipped with an armed escort. Panam continued, if we start at Jackson Plains, Kangtao will know no matter what. In order to avoid unnecessary involvement, we must start in a place where no one is inhabited. This is really important. If there are clans and forces nearby, then the first doubts are these. With Kangtao's size, no one can stand it. After several people finished counting, they all looked at Ethan. After all, Ethan is the backbone and needs his final decision. Ethan said everyone's thinking is perfect. I'll just add a little bit apart from us. No one else knew that the chaotic sword would be destroyed. So we can take advantage of it and pretend to be a night wanderer before we start. As soon as these words came out, even Mitch's eyes lit up, as expected of Mr. V. It hits the nail on the head. Although we have brought the home of the Raffin Shivs, there must be other wraiths in other places. If we disguise ourselves as wraiths, even if Kang Tao wants to take revenge, we will only target the wraiths. After the plan was approved at one time, and after letting all of Aldecaldo's people change their clothes, Ethan also used a wave of disguise. Everything else is easy to say. But Kang Tao is a subsidiary of Kang Tao. If you move Kang Tao with this face, it may be a bit difficult to talk with Kanglin. After a while, dawn was approaching. Ethan only saw the direction of Night City. A black dot slowly lifted into the sky, and then flew towards the Jackson Plain. Wow. That's the company's float. It was a little exciting to ambush the company's AV for the first time. I can go back and blow it hard after I finish this ticket. The Wanderers of Aldecaldus disguised as wraiths are also gearing up to do great things. There is an interesting change here in the original plot. After sinking the AV carrying Anders Hellman, Mitch and Scorpion happen to be searching for a usable battery nearby. Seeing the wreck of the AV, the two rushed to rescue with Aldecaldo's men. As a result, he was mistaken for the culprit who shot down the AV and was counterattacked by Kang Tao's armed personnel. Decado's people died a lot, and Panam blamed himself for this. But today is different from the past. And now it is an ambush battle. Everyone, we can go now. Ethan gave an order and sat in Panam's Thornton. Panam's Thornton burst out with strong firepower and rushed out of the Sunset Hotel first, and the other vehicles disguised as the Swordsman Club followed closely behind. The speed of the armed AV is not known much faster than that of the car. When the AV had not yet left the city, the group set off. According to the speed difference, the two meet just far from the Sunset Inn and the Aldecaldo's territory. Boom, 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 Panam's Thornton roared forward. Ethan saw the huge AV in the sky through the car window. In the original plot, Ethan could choose to make a power substation in a surrounding Kang Tao explode, and then launch a pulse to shield the electronic components of the AV, but force the landing. But a power plant is worth a lot of money, and many people are still in it, therefore. Ethan took a compromise approach, not detonating the power plant and still getting it down in an AV. Friday, let the big guy in the sky have a close contact with the ground. Ethan said, happy to serve, detecting AV flight signal. Accessing the full signal segment of the AV. Successful simulation, successful hacking. Terminal command to change the system mean. After a few seconds, Friday was still easy. The armed AV overtook the convoy on the ground. But before it flew out for a long time, the signal light on the rear wing urgently reported an error. It flashed violently, and the AV fell to the ground in a parabolic free fall. As if it had drunk fake wine, Panam. You tell Aldecaldo's people not to rush forward like that. Ethan knew that there would be armed drones coming out later. So he reminded him, Panam, what are you going to do? Ethan, naturally, let's deal with the drones. As soon as the words fell, Ethan opened the car door and jumped out of the car under Panam's horrified eyes. In the process of jumping, the red gold Iron Man armor is fully covered. The propelling flame on the soles of his feet suddenly raised Ethan's figure and flew into the air. Ethan saw the armed drone flying towards him at a glance. Armed Wu Zhao Zhao, the man-machine, detected the target, and a burst of muzzle fire erupted from the machine gun. All the way, heavy bullets poured out like a rain curtain. Ethan didn't dodge or evade. Like a sharp sword that went straight through the hail of bullets, the instrumental knife in his hand was handed forward, directly slicing an armed drone into two pieces. Immediately after, it rushed to the other two armed drones. Rub after slashing 3 armed AVs in a row. Ethan has come to the top of the AV. The AV cannon was placed on top of the AV cannon and aimed at Ethan. The light blue electromagnetic energy began to gather, and then shot at Ethan with a bang. If the power of this cannon were to hit Night City, at least a few streets would be instantly vanished. Ethan volleyed into the sky, looking at the lasing electromagnetic blast. In the tang blade case behind, a Mo knife more than 3 meters long came out of the scabbard of hand. Ethan slashed down with Mo Dao in both hands. Boom. Ethan grabbed the Mo Dao and slashed it out. After the sturdy electromagnetic gun met the blade of Mo Dao, it was directly split in half and scattered towards both sides. This is a shocking scene. Do you know that the ray attack of the electromagnetic gun basically explodes when it touches the target? But Ethan didn't give it a chance. The motto made by vibranium slashed the electromagnetic gun. All the kinetic energy is attracted by the vibranium and then revibrated to the same frequency, completely dissipating. Ethan felt that the tiger's mouth was numb, and the rest was not a big problem. After cutting off the electromagnetic artillery attack, Ethan fell towards the AV, took advantage of the situation to take back the Mo Dao and replaced it with a more convenient Yi Dao, which stabbed straight on the fort Zizi. The energy-gathering core was pierced by a knife and completely lost its effect. At this time, the armed personnel in the floating boat rushed out of the hatch. It's just that their front feet just rushed out of the hatch when they met the fierce artillery attack of the crazy Blade Club. Because the armed drones and the armed equipment of the AV were all destroyed by Ethan, and the armed men were taken first by the opponent as soon as they went out. These armed men were suppressed and beaten in this battle. It's someone from the Rantu Club. These night ghosts actually dare to move the company. Hit me back hard, a melee kicked off. And Aldecaldos was wearing and holding the good guys from the Raffin Shiv. For a time, there was a tug of war with the armed men. During the melee, Ethan cut a hole in the AV with a knife, and then jumped off in the empty cabins. The panicked Anders Hellman picked up his briefcase and was about to take the emergency escape route. But before he opened the escape door, he felt a chill on his neck. Looking down, it is a pure black blade, Anders Hellman. A deep voice sounded, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." 33 Anders Hellman made an international gesture of surrender. Ethan said, "Then come with me." At the same time, Ethan put away the knife. A hand knife slashed on Anders Hellman's neck. Then Ethan dragged the fainted Anders Hellman out of the AV. Ethan holds Anders Hellman in one hand, and the other hand embodies Iron Man's arm. The unpretentious hand, gun was thrown directly on the position of the armed men. Boom, 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 the fire blazed into the sky, and the gunpowder smoked everywhere. Ethan flew to Aldecaldos' campand after landing. He threw Anders Hellman in Panam's Thornton's trunk and said, "Stop fighting, take your injured brother with you." Panam saw that Ethan was done and quickly contacted Mitch. In this way, Aldecaldos' people took some people who were slightly injured, and then they passed away. The few remaining armed security personnel who were still alive quickly called the company headquarters. Headquarters in an emergency. We were ambushed by the raiders on Jackson Plains. Back at the Sunset Hotel, Aginth owner Noah has already checked out all the guests and invited a few doctors. After Aldecaldos' people got out of the car, the doctor stepped forward to check the injured person's injuries. Ethan carried Anders Hellman into a room, and then the doors and windows were closed, snapped. Ethan slapped Anders Hellman on the face. He didn't keep his hand, and the face was swollen with a slap. The pain stimulated Anders Hellman to wake up from his coma. Anders Hellman, my face. He only felt the burning pain on his face, and wanted to reach out to rub it but found himself tied back. Anders Hellman looked at it. It was a shabby motel, and in front of him a man was silently looking at him. Anders Hellman was shocked. "Please don't hurt me. I will promise you whatever conditions you offer." As the researcher of the former Arasaka employee and the former head of the Relic project of the Relic chip, Anders Hellman is a highly skilled engineer. This kind of talent is the best treatment in the company. Naturally, there is no useless Deadpool. And tough security. Ethan hadn't spoken yet. He was cowardly. Ethan said, "I came to you to ask you about the Relic chip." Anders Hellman, the relic chip has been stolen. And it was intercepted at the Kanbai building. And even Saburo Arasaka was killed. Ethan said, I need you to be a repeater for me. I ask you to answer, say anything extra, I cut your tongue. Anders Hellman nodded, not daring to talk nonsense. The final state of the relic chip should be to retransmit the personality nerve data that has been uploaded in the chip to the body again, thereby realizing rebirth or immortality. I ask you, what stage did Relic achieve when you left? Anders Hellman was surprised by Ethan's understanding of Relic. But he could only respond now, Relic is a top-secret research project. Some of the highly compartmentalized development is done by other people. And I do not understand 100%, Ethan said, then say you know. Anders Hellman from the very beginning. The Relic is 100%. But the most important experiment is still missing. Any research and invention without enough practical research is uncertain. Relic stored Johnny Silverhand's consciousness and was going to start an experiment at the Neon headquarters. But the chip was brought to Night City by Yorinobu. And it was shelved. Ethan sorted out the information. And Relic was the project set up by Saburo Arasaka to achieve his immortality. This project uses Johnny's silver hand as the experimental material. And more than 50 years have passed since Johnny's bombing of the Arasaka Tower. There is no problem with Relic's technology, but the practical experimental data is missing. This is also the reason why Saburo Arasaka came to Night City in a hurry. Yorinobu's rebellion has exceeded his bottom line. In addition, his physical condition was deteriorating. So when he came to Night City, his purpose was to take the Baron Yorinobu's body in one step. Just something went wrong in the middle. Ethan retracted his thoughts and said, what's the way to use Relic? Anders Hellman, connect the chip to a person's neural socket. Then let the experimenter suffer from chronic brain death. Diffuse the data from the Relic chip. And then gradually overwrite the host. It will take some time. Sure enough, it was not far from what Ethan thought. The protagonist and Relic in the game fired a shot in the head purely because of the Dexter Deshawn betrayed him afterward. Then they were forcibly joined together. The motel room fell silent, and Anders Hellman was on pins and needles. He was going to go to work at Kang Tao's headquarters. But there was a very good price for the Relic project. After leaving the Arasaka, he not only made a large amount of income, but also steadily increased, but now it's all gone. Anders Hellman didn't dare to ask for too much. He just wanted to save his life. Anders Hellman, Can I ask a question? Ethan glanced at him and said, say. It's you, are you going to hand me over to Yorinobu? Anders Hellman said, if you take me back, not only will you not get any benefits, but you will also be punished by Arasaka. Calculate, why don't you send me back to Kang Tao? I can give you a lot of money, Ethan took out a pistol and aimed it directly at Anders Hellman's forehead. Are you trying to tell me to do things again, Tilda? Don't dares, don't dare. Anders Herman's face turned pale with fright. Like a sand mouth, Ethan closed the gun. What's wrong with this guy? Why did he send it back to Kang Tao to hijack the car? Ethan continued, who told you to stop? Go on. You have developed this relic for more than 50 years. And it's just such a all you know. Anders Hellman said, what else do you want? What else do you want to know? Ethan smiled after the great success of the relic chip. It was provided directly to the wealthy. And you were brewed in the laboratory of Arasaka at the beginning. Naturally, I want to ask you about Arasaka. Anders Hellman said without words, the biochip stolen from the Konpeki Plaza is a brand new experimental chip, which was custom-made based on Saburo Arasaka. Unlike other types of relic, this piece is not unique in the engrams inside. In the previous version, only the imprints that were pre-stored in it could generate biointegration. And the stolen one can install and activate the imprint in the new body. After Ethan finished listening, he glanced at Johnny Silver's hand standing at the door. Do you understand? Johnny Jinshu smoked the cigarette. This Saburo Arasaka is really poisonous. Anders Hellman said it so clearly. It was Taishaku if he couldn't understand it. The version that Saburo Arasaka wanted was able to be reactivated in a new body, which made it clear that he was going to use a new body to revive the soul. And the most suitable body for Saburo is naturally Yorinabu, who is blood relatives after all. There will be no biological exclusion or DNA issues. Ethan said, jonologically speaking, as long as you find someone who is on the verge of death and insert relic into his nerve socket, you will be able to survive in a meaningful way. Johnny Silverhand was not as happy as he imagined. Ethan naturally knew what Johnny Silverhand was thinking. If he survives like this, then Johnny Silverhand will come out of the cyberspace, and such a person will not be able to travel unscrupulously in the online world. It's even harder to see Alt on the other side of the black wall. Due to the incident in taping, Ethan changed the way he handled the Voodoo Gang. So at this time, Ethan and Johnny Silverhand have not seen Alt, nor have they been ventilated. Johnny Silverhand finished one cigarette and lit another. After a while he said, slow down first, not in a hurry now. Johnny Silverhand is afraid of losing the best chance to meet Alt. Ethan smiled and respected his choice. And Johnny Silver's hand was over after him. Ethan looked at Anders Hellman again. If we follow the original plot, Ethan now calls Goro Takemura over the phone. Then Goro Takemura will notify the bodyguards of Hanako Arasaka to meet, so as to plan a series of actions of the Savior in this way. It will be the big end, and things will be difficult to handle. Caller ID Goro Takemura. It really means Takemura Road. Ethan answered the phone, but Goro Takemura was a little puzzled. Why don't you open the video? Hearing Goro Takemura's voice, Anders Hellman shivered in his seat. Ethan said, I'm inconvenient now, Takemura. What's the matter with you? Goro Takemura, nothing special. Just seeing that you haven't been seen for a few days. I specifically asked, is there any news from Anders Hellman? Ethan thought about it for a while, and he made a new decision based on the need to hold the game in his own hands and to conquer Takemura. Anders Hellman was a little too heavily protected by Kang Tao. I'll look for another chance. Goro Takemura, I have found Miss Huazi. But there is not enough evidence to accuse Yorinabu. It seems that we all need to work hard. 0. For flowers 0 Japanese symbol, that's it, let's get in touch. Goro Takemura hung up the phone after saying his farewell speech. He is an awkward conversationalist. Anders Hellman said, you actually have a deal with Takemura. Ethan didn't answer him but said, do you have any final wishes? Anders Hellman, what do you mean? Ethan played with the gun in his hand, literally. Although I will not help you fulfill your wish. Anders Hellman knew what he meant and said quickly, no. You can't kill me. I have little value and can give you a lot of money. In short, can't kill me, can't, boom. Ethan pulled the trigger and the bullet penetrated Anders Hellman's brow bone. The producer of this relic is in a motel, burp. Ethan closed the gun, but your death is the most useful outcome to me. What happened hearing the gunshots? Panam's questioning voice sounded outside the door. It's okay. Ethan wiped his hands and walked out of the door to look at Noah, who was on the side, and said, Noah, do me a favor and clean up the body inside. Noah made an okay gesture, leave it to me. Dead people are as common as ordinary occurrence these days. Noah only knew that Ethan was a ruthless person who entered the Raffen Shiv by himself. And he was also a very good person. So naturally he wouldn't bother with others. At this time the sun slowly rose. Saul on the other side also took care of the Rocky Ridge Tunnel and brought people to the Sunset Hotel. Saul said Panam didn't want to talk to him. Saul was embarrassed and said, well, although I still don't agree with your idea. Come back when you have time. Deckard, stay for 2 more days. After speaking, Saul took the people away. Mitch and Scorpion also said, Panam, although you two are not compatible, but I heard that you went to the lair of the Raffen Shiv. And Saul rushed over without saying a word. He really treats you like family. Panam said, stop nagging, what are you talking about? Although he didn't say such good things, he could hear that Panam was in a good mood. Mitch and Scorpion understood and then said, sure. We have to go too. In short, Decado will always be your home. Come back when you get homesick. After speaking, all Decaldos' people also left. Panam looked at Ethan and said, I'm done. Are you heading back to Night City? Ethan said, well, we have to go back. Panam opened Panam's Thornton's car door. Get in the car. I'll give you a ride. On the way back to Night City, Panam was very quiet. On the other hand, Ethan asked Panam, will you go back to all Decaldos? Panam said, I don't know. Saul and I don't see eye to eye. Although he is good to everyone in all Decaldos, we see the future differently. Ethan doesn't help others make choices. Well, if you want to go back, then go back to all Decaldos and stay for 2 more days. If you want to come to Night City, don't go back to Rogue. Panam 277, sometimes I'm very confused. I'm from all Decaldos, but I don't want to stay anywhere. And I feel like I'm from Night City. I can hang around for so long and not look good seriously. A little confused. Ethan said, I'm not good at giving poetic advice, so if you come to Night City again, you can come to Watson District to find me. And I will give you the answer. The car soon reached the edge of the city, and I could vaguely see the tall buildings like a mirage in the distance. Panam still chose to go back to all Decaldos first. But before leaving, Panam suddenly kissed Ethan on the cheek and left a message that he would come to him. Ethan stood where he was, touching the warmth on his cheeks. A broad smile spread across Ethan's face. After taking out the Yeba Kusanagi CT-3X from the spatial storage, Ethan drove into Night City with speed, Sunshine District. When Ethan came back here and just turned off the Yeba Kusanagi CT-3X, Jack Wells appeared from the side. I'm going V. You vanished for days without telling Muir. Did you go? Hearing Jack Wells' voice, Ethan also relaxed and said, I went out to do something. Jack Wells waved his hand. Don't talk so much. It's time to fulfill your promise. Finish modifying my bike for me. Ethan was dragged into the locomotive club. And it was another round of modifications to the Sky locomotive. After the incident, Ethan planned to visit Judy, but was stopped when he passed Misty's Esoterica. Misty V, do you have time? Ethan stopped. And Misty rarely stopped herself. It's Aki's Misty, okay. Misty leaned half-length on the counter, playing a set of tarot cards in her hand, and said, if you're not very busy, would you mind if I do the math for you, a tarot reading? Although Ethan didn't believe in this thing, many of the obscure information in the game was given by Misty's tarot cards. Sure, then you can do the math for me. Ethan walked into Misty's divination house and found a place to sit. It was the first time for him to come in. The divination room was very carefully arranged, and there were some mystic symbols and some obscure words everywhere. Are you ready? Misty asked when she came to Ethan. Ethan said, you can start any time. Misty said while shuffling the cards, you need to think about 3 things. 1 is what currently lies in your heart. 1 is what you achieved in the past. And the other is what awaits you in the future. In other words, past, present, and future. After Misty shuffled the tarot cards, she randomly placed 4 tarot cards on the table. Misty, as long as you think about it, you can open it directly. Ethan didn't think about it at all, and turned over 4 tarot cards in turn. Card face: the Emperor upright, Justice upright, the World upright, Death upright. Misty looked at the 4 cards and became a little bit stern. Such a divination. Ethan said, Misty, you can say whatever you want. Misty pointed to the Emperor's card and said, the Emperor means that you will have glory, power, and victory. Upright justice means that you are impartial, neutral, and honest. Positive world, perfection, success, luck, come. Misty paused after reading this. Ethan said, isn't that a good idea? Go ahead. Misty picked up the last card and said, V. You are a rare 4 upright major arcana cards. And the first 3 cards are still among the most favorable cards. But this last card is the God of Death. You will fail a brush with destruction. Ethan raised his brows. The God of Death destroying everything at present. The only person who is powerful enough to call him Death God is Saburo Arasaka in the Oracle. In this regard, Ethan just smiled. He is familiar with the plot and has system support. And now he is carefully building his position in Night City. Even Saburo Arasaka is truly capable of destroying him. Ethan said, "Misty, can you give me this death card?" Misty said, "I can give you a whole deck of tarot cards. Just face death," leaving Misty's divination room. Ethan came to the Braindance lounge upstairs. Today, the skyscraper has been opened for trial operation. Because Judy is now the living presence of the Mox and the living presence of clouds. And after a major publicity push, there are still many people here to experience the new Braindance. Coupled with the fame of Ethan and Jack Wells on the road, many people also came here. This is no longer the lawless district of Night City. Instead, it was turned into a new and popular destination under Ethan's influence. Hello. Ethan came to the door of the Braindance experience and saw the Mox girl with a baseball bat at the Ritz bar. Ethan said, "Why are you here?" The Mox girl with a baseball bat said, "Mox's sisters have been taken care of by Sister Judy to some extent. And now that Judy has come out on her own, we must support it." "Stop gossip." The Mox girl with a baseball bat said, "If you want to experience Braindance, you will join the Linand if you are looking for Judy. Just go in directly, busy." Ethan stepped into Braindance's editing studio. In the editing studio, Judy is still facing some Braindance devices. Judy turned her head and saw Ethan walking in V. "Where have you been these days? You don't even answer my phone." Ethan second counseled, "I went out to do some errands." Judy is not vexatious either. She patted the enlarged seat next to her. "Sit here." Ethan sat down obediently. Judy saw that he was working again, and her finger lightly touched Ethan's chin. "Then should you ask something?" When Ethan heard it, how could he ignore such an invitation? After more than an hour, the two of them rested together in the chairs hosted. Ethan said, "You should be okay, Judy, managing clouds. Managing Mox and editing Braindance are not the same level at all. But that's all there is to it, let's do it." "It's you, how are you doing?" "Very good," Ethan said. He picked up the half glass of wine on the table and drank it. "Which was Judy's drink?" Judy said, "That's what I drank." "Ethan, I understand you're intimately. What's wrong with drinking your wine to quench your thirst?" "Judy, forget it, drink it." In fact, Judy is just a little surprised. In the world of 2077, everyone is refitted, and more than 50% of the parts of the body can be purely replaced. As long as they are replaced frequently, they will always be the latest. People in this era are already numbs, money-winkling. Chastity are the places that are least cared about. And Ethan's willingness to drink the rest of Judy's drink is a bit subtle. Even if the two have become intimate, it seems that Ethan still loves himself as always. After being tired with Judy for a while, Ethan was ready to go back to sleep. After saying goodbye to Judy, Ethan returned to the top floor of the Sunshine community all the way. Take a shower and change clothes as usual. Ethan lay on the bed as if it was time to sign in again. With the deepening of the plot, Ethan's life had become increasingly busy, that he was busy with one thing for a few days. Resulting in the sign-ins had accumulated. "System cumulative sign-in," Ethan whispered. "Accumulated sign-in success. Get the God-tier plant cultivation compendium." The system sounded, and the relevant knowledge was imported into Ethan's knowledge base. Ethan got up from the bed all of a sudden. From having the system to now the second God-level reward. The first time was the Iron Man suit, which directly pulled Ethan's strength into the ceiling. And this second time, it was actually a plant cultivation illustration book. The Plant Cultivation Illustrated book covers all the complete botanical research, the information of various plant genetic profiles, and the technology needed to fully recreate extinct and rare plants. In the world of 2077, nuclear weapons are used in corporate warfare. After the destruction of nuclear weapons, people in other cities around the world who survived and entered the cyber era are still alive. But because of the influence of nuclear radiation, plants and animals are almost annihilated in Night City. except for nutritional supplements. Any food that the public can come into contact with is produced through biotechnology. The real authentic can only be enjoyed by high-end restaurants and the wealthy elite. And now Ethan is holding a plant cultivation illustration. And he can cultivate his own land by himself. Plant the plants that have disappeared or are rarely seen. The most important of which are food crops and medicinal plants. Ethan can already imagine when he will reveal this breakthrough. The entire Night City and even other cities around the world will be shocked thinking of this. Ethan took out the tarot card that Misty asked for, the God of Death. This card should be more suitable as a gift for the Arasaka. Ethan fell into a drowsy sleep and cleared all the fatigue from his body. When he woke up, it was already night. With a thought, Johnny Silverhand appeared in the room. After today's, Johnny Silverhand came out. He came out of the window and looked at the moonlight for a while. He doesn't smoke or tidy up standing there alone. Not knowing what to think. Ethan said, "Have you become poetic?" Johnny Silverhand, "I've been considering something." Consider the problem." Ethan got up and came to Johnny Silverhand's side and said, "You look like Thistos brooding like that actually help." Johnny Silverhand, "Not before but now." Ethan, "Are you telling me a riddle here?" Johnny Silverhand lit a cigarette. Anders Herman. After looking for Anders Herman, I suddenly encountered a problem that said that I would be reborn. To be honest, I wanted to die in that dark ghost place. But you gave me a glimmer of hope. Although you are unreasonable and your mouth is poisonous, you are still a good person. I thought it would be very difficult to bring me back to life. But suddenly Ethan understood. Johnny Silverhand was a little overwhelmed. The resurrection, he thought, would be very troublesome and difficult. So he enjoyed staying in the cyberspace and bickering with Ethan. But suddenly mentioned resurrection. So the future things are all piled up in front of us to deal with. Just a little rotten. The corners of Ethan's mouth twitched slightly. It's easy to bring you back to life, it's simple and spicy. Starting from stealing the relic chip. The main line of the game's plot revolves around dealing with this biological chip. And a lot of things are involved, so easy. And now Johnny Silverhand thinks it's simple. And the completion is made by Ethan with great strength. Ethan just listened to Johnny Silverhand's story quietly. Half an hour later, Ethan was bored. "You can't stop talking about it, what are you trying to say?" "What?" "Johnny Silverhand, I want to do something to prepare for my resurrection." Ethan smiled. "When I asked you this morning, I could have inserted the relic into Anders Herman. And then shot him. So that your consciousness can cover his consciousness. You said you would wait a while, but now everyone is buried. You told me that you need to make some preparations for your resurrection. Do you believe that I slapped you with a big mouse?" Johnny Silverhand just looked at Ethan calmly. And then said softly, "I have a woman named Alt Cunningham. She used to be the best hacker in Night City. I wrote the Soulkiller program for the Arasaka Corporation. And since the dog things of Arasaka have changed the Soulkiller, they still want to get Alto in it. That's what I bombed the Arasaka Tower for. Before I was killed by Adam Smasher. I have seen her, but I have never rescued her. And she has now become a data, and I have become a data. I am afraid that once the resurrection is activated, it will be difficult for me to find her again." Ethan naturally knows these plots. But it is rare for Johnny Silverhand to speak so earnestly. Ethan said, "So what are you talking about now to prepare?" Johnny Silverhand made a smoke detection motion. "My consciousness was imprisoned by Saburo Arasaka. And some of my weapons and belongings and even my corpse were disposed of. I want to get it back by the way. To send a message that Johnny Silverhand is back. But I can't do it now. Can you help me?" "Ethan, you are begging me so much, can I help you?" "It's so interesting." Johnny wrapped his hands around Ethan and said, "I know you have a way for me to use your body. But I also know that you can't agree to do it. So I thought about it. Method in, you pretend to be me. And from tonight until I get my stuff back. You're Johnny Silverhand." Ethan's eyes also brightened. This guy's brain is still very useful. Looks like Rogue won't be able to sleep tonight. After agreeing to Johnny Silverhand's request, Ethan walked into the bathroom when he came out again. Johnny Silverhand, who was smoking by the windowsill, saw this and he blurted out a slap in the face. Ethan's disguise is not the type that puts on a fake beard and wears glasses. That kind of pretending to be perfect. He really looks like it. After being transformed into a new face, the temperament of the whole person will also change. She'll rock long hair, messy but unusually stylish stubble. And the whole person has a bad temperament from the inside out. Ethan came to the table and picked up a pack of cigarettes. Lightly lit one and took a sip. Cough, cough, cough. Ethan coughed. Johnny's deity in the window looked helpless. It's outrageous that such a person can't smoke. Johnny Silverhand, don't go over your lungs, just pretend. Ethan did as he did, and it was indeed much better. Then shall we go? Help Johnny Silverhand get back what belongs to him. Played by Ethan. And let its deity experience the feeling of a living presence. This time Ethan tried his best to cooperate, of course. Only this time the first stop, of course, is afterlife. Ethan said, I have a question. What if Rogue is too excited and asks me to sleep with me? Johnny Silver, who was sitting in the co-pilot, scolded, at this time you still have a mentality. I've already experienced Rogue, I don't care. Ethan said, just kidding, Rogue is willing. But I'm not willing. Although Rogue's appearance is barely visible in 2077. But these women decades older than him really can't do it. The car soon stopped at the door of the afterlife. And the afterlife was still the same afterlife, at the door. Many gangsters who were not qualified to enter all waited outside the entrance, trying to get closer to the door of afterlife. There were a lot of men and women in the corners. And they lost themselves in the nightlife, grass. Night City is still so dirty, Johnny Silverhand spit. Ethan stepped into afterlife. When people along the way saw him, they were shocked. Johnny Silverhand, a drunk who was squatting next to him, suddenly spoke up. The person next to him also sneered, are you stupid? Johnny Silverhand has been dead for decades. That's just cost Johnny Silverhand guy. When you say that, it seems it looks like it. The temperament is also grass-y stupid too. What can't you do if you have money in Night City? Don't talk about making a face. Even if you replace it with something completely absurd. The people around were amazed and ridiculed. And there were all kinds of reactions. Johnny Silverhand walked by and looked at these guys. All of them were drunk and dreaming. They couldn't be hilarious. And they were talking about the next life. A bunch of rubbish idiots. Ethan said, Night City doesn't always look like a ghost. And you can't be any better. Johnny Silverhand, at least I won't be like these idiots. Squatting at people's gates and shouting, back then. There was no place I couldn't enter, no wine I couldn't drink. And no woman who couldn't sleep. Ethan, you're crazy. At the entrance of afterlife, a strong man with heavily built reached out and stopped Ethan. Sorry, you are not a regular visitor in the next life and cannot go in. Generally, the door guard will be equipped with an optical cyberware eye. And just by looking at it, you can know who is coming to spend frequently. Like those who come to slip inside can't get in. Ethan didn't speak, just lit a cigarette, took a breath, and blew the smoke into the guard's face. Then patted his shoulder. Dude, do you think I'm a guy who can't afford to drink? The guard looked at the Johnny Silverhand with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he knew that it was a fake, he still didn't dare to make trouble. Please come in. Ethan handed him a cigarette, Johnny Silverhand's first cigarette of the night. It's for you. Then Ethan walked into the gate of the afterlife. As if it were me, I could knock out the front teeth of the goalkeeper. Johnny Silverhand said, but you can do it this way. And the attitude was convincing. Ethan, stop talking nonsense and go directly to Rogue's box. Johnny Silverhand, send it to the door. But it's not stylish, go to the bar for a drink. Ethan walked towards the bar and sat on a chair. Claire was also stunned. What's a good drink in the evening? Ethan said, a cup of old-fashioned tequila with a little chili. Johnny Silverhand. Not many people order this during this time. Claire got busy and said, I said you were cost Johnny Silverhand. Ethan smiled and said, Don't you think I'm Johnny Silverhand? Claire said, you are so funny. Moments later, the Silverhand drink is ready. Johnny Silverhand said, V, drink up. After Ethan had a glass of food, he handed the empty glass back. There is no need to change the glass, so let me mix drinks. Claire, here I am, a person came over. Ethan turned around and looked at the man. Dude, I'm a good drinker, so before I get drunk, please get out of the way. The unpretentious words make some people feel that if they say nothing, they will not have a good ending. You are so domineering. Claire adjusted the second cup. That way everyone likes it better, doesn't it? Ethan drank again. Continue. Sitting at the bar, Ethan stood out, in particular. The appearance of Johnny's silver hand and the momentum of casual swagger are too similar. Johnny Silver looked at Afterlife. I can't believe that Rogue has become the queen of the next life. And the bar is better than before. But there are still many idiots. Johnny Silverhand found out that he had been with Ethan for a long time and was ordered to stop swearing by him. So he also casually said Ethan. Ethan sat in front of the bar, drinking glass after glass of wine, in order to satisfy Johnny Silverhand's so-called bullshit style. This is a heavy drinking session. There are also more wine bottles on the bar. And Claire said with concern, although it disturbs your mood, it doesn't matter if you drink it like this. Ethan only felt a little dizzy the last cup. After drinking the last cup, Johnny Silverhand took the lead to leave the seat. Our goal has been initially achieved, and we have to go to the next venue. Ethan got up. This was the first time he drank so much alcohol. Afterlife VIP booth Rogue sat upright on the seat, and the smoke burned his fingers before he reacted. She had been looking at the bar for an hour. Rogue, are you all right? The subordinates asked with concern. Rogue came back to his senses. I'm fine, you all go out. I'll be quiet by myself after driving the person out. Rogue took out the old photograph again. After leaving Afterlife, Ethan got into the car and switched to automatic driving. Where to go? Johnny Silverhand said contemptuously. No. You can't smoke, you can't drink, can't stand it. Ethan, how can I compare with you? Johnny Silverhand said, let's slow down. The next stop is to go to Pershing Street in Watson District and find a tattoo artist. As a legend, Johnny Silverhand can be considered a smasher. Those who knew him back then either became legends, were unknown, or died on the streets. But no matter who dies, Cassius Ryder never dies. Watson District, Pershing Street. Ethan came to that tattoo shop if it was midnight. It was still open. I'm closing. Get the tattoo somewhere else or come early tomorrow. Cassius's tattoo shop is connected to the place where he lives. There are tattoo beds and some instruments in the center, and some optional patterns are hung on the surrounding walls. Cassius sat on the sofa watching the TV show without looking back. Ethan came in from the door. Ryder, don't you do my business. What? Cassius stopped eating the potato chips and felt that the voice was unusually familiar. He hurriedly turned around and looked at Ethan. And the next moment he pulled out his pistol. Why are you acting like a ghost? This guy smells so much like that B********D. Johnny Silverhand grass. How dare this fat B*******D draw a gun at me, V. This guy's brother was injured before, and he can't do it without taking medicine. Ethan understood under Cassius' barrel. He came to the tattoo bed and lay down, squinting his eyes. Grass. Cassius felt that he was being underestimated. You are so determined to find trouble. If you don't get out of the way, I'll just smash your head. Fatty, why did I give you a face? Ethan got off the tattoo bed and came straight to him. Shoot you if you have the guts, hit this. Let me see how tough you are, a 3-second guy. Cassius sighed in his heart and his eyes were dull. No one except his old friends knows about the things he can't do. And among those people, only Johnny Silverhand joked about him all the time. Then the person in front of you is the deity, Johnny. Johnny. Cassius hugged Ethan with a bear, 50 years. They all say that you have already died in the Arasaka Tower. But I don't believe it. I don't believe it, you know. Do you know? Ethan slapped Cassius away with disgust. Why do you want me to suffocate? Stop talking nonsense, get me a tattoo, good talk. Cassius pulled the shutter down and said, what do you want to smell, ram or another one? While speaking, Cassius also handed over a smoked cigarette. Ethan waved his hand, why can't you give me a whole cigarette? Cassius hurriedly delivered it and he was very polite. Ethan puffed out the smoke and said, it's enough to tattoo 4 letters, Jude. Johnny Silverhand, I don't tattoo this. Ethan rolled his eyes, ganking is not your body. And you don't want to tattoo your flesh. How dare you make a condition? Johnny Silverhand was silent. Cassius said while tattooing Ethan, I see your appearance. That is, you go to the 3 Treasures Palace without anything. But you don't look for a woman first but to me first. Tell me what you want to ask. Ethan glanced at Johnny Silverhand. Johnny Silverhand, when I died in the Arasaka Tower. The nuclear bomb really exploded. Adam shouldn't feel bad with the hammers. And asked him about the Ripperdoc at the time. Ethan opened his mouth and said, both Arasaka and Adam's hammer have pulled me into hell. I climbed out. And naturally I have to find someone to blend it. It really is your Johnny's mad dog character. Cassius tapped the keyboard and said Jeremiah Grayson. I heard that he is the surgeon of Heavy Hammer. But don't tell me it's me. I'm running a tattoo parlor now and occasionally going to a dance bar. It's fine counseling. Ethan scolded with a smile, Chang, I won't sell you. Where can I find information on Grayson? Cassius smiled slyly, Ruby after I did it. Grayson took over. Ruby is naturally the bus for the dance bar. Ethan finished smoking a cigarette and walked towards the door with swaying steps. Johnny, when will we meet again? Let's talk later. After coming out of the tattoo parlor, he turned to the dance bar on Twisted Street again. There is one thing to say, the castration in the game. Here is not a lot of expectations after crossing over. It was the first time that Ethan came to such a place. Twist Street, a man's paradise. The shops on both sides face people's desires directly from the lighting of the signboard and the shape. The purpose of the people who hang out here is very direct. So walking to Twisted Street is a kind of enjoyment. Ethan is an eye-opener, no matter what time it is or what era. Neon has never disappointed people in this regard. Johnny Silverhand also said, this place should be the best place in Night City. Ethan, old color skins. While bickering, the two came to the destination dance bar. After entering it, the music inside is very dynamic. 2 beauties were dancing on the stage. And people on the dance floor were dancing to the music. Other dimly lit places are also restless. Ethan found a place to sit down and as soon as he sat down, he attracted the attention of many girls, in all fairness. Retro uncles like Johnny Silverhand are still very popular. After a while, a girl from Yishui came over to show off the autumn wave. And Ethan just waved his hand and refused. Take a look and see, just play. Johnny Silverhand sat aside and said, I didn't expect you to be so innocent. Ethan, because I'm afraid of getting sick. Johnny Silverhand soon. The target character Ruby came to the table. Twisting her delicate body. Ethan clenched his fists tightly, feeling only disgusted in his heart. Johnny, you really owe me a big favor. Johnny Silverhand, I miss your chance too much. But unfortunately I don't have a chance. Ethan endured the nausea and flirted with this Ruby for a few seconds. He couldn't help but hurriedly took a sip of wine. So he pulled the trash can and vomited happily. Are you all right? Ruby wanted to help Ethan. Ethan, don't touch me, Ruby, what? I mean go to my apartment later and get moving. Ethan made a reluctant smile. Ruby smiled, I won't go with you. Ethan held his hand. Can't do it, can't do it. What's the matter, you're throwing a chicken? You're so cute, ha. Johnny got a strange laugh. He saw that Ethan's operation was really interesting. When they stayed until the middle of the night, the venue of the dance bar also dissipated. Everyone has already found someone to spend the night with. And Ethan also walked out swaying. Ruby followed and tried to help but was rejected. Go to my place, I'll show you the way. Ethan threw the car key directly to Lou Tilda Bai. After the two got into the car, Johnny Silverhand appeared in the back seat of the car. V. Why don't you K off Nima? Ethan said, if you are so blind. I turn around and go home to sleep. Johnny Silverhand immediately closed his voice, since you don't want to enjoy it. It's business affairs, Ethan, I use you to teach. The car was driving on the road of Night City, and Ruby smiled charmingly while driving. The clothes on her body are very bold, and she can do the most comfortable things without much effort. It's a pity that Ethan is not interested in buses, and only feels disgusted. After driving for a while, the car came to an intersection. Ethan asked Friday to change the braking command, and then the car crashed into the curb like a runaway horse. Boom! The car turned upside down and the wheels were spinning. The scene was a mess, and that Ruby crawled out with injuries all over her body and was about to run. Before you go, you need to tell me where someone is. Ethan did not know when he appeared on the side of the road, and lit a cigarette very smartly. Ruby was stunned. This car accident was caused by this man on purpose. What a lunatic. The fantasy of being with a handsome guy is completely sober. Coming to the side of the road, Ruby did not dare to go against her intentions, so she could only leave Grayson's address, and then stumbled away. Ethan flicked the cigarette, and the cold wind at night blew away a bit of alcoholism. Johnny Silverhand appeared on the railing. Originally, I still have a few places to go, but it's not good to see you like this, but forget it. The goal is achieved anyway. Ethan said, what do you do next? Johnny Silverhand, you don't have to do anything. Just lie on the ground for a while and wait for someone. Ethan lay down directly on the spot. After a while, several cars drove over at a rapid pace, and one of them got out of the car and sighed Ethan's breath. Rogue man is still alive. Rogue got out of the car. What a lunatic, you guys. Forget it, I'll do it myself. In fact, Ethan was awake, but he pretended to be asleep when the plot required him. Rogue supported Ethan. His heart was beating wildly. This guy definitely didn't rely on plastic surgery and then imitate Johnny's stuff. This kind of unique temperament cannot be learned from him. Rogue just stuffed Ethan into his car. Then take Ethan away from here in Rogue's car. Johnny Silverhand appeared on time after so many years. She still hasn't changed at all. Ethan, not everyone is like you. Johnny Silverhand surprisingly didn't say anything wrong. That's right, and Rogue never said no to men at once. Rogue took the comatose Ethan and found a motel at random. With their sensitive identities, going to a high-end hotel is just a hassle. Rogue helped Ethan to the room, and then threw the person onto the bed. Rogue sat by the bed and stroked Ethan's face. Really, are you really him? The next day, Ethan, who woke up after a sound sleep, saw Rogue sitting at the end of the bed. The woman hadn't slept all night, just sat here watching. Ethan did not get up immediately, but contacted Johnny Silverhand for a while. What will you do later? Did you just prevaricate it? In the original plot, when I woke up, V was already controlling my body, but now it's different. From beginning to end, Ethan controlled his body by himself. He just put on a face. Johnny Silverhand, Rogue is very smart. Not a brain dead like Cassiustry, it out try to be like me, and leave a feeling that I will come back at any time in the future. Ethan opened his eyes. Grass. The mouth was full of fragrance. Ethan sat up from the bed. Bring me a glass of water. Rogue thought she had heard it wrong. She was about to wait for the guy to sober up and question him. When he came up to ask for water, Ethan added, are you so deaf can't hear? Today's Rogue is the queen of fixers in Night City, who doesn't give a little face when they meet. No one dared to yell at her for a long time. After a few seconds of silence, Rogue got up and poured a glass of warm water. Ethan took the warm water and drank it finally. I'm F*** G alive. Flowers 0 Japanese symbol. Rogue, since you're almost there, it's my turn to ask you a question. Why are you pretending to be Johnny Silverhand and showing off? That B*** D is not something you can smear, huh? Ethan sat up from the bed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? I really need to pretend to be myself. Rogue looked at this guy with the same actions and demeanor as that B asterisk 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 D. But reason told her. Johnny Silverhand died 50 years ago. Rogue's voice was cold. If you pretend to be crazy and sell stupid again, I will kill you with one shot. Ethan got up and got out of bed and walked to Rogue with a cigarette in his mouth. Smoke spit on Rogue's face. Ethan said playfully, "Break me." "Then you come." Rogue's hands trembled slightly. She is going crazy. Why can it be so similar? Why didn't this guy leak even if it was a death threat? Is he really back? Johnny Silverhand said, "Her bear has my name signed in front of it. This is a little secret between me and her. And it is even more niche than Cassius's." Ethan had to admire, "You scumbag man is a real genius. Let Queen Rogue bear front tattoo autograph." Ethan got closer to Rogue, forcing him to the corner. Yes, even Rogue with a gun thinks he's a fake. But she didn't know what was wrong. Ethan smoked. "Rogue, are you taking good care of my brand?" Boom, this sentence was like a sledgehammer, directly smashing all of Rogue's rationality. Although she said she didn't care about Johnny Silverhand, the scumbag but that B asterisk 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 D died in the Arasaka Tower. I don't know how she survived. Since then, Rogue has become queen step by step. The queen's plaything has never been seen again. And the brand was completely added to him by that B asterisk 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 D. At this moment, Rogue only felt that her body was getting hot. She looked at Ethan for the first time, let go of reason. Ethan saw that something was wrong with Rogue at a glance, and quickly pulled away and said, "Aren't you going to shoot me?" Rogue retracted his pistol and walked towards Ethan, his whole person exuding a different kind of emotion. "It's better for you to hit me like a lunatic." Ethan knew, and Rogue believed it. Believe in yourself as Johnny Silverhand and experience it for yourself. This is playing with fire. Although Rogue is also very tasteful, he is really not interested in such an old man. Most importantly, in front of Johnny Silverhand and Rogue. Is that what people do, stand there and don't move? Ethan stopped. Rogue really stopped. "What else do you want to say?" Ethan said, "It's not the time yet." Rogue looked at the time. "You aren't about to attack Arasaka Tower. So it's delaying you to blow up the Arasaka Tower." Johnny Silverhand, "Shit. Rogues, when I get back, I'll be the first to deal with her. Isn't this so disturbing? Not now anyway." Ethan sat on the sofa and said, "Nonsense. I'm not as good as you think. My body is still in the recuperation state. This time back is precious. And I have very important things to do." Rogue regained his icy aura. "It's not impossible for me to help this be asterisk 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 D. But you have to tell me what's going on." Johnny Silverhand shrugged. "Let's play freely." Ethan pondered for a while before saying, "I was indeed dead after being hit by Adam's hammer in the Arasaka Tower. At that time, some of my old buddies and bodies were disposed of, and my neurological consciousness was preserved. I told you Altosh wrote the Soulkiller program, so that the Arasaka at that time has mastered the digital preservation of human consciousness. My consciousness was extracted into a sealed Arasaka laboratory. It just so happened that the person who managed me at that time was my obsessive admirer, and he arranged everything in secret. If that guy is brave, he actually intercepted my data separately, and then rescued me according to the technology of Arasaka. In the end, it's what you see, the consciousness is still me. I'm still so handsome and lovable, but my whole body is reconstructed, so I can't push this body too hard yet." After finishing speaking, Johnny Silverhand himself took a deep breath. "Damn it. Your bragging ability is too strong. I can't find any logical loopholes." When Rogue heard the words, he thought about it. She then discerned the truth of these words. In fact, there is nothing to distinguish, because Ethan's statement is to rationalize himself. If it is fact, the face can be made, but the temperament and feeling are imaginary and cannot be simulated at all. Rogue also knew a little. She just wanted a more thorough reason. Coupled with the private tattoo, it can be said that Rogue has confirmed. After listening to Ethan's remarks, Rogue gave up the idea of testing him further. Jeremiah Grayson, Rogue said. He was Atom Smasher's surgeon and Ripperdoc. Ethan raised his brows. Rogue deserves to be you. This kind of information can be found out in an instant. Rogue didn't take Ethan's compliment. She walked straight towards the door. I'll go get through the relationship. You also have a restwheel leave tomorrow. After speaking, Rogue walked out of the room. After sending Rogue away, the next step is to wait a day. The reality is no better than the games. There is no saying that it automatically beats the day. So take it slowly. Ethan just lay on the motel bed and watched TV, while Johnny Silver wrapped his arms around his arms, still recalling Rogue's nostalgia for him on the old TV. Entertainment news was broadcast on rare occasions. The host is still the annoyingly famous Stan, who can be seen on any show. Dear Night City welcome friends, I'm your old friend Stan. I'm going to announce a grand clear target next. The trendy girl pop group Us Cracks, which is popular all over the world, is about to officially enter Night City market. Everyone knows how great the three beauties are. They are pop itself. Every show is a top enjoyment. The upcoming Maglev restart tender in Night City will be their first performance in Night City. Please wait and see. Ethan watched the flashback on the TV introducing the three members of the Us Cracks. Red Menace, Blue Moon, and Purple Force in the original plot. The Us Cracks became popular all over the world, and their works and huge projection advertisements could be heard in the streets and alleys of Night City. But no, because of the butterfly effect, Gangly has only shifted its focus to America. The first performance was the Maglev Restart Bidding Conference 0. Really clever fusion, entertaining to death. Johnny Silverhand, you wouldn't be interested in these things, would you? When Ethan was watching the music video, Johnny Silverhand suddenly said this. I'm interested in them, do you have any opinion? Ethan glanced at Johnny's silver hand. I'll go home now. Don't, Johnny Silverhand immediately pleaded V. We're halfway, don't back out now. Ethan, now you're begging me to do things for you. Why don't you know your position? Johnny Silverhand, okay, I admit I was wrong. Hearing Johnny Silverhand admit defeat, Ethan just found it funny in this way. Ethan spent a quiet day in the motel listening to the works of Us Cracks. The next day, Ethan just woke up when the phone came in. Caller alert, Rogue Amandia's. Ethan answered the phone, and Rogue's voice sounded directly, Johnny. I found out the details of Ebunike and pointed to a pier. It used to be the territory of the Maelstrom. After the Maelstrom was destroyed, it is now occupied by Militech. Ethan said, then where are you now? The current territory of the Maelstrom is the same as Ethan's own home. And he also knows what Ebnik is. It is an old freighter named after a former owner. You come over now. After hanging up, Ethan wins out of the motel. There is a mess around here, and Ethan is wandering on the street planning to get a car to pass by. Ordinary broken cars are still unattractive, and you have to find something better. Johnny Silverhand, snatch a car without breaking a car. Good see. There's a well-maintained vintage Porsche 911 out front. I'm not blind, Ethan walked over. Such an old-fashioned car has no anti-theft at all. Ethan walked over, raised his hand and smashed the glass of the car window, then opened the door and sat in. This classic car theft behavior is also engraved in the bones. Ethan adjusted it at will, then stepped on the accelerator, and the Porsche 911 burst out with strong firepower and rushed out instantly. On the highway, Ethan overtook recklessly, and the co-pilot Johnny Silverhand also howled. Afterlife, there is no difference between day and night. After Ethan got out of the cars, went straight in. But this time the door guard didn't stop him. Hey, would you like a drink? When passing by the bar, Claire said hello. Ethan waved his hand. Not now, I need to do something. After speaking, Ethan came to the box where Rogue often stayed. There was only one person wearing a mask in the box except Rogue. Sit, Rogue greeted him. The door of the room closed, and there were only 3 people at the moment. Ethan found a place to raised his feet on the table and lit a smoke. Johnny, this is Crispin Wellen, a trustworthy guy. Rogue introduced him, Wellend. Does Johnny need an introduction? Crispin Wellend said Johnny Silverhand. Who doesn't know him in Night City? I can't believe that Johnny is still alive. Johnny Silverhand appeared, leaned against the wall and said, Rogue actually leaked my affairs directly. Ethan said, don't worry, Rogue won't trick you. That's natural. In the box the three chatted for a while. Crispin said that he would not get involved in these matters, and then left first. Ethan finished smoking a cigarette leisurely. He didn't know how many cigarettes he had smoked since the night before yesterday, and he was already smoking. Rogue got up and came to his side. Johnny, let's go. The two left Afterlife and came to Rogue's exclusive sports car at the door. I'll give you a present. Rogue opened the trunk of the car, and inside was a brand new leather jacket of the samurai. Ethan smiled and said, you have kept my clothes for decades. Are you so nostalgic? Rogue said, if you think about it too much. Your clothes have long since turned into ashes. And this is a high-end customization. After speaking, Rogue opened the car door and sat in. Johnny Silverhand said, don't waste Rogue's kindness. Put it on. Ethan twitched the corner of his mouth, took off his clothes and put on new clothes. You're wearing it. Ethan sat in the co-pilot. Rogue glanced at him and actually put his clothes on. Ethan said, clothes are used to wear. New clothes deserve to be worn. It doesn't matter. A slight smile flashed at the corner of Rogue's mouth. The wharf area of Watson District was originally the site of the Maelstrom. Later, after the Militech settled, it did not manage the mess here for the first time. Therefore, there are still some remaining Maelstrom stragglers from the Maelstrom on the ship at the dock, as well as some guys who claim to rebuild Maelstrom. Ethan and Rogue drove to the edge of the pier and parked the car. Rogue opened the trunk and took out his weapon. Two top smart pistols. Ethan twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Rogue, are you afraid of hurting others? Rogue, you think you're as brainless as you are. We're here to get Grayson. Who says it's a war of annihilation? Johnny Silverhand v. Rogue, she's a little nervous. Ethan said, I can see that the Queen, a popular fixer who drinks spicy food, is what she wants. And in the end, Shep personally took out a gun for you. Johnny Silverhand, knife mouth tofu heart. Rogue is like Thesa's long as it is my business. She will do it herself, V. The situation won't change if you kill her later. You help me take good care of her, Johnny Silverhand said. He knew how perverted Ethan's methods were. Ethan hummed and agreed, as long as it is not an enemy or an acquaintance, Ethan will help. Of course, not everyone is worthy of Ethan doing this. Soon night fell, and the night was dark and the wind was killing the night. The control terminal of this wharf is the Maelstrom. You cover me first and I will breach it, Rogue said. Ethan, no problem. In the dark, Rogue sneaked cautiously with a pistol on his waist, and Ethan at the back quietly hacked all the surveillance facilities nearby. Let Ethan do it himself. It doesn't need terrain at all. Just go in directly. But this matter is to help Johnny Silverhand, and he is also playing Johnny Silverhand, so he can only follow the plan. The two sneaked into the dock area quietly, and then carefully came to the control terminal. Rogue pulled out the link cable in his palm and connected it to the terminal to start deciphering, while Ethan observed the surroundings. Many commanding heights, or the place of the container, were guarded. It's done. After Rogue successfully cracked the subnet, he shared the data. This is the situation in the dock area, and Grayson should be in the innermost. Ethan said, what do you want to do? Rogue's answer was succinct, go in and find him, and then make plans. Ethan, sneaking is not suitable. Rogue frowned and said, Johnny, are you going to disagree with me even now? From the moment the two met, Johnny Silverhand was a prodigal son who refused to accept discipline. He doesn't follow the rules and does things by feeling. Ethan said, Rogue, there are a lot of people inside. No matter how we sneak, we will always have to do it. Once we do it, we will be a living target. How will we play then? Listen to me, I'll go straight in. Mess up inside and then you'll find Grayson in the mess. I disagree, Rogue shook his head. Ethan said, why isn't this blowing up the towers? How can a few swirls from the maelstrom turn the world upside down? In short, listen to me about this matter. Ethan said seriously, Rogue, you are right to believe me. Rogue said softly, you are an out-and-out lunatic. We'll accompany you to go crazy. It is the most comfortable way to divide the troops into two ways. If you were shot in the game, you could still use medicine. But now it's a reality, it's too hard to carry a rogue. Johnny Silverhand said, your arrangement is also good. Let Rogue sneak IO attack the front. And watch her to the greatest extent. Ethan took out the dragon spine from the spatial storage. And then raised his gun to aim. The best way to protect people is to kill the enemy. Boom. A stream of light pierced the night sky and came directly to a container. And the guard standing on the container was directly fired. After the exploding bullet penetrated one person, the splitting attack also ignited the person next to him. I'm on fire, help is helped. Someone is calling from outside, come on. After being hit by the bursting stray bullet, many people were directly burned into flames. They tried hard to jump into the water, but they were burned to scum just after a few steps. Ethan's figure shuttled across the past, and the dragon spine in his hand is extremely hot. One after another explosive rounds pierced through the people who ran out. You don't even have to open the scope to aim. Johnny Silverhand, is this too outrageous? The sniper rifle has the momentum of a submachine gun. The Dragon Sniper is not a sniper rifle in the traditional sense. Ordinary sniper rifles are either single shots or burst shots. But even burst shots have a short time interval between each shot. And the Dragon Spine made by Ethan with his own painstaking efforts uses intelligent weapon technology in the manufacturing process, and then cooperates with the modification pattern of the system. This Dragon Spine does not need to be loaded with other bullets at all, and can complete the shooting by pressing the trigger to store energy. Ethan is holding a Dragon Spine, like entering a realm of no one. In the Stone Ridge Mountain Tunnel, when the Raffen Shiv will be in the nest. Due to the limited terrains, all the enemies were gathered together. So Ethan used the Iron Man cyberware suit to fight head-on directly. And now on this pier, the terrain is complicated. Ethan has a new way to play, that is, the mobile sniping. Ethan's movement is very fast, and from time to time, he will turn over onto the container. Any corner will have his sight. And those who were killed from the freighter just rushed out and ran directly into his line of fire. Johnny Silverhand kept advancing at the same speed as Ethan through flashing. Have you ever been a soldier before? Johnny Silverhand was also a soldier once, and he could see the genius of Ethan. If the killing of the Chaos Sword will be that time, it is using a cyberware that has never been seen before. So now it's pure operation, Ethan's marksmanship. Movement and awareness are all optimal. That's what you say, no quibble. Ethan came to a container, reached out and pulled out the Yanlong core from the plug-in slot. Johnny Silverhand, what are you doing? Give them another way to die. Ethan said and took out a piece of green cyberware mod. When the plug-in is inserted into the plug-in slot, the dragon pattern break on the Dragon Sniper gun turns emerald green. Weapon Dragon Sniper current plug-in, Venom Core. Bullet effect, neurotoxin and corrosive venom. Hitting the enemy has a chance to trigger neurotoxin. And it has a chance to trigger the corrosion effect. After the replacement of the plug-in was complete, Ethan's figure was hit by the spotlight on the dock. Exposed Tata Towers. Countless stray bullets shot at the container. Ethan quickly jumped off the container and disappeared in the vicinity after a few dodges. Find the intruder in the container area to the southeast. Whoever it is must kill him, brothers, follow me. The guards on the pier seem to have found a clear target and rushed to the southeast. Just like a headless fly, it can only be brought down by a hidden shot. Now that I have the opportunity, how can I let him go? On the other side, after most of the guards withdrew, Rogue's figure also appeared in the dark. She glanced at the southeast direction with some worry, then chose to trust Johnny Silverhand, and then dived directly onto the freighter. Johnny Silverhand crash. Ethan leaned against the container, and could hear the sound of footsteps slowly coming from his ears. Their formation has collapsed, they have to collapse. Ethan lifted the gun and fired a shot casually. The dark green bullet directly hit the forehead of one person. And a miraculous scene happened. That shot didn't break the head or even wound it. When it hit the head again, it only inspired a green mist to cover the surrounding people. And some scattered liquid flew to the surrounding people. I have a splitting headache, I'm dying. Before they could react, the guy who was hit earlier suddenly fell to the ground with his head in his arms and started rolling. White smoke began to rise above his head. Just as the people around him were about to help him, they only felt an excruciating pain. The place touched by the green juice began to corrode, and a large hole turned into blood and spread to the whole body. Ethan turned the gun and fired a few more shots in different directions. Help. Moments later, a shrill scream resounded over the pier. Johnny's silver hand trembled. You are more ruthless than me. Ethan disagreed. And it is not a good thing to be able to gather here. If you want to kill it, then kill it completely. It's almost there. Ethan walked out of the hiding place with a gun in hand. All around were riddled with corpses. And those who chased them out all died. It sounds miserable. When taking the small flat head, Ethan shot Royce down with one shot, and then pushed the blame to Militech. And the maelstrom was almost wiped out, but today, I came to help Johnny Silverhand with a business. And I harvested it like this again. The maelstrom is really no one. On the freighter, Rogue also achieved better results. Gleason was a ripperdoc, and at best he could fire a shot. As for the combat power, it is weak and pitiful. When Ethan appeared, Gleason had already been subdued. And Rogue was standing by and waiting. Gleason shivered as soon as he saw Ethan. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. Sometimes the crash only happens in a split second. The first time Gleason looked at Ethan, he felt like he had seen a ghost, must have seen a ghost. Because Johnny Silverhand's corpse was the one who handled it. Johnny Silverhand appeared next to him. My body should have been messed up by this B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I never leave troubles in my work. This B asterisk 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 D has a very broken mouth and has been refusing to tell the truth. Rogue stepped aside. You come and ask. I'm the best at getting others to speak. Ethan walked up to Gleason and looked at him condescendingly. He didn't speak, just kept smoking. Gleason looked up at Ethan, shocked by the aura of the mountains. You're not Johnny Silverhand, you can't be him. Gleason said, nonsense, Rogue, who don't like me. Do you still want to find a cause? Snapped. Ethan raised his hand with a slap and slapped Grayson's teeth a few times with his backhand. What are you rambling nonsense? Ethan took out his pistol and shot him in the knee boom. The kneecap was broken. And Gleason was in pain. Don't kill me, don't. Don't kill me. Ethan said, are you willing to speak properly? Gleason nodded, although he thought it was absurd. But the guy in front of him seemed to be the real Johnny Silverhand. Johnny Silverhand said, ask him about Adam's hammer and how I dealt with my things back then. Ethan said, I came to you today to ask you about Adam's hammer. And your answer is closely related to whether your other kneecap can be kept. Gleason didn't dare to provoke such a lunatic at all. After all, no one wants to die. You ask. I will definitely not lie to you. When was your last meeting with Adam Smasher? Adam Smasher? Gleason thought for a while and then said, strictly speaking, my last meeting with Adam Smasher was divided into two. When Arasaka Tower exploded more than 50 years ago, Adam Smasher also suffered some injuries. I treated him at that time. After the injury was healed, he disappeared later. He became active in the top management of Barbarian Company. Because the heavy hammer is violent and bloodthirsty, and the Arasaka can meet his demands, it is normal to provide security services for the Arasaka accordingly. It's been a few decades without incident. And he hasn't been here. Gleason is a ripperdoc and surgeon. Is usually found injured, but since Johnny Silverhand died, Who can hurt Atom Smasher? Ethan said, go on. Gleason hurriedly said, then the most recent one was what happened at the Cyanby Hotel some time ago. Adam's first defeat was serious, and he needed immediate surgery. Adam hammered the man who couldn't trust the Arasaka. So he took the initiative to find me. And I subdued him on this freighter after recovering. He gave a sum of money and disappeared after all. He and I are not people of the same world. Johnny Silver looked at Ethan for a few seconds, and with Grayson's words was truly convinced. It was Ethan who smashed Adam's hammer at the Chumbai Hotel. Johnny Silverhand asked him about my stuff and the corpse. Ethan touched his chin and said, you handled my body and some of my relics back then. So how did you handle it when talking about this topic? Rogue turned his head and felt a stab in his heart. The Queen of the Afterlife also has weaknesses. The weakness is that not only did he watch Johnny Silverhand die in the Barren Pagoda back then, but he couldn't even get his body and relics back. I can only make a leather jacket at a high price to miss it. Naturally, I can't hear this topic now. How could these guys let Johnny Silverhand die peacefully? Gleason back then, when Arasaka extracted your neural consciousness, your corpse and relics were disposed of like garbage. Your corpse was indeed handled by me. As for your stuff, it was top-notch, always keep it. Gleason took out a chip while talking and expressed his sincerity. After Ethan took the chip, he looked towards a cargo box hanging in the air. Before coming to the container, use a chip to brush the door lock. You can see Johnny Silverhand's stuff on display inside. Most notably, Johnny Silverhand's pistol Malorian Arms 3516. This gun is very powerful in the game, basically. It is one person with one shot, and you can turn the gun to shoot flames during close combat. My old partners. Johnny looked at Malorian Arms 3516 with a straight hand. As if looking at a lover, Ethan picked up Malorian Arms 3516 and said, Johnny, you probably won't be able to use it now. Johnny Silverhand but also read, you can use it. As for Johnny Silverhand's kindness, Ethan naturally would not refuse. I will use this gun to kill a few more bastards. And when you are resurrected, I will give it back to you. Good to say when he returned to Gleason again. The guy was dizzy after all. He had lost too much blood from being shot in the knee. Can you stop the bleeding for me? Ethan said, don't worry, where did you bury my body? When I dealt with you, you were already incontinent and covered in excrement and urine. After I kept your belongings, the body was thrown directly into an oil field outside the city, where there is a landfill, really dead without a corpse. Rogue couldn't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I want to get out of here. Endless sadness filled Rogue's heart, and she went out directly. Gleason said innocently, can you save me now? Sorry. The Malorian Arms 3516 in Ethan's hand turned around, and the muzzle of the gun spewed out the flames of destruction, directly swallowing Gleason. Outside the dock, Rogue was leaning against the car. Ethan walked over and saw the tears on Rogue's face in a trance. Johnny Silverhand, the scumbag man. Stop spraying feces at this time, V. Rogue's mood is not right, you should let it go back first. At the thought of having to go to the landfill, Johnny Silverhand didn't want to make Rogue sad again. Ethan said, Rogue, you have worked hard for you today. Rogue understood it. Ansesh didn't say a word. Got into the car and left directly. Johnny Silverhand, it's almost there, you can change back. Ethan couldn't wait for a long time in the dock area. After finding a tap at random, he washed his face with cold water. Ethan recovered himself, with sword brows and star eyes, just like his own handsome appearance. Taking out the Yeba Kusanagi CT-3X from the spatial storage, Ethan rode to the landfill. The landfill is a mess, and you can smell the stench even before you get close. Almost vomited like this kind of landfill. There are not many around Night City. Every landfill is filled with mountains of garbage, and there are huge landfill pits. Johnny Silverhand appeared, found a stone at random and sat down. Ethan took out a cigarette and lit it, then inserted the lit cigarette into the soil. Johnny Silverhand said, puzzled, what are you doing? Ethan said, the custom of offering sacrifices to the deceased in my hometown is to pour a glass of wine, put some tribute, and a cigarette at the burial place of the deceased to express consolation. It's interesting. Johnny Silverhand said, this is at least very real. Compared to some prayer chantunjet, it is much stronger if you understand it that way. The two started talking like this in the original plot. The task of chipping in was in the later stage. It was to get equipment for the protagonist and then officially take over as an alliance with Johnny Silverhand and launch a counterattack against the Arasaka Corporation. And now, this incident has become a matter of getting back something for Johnny Silver to prepare for his return. Fundamentally different. Johnny Silverhand also really understood the power of Ethan and was deeply shocked after listening to some ideas that Ethan told him. Johnny Silverhand thought for a long time before saying, "Back then when I joined the war as a soldier, I disobeyed discipline and lost an arm in the war. After I left the army, I put on a silver arm and embarked on a rock and roll dream again, forming a samurai to become Johnny Silverhand. I'm a rotten Guya terrorist, a violent man, always exhausting the expectations of everyone around me. And they're not even happy to stay with me. I've been like this for half my life, but God has eyes. At least I met you, with a legend like you. Everyone else will be overshadowed." Ethan said, a little unaccustomed to, if you have something to say. Sensationalism is not your style. Johnny Silverhand said, to be honest, it was the first time you took me out of the biochip. And you said that you could end the rule of the wasteland more directly and efficiently. At that time I thought you were blind. Just because I was afraid that it would be too boring for you to lock me back. So I went along with you, I've been with you for a long time. And I've seen your actions in the past few days. Well, you are the first person I admire, Johnny Silverhand. Maybe only someone like you can really make changes to this rotten night city. For the first time Johnny Silverhand said so much. Ethan just said, you don't even admire Morgan Blackhand. Morgan Blackhand. Johnny Silverhand recalled, that guy's strength is okay. But strength alone is not enough. I blasted the Arasaka Tower. And the Baron Company is still doing well. If you want to change one person's strength is not enough, tilde. Ethan said with admiration, Johnny. This is not like what you can say, it feels so inconsistent. Johnny Silverhand, damn it, I don't say anything special. Anyway, you understand the meaning. If you understand, you must understand. To put it bluntly, isn't it Johnny's sincere recognition? In this way, it is not in vain that Ethan spends so much energy to deal with these troubles. Sunshine Community top floor residence. After finishing a bunch of messes, Ethan can finally take a good rest during the rest time. I go to the skyscrapers from time to time. And then I soak in the room and play with my things. At the moment, Ethan's territory is finally taking shape. Now the flowing water of skyscrapers is connected to the Sunshine Community. And a small self-sufficient ecosystem has basically been realized. The layout of Night City is also positive. Currently at the helm of the Mox and Clouds is Judy, who is not worried about the internal instability. And Jack Wells has done a good job. Jack is righteous, with the reputation that Haywood has built over the years. And then with the name of today's legend. He can move among the major gangs very well. For the Voodoo Gang, for Ethan now, it is an existence that can be destroyed whenever he chose at any time. And the Animal Gunga group of muscle-obsessed fighters. Just give money and hormones and everything will be fine. It is no exaggeration to say that almost half of the underground world of Night City has traces of Ethan. If the eyes come to the company from the street, it is through Ethan's multi-way operation at present. He and Kang Tao have established a cooperative relationship. After the official launch of Night City Maglev project, the cooperation will be even closer. On the Militech side, the relationship is maintained well. With Stott and Sandra Dorset, plus Ethan's previous relationship, it can be said that everything is going well. The giants of Night City. Ethan managed to establish ties with two of them. So the potential threat of the dominant local power Arasaka is basically gone. After reviewing the recent clear targets, Ethan turned his attention to the bidding mighting in the next few days. There is no such thing in the game, therefore. Any change and development of the situation is unpredictable. And Ethan must be calm enough to deal with this big drama. Let's face the first open confrontation with Arasaka Corporation on the table. Caller reminder Kang Ethan's. Ethan picked up the phone and said, "Mr. Kang, if you have anything to ask your subordinates, just tell me you, the person in charge of Kang Tao in Night City. Contact me every day, Ethan. Good news. According to the information you provided, we have been able to make some deformations of the vibranium. And with the fusion concept you proposed, we have also found several metals that meet the conditions." Kang Ethan's voice was full of joy. "When are you free? Come inspect at Kang Tao's laboratory." Ethan said, "I'm free now." After the cooperation with Kang Tao, Ethan gave Kang Ethan some of the principles and essentials of vibranium in the most private way. "I haven't bothered to take a look during this period of time. But now that people have made some achievements, it is natural to have a look." Kang Tao Night City Research Facility outside Night City. An armed AV flew over slowly from the direction of Watson District. And after berthing to the apron, the hatch opened and a slender figure appeared. It was Ethan himself, after he promised to come and see. Kang Ethan personally sent an AV to pick up the people. All reception etiquette is the highest. After Ethan came down, he saw that the laboratory was surrounded by dense preclear targetion and control measures. 0 for Flowers 0. Those guards with live ammunition are equipped with firearms that are electromagnetically charged smart weapons. There are also some automated security units walking around. It can be said that Kang Tao's laboratory is like a military base. In the world of 2077, all big companies have not forgotten their core technological development when they are making great progress on the road of capital. If you want to dominate the capital market, you must rely on innovation and cutting-edge technology. Therefore, the laboratories of each company are the top priority. Ethan was escorted by the armed team and went straight to the laboratory. After going through a series of security checks and disinfection, Ethan was able to enter. The entrance is full of Kang Tao's most confidential research and development. Walking in Kang Tao's laboratory, Ethan's mood is indescribable. But one thing is good, 80% of the laboratories are Chinese. There is a sense of intimacy, Ethan. Surrounded by experts, Kang Ethan walked out of the secrecy area. The two hands were clasped together. Introduction. Kang Ethan introduced to his own people, "This one is Ethan." And everyone must be familiar with his face. He is also the legendary character of Night City V. And the discoverer of vibranium. Ethan, here are the experts from Kang Tao Company. Ethan is also very polite, shaking hands with everyone to say hello. Some elderly experts didn't care about the name of Ethan's legendary figure. But it was unusual to hear that he was the discoverer of vibranium. Everyone who can be Grandpa Ethan at his age is ashamed to ask questions like a student. After all, in scientific research respects whoever advances the field first. Fortunately, everything Ethan signed in was a complete set. So he wouldn't be exposed as a fraud, everyone. After discussing the theory, there will be time. Now the most important thing is to let Ethan go to see vibranium. After being told by Kang Ethan, Ethan was let go for a while. And then he was surrounded by him and entered the secret laboratory. Inside the laboratory, a fist-sized piece of vibranium was slowly deforming. The nearby metal samples next to the vibrating gold also produced a subtle chemical reaction. And it seemed that they showed signs of bonding. Ethan glanced at it, and then pointed to a piece of metal with a different color. "Give me all the information on this metal." 2. The vibranium that Ethan gave to Kang Tao for research was only a small sample. The purpose of its research is to use Kang Tao's exceptional ability to integrate resources, to find some metals with good hardness to fuse with vibranium. And it is naturally better to be able to generate new metals. It is not realistic to build the entire system from vibranium for the construction of intercontinental maglev. First, there were not enough extraterrestrial meteorites, and the South Pole will not have such a large amount of reserves, which the reserves could never justify the transport and mining costs. The second is not necessary. The rebuilding of the intercontinental maglev is just to restore transportation and resource distribution. And there is no need to use vibranium at all. So you just need to come up with some metal composites that are weaker than vibranium. And you can completely outperform every competing company. This is the consensus of Ethan and Kang Ethan's cooperation. And it is exactly what Kang Tao is doing. Ethan took a look. And among several metals, he was attracted by a metal that he had never seen before. Kang Tao's experts quickly retrieved relevant information. This metal is called irradiated alloy, as the name implies. It is the metal that is mined to the ore vein with serious nuclear radiation, and then extracted. In 2077, although technology has developed, but nuclear radiation is a devastating blow to resources. Without resource, nothing is nothing. So even polluted gold has to be mined. Li Layad, the person in charge of the vibranium project, Ethan. This irradiated alloy is far inferior to other metals in terms of physical and chemical properties. Ethan flipped through the information, watched it carefully for a while, and recovered all the shock in his heart, without revealing his excitement. Elder Lei, what is your opinions? Li Leia mobilized all kinds of materials. My opinion is not very useful. We are engaged in technical research and always proceed from reality and speak with data and facts. Ethan looked at the information reorganized by MRLI. And a metal identified as the strongest candidate in Kang Tao's laboratory was electromagnetic alloy. It is also used for recycling, which means that after some smart weapons or equipment are aged and damaged, their metal bodies have been saturated with residual electromagnetic charge. After these metals are recycled and smelted again, electromagnetic alloys are born. Ethan said this electromagnetic alloy, Mr. Li hurriedly explained, the electromagnetic alloy was originally created by Kang Tao. Because the resources are shrinking day by day, we have come up with a recycling process. Kang Tao should be the only company in the world doing this kind of research. And the electromagnetic alloy is also a secret project and has not yet entered commercial production. Hearing this, Ethan couldn't help but glance at Kang Tao. There is a reason why this up-and-coming company from Daxia has been able to achieve such a scale in 20 to 30 years. Ethan said, MRLI, have you done the experiment of combining electromagnetic alloys and vibraniums? Old Lee nodded and saw another researcher take out a special storage box, which was a brand new alloy the size of a fingernail. The results of the experiment are very gratifying. From a proportional point of view, a new type of alloy can be made by using vibranium at a ratio of 1 part in 10,000 and then mixing the electromagnetic alloy. This kind of hardness and various performance remained exceptional under extreme testing. Ethan said, Mr. Kang, I have nothing to add. Kang Tao's scientists have done all the steps very well. And then it can be directly mass-produced. Ethan, if you approve it, that gives us confidence, MRLI. Organize it, come up with a few stable experimental reports, and start mass production after Kang Ethan gave the order. He invited Ethan out of the laboratory. On the way, almost all the people cast their attention. After all, there are not many people who can stand side by side with the person in charge. Ethan said casually, Mr. Kang is the new alloy named. Kang Ethan draft up a few tentative names. Called Kang Alf, but I always feel that it is not very good. Why don't you give me one, Ethan? Ethan said, if Mr. Kang is not good at directivity, I suggest using the broad one. Like harmony alloy, as in peace and cooperation. Kang Ethan understood the wordplay and laughed heartily. As expected of you, let's call it harmony alloy. When leaving Kang Tao's laboratory, Ethan deliberately asked for some irradiated alloy. After Ethan hurried back to the Sunshine community, he directly entered the top-floor residence. Friday, start safe mode at the highest level. Ethan said decisively. The highest level safe mode is activated. Ethan went straight to the research room where the system checked in. and placed the glass tube containing the contaminated gold on the robotic arm. Then he took out a pen and paper to write calculations at a furious pace. Ethan only felt that his mind was racing. Thoughts threatened to slip away. After writing hard for half an hour, Ethan used a lot of scratch paper and filled page after page with dense formulas on it. If Kang Tao's researchers saw these manuscripts, they would probably be stunned. Ethan stopped writing. After leaving all your thoughts on paper, pour yourself a glass of water. Friday. Analyze all the ingredients and formulas of irradiated alloy. The robotic arm grabbed the glass tube and scanned it, and the dense code was automatically displayed on the large screen next to it. Ethan, it will take about 3 minutes. Go on. Ethan's eyes were full of throbbing as he looked at the constantly flipping tainted gold being held by the robotic arm. When he was in Kang Tao's laboratory, what Ethan saw was that the contaminated gold was not compatible with vibranium. Nor was it repelling but subtly merged together. This made him suddenly think of something. Adamantium alloy from Marvel weapons. The hardness is the same as that of vibranium, but the destructive power has risen a lot. Adamantium needs vibranium and some rare metals to fuse, and then smelts repeatedly after cooling. It's just that Ethan doesn't know the synthetic ratio of Edmund's metal. But Ethan knew it just now, 3 minutes later. The analysis results were also given on Friday. The analysis is successful. The trace radioactive elements contained in the contaminated gold are in an active state. Successful analysis. Dirty dyed gold and vibranium are in a highly compatible fusion state. Ethan's Friday's analysis confirmed his theory. From a technical point of view, Ethan is fully capable of developing adamantium by himself. Although it will not be as perverted as the original Marvel, it is estimated that it should be at the top-tier material here. Ethan didn't do it right away, although it is technically feasible to research adamantium by himself. But at present, Ethan's preparations are not enough, and he doesn't have time to start the project right now. Friday, store all data, restrict access to me alone. After walking out of the personal research room, Ethan asked the computer to call up the news channel 54. Famous Stan is doing some special coverage to restart the Maglev project in Night City for 2 days. Dear Night City viewers, I'm still the Stan you know best. In the past 2 days, all kinds of bizarre things are still happening in our Night City. But we all know what's the latest hot thing, yes. That's Night City's relaunch of the Intercontinental Maglev ceremony and the bidding meeting that was broadcast before. According to authoritative data, after the municipal government issued the order, various giant companies have already taken corresponding actions. And as far as I know, many experts have come to Night City. Also, the electronic stock prices of several companies have begun to climb steadily. And the company that can win the Intercontinental Maglev this time will also be a big victory in the stock market. Ethan watched Stan's analysis, but his attention was on stock market even in 2077. Capitalism has already dominated everything, and the fortunate outcome, like stocks, will naturally not wither. Ethan crossed his legs, his fingers beating on his knees. The bidding event for the Intercontinental Maglev has not yet started, and the stock price can respond. After all the bidding concludes, will it not skyrocket in? Ethan felt that he had to do something. Don't look at the big business now. But he doesn't have a company or business on the public side. Such a branch is very interesting. As long as he doesn't set up a company. No matter how rich, Ethan Ish is just a nouveau rich. Individual upstarts are not allowed to play in the capital market. And the forms are different. If Ethan wants to play a larger role, he needs to start a company as a public corporate vehicle. It's just that he himself has no idea of setting up a company. So he has to let the people around him go. Victor's clinic. Just after Victor installed a prosthesis for a person, he saw Ethan and Jack Wells walking in at the door. Victor took off his gloves and washed it in the sink next to him. Let me see who is here. It turns out to be the legend of our Night City. Jack Wells found a chair and sat down, and soon saw a bottle of wine on the table next to him. Victor, this wine is not bad. Every time the three of them talk about things, they basically have a drink. Victor said it seems that something is wrong. Let's open a bar. Jack Wells took the bottle and glass and started pouring. Victor, can we talk now? Ethan said straight to the point, Victor. Jack and I have already done very well in terms of reputation and some careers. And it's time to move on to the next stage. Victor said, indeed. The achievements you two have made are obvious to all. At first, Victor could not have imagined that Ethan and Jack Wells had achieved so quickly. These two guys are as fierce as taking medicine. Jack Wells raised his glass, let's go first. After taking a sip, Ethan said, Victor, Jack. What I'm about to say may sound unbelievable next. Victor and Jack Wells looked at each other with a puzzled look on their faces. Why should we be afraid? Stop keeping us in suspense. Ethan pondered for a while and said, aren't you all curious about what I did for a long time? Victor said, since the skyscraper was built. Jack has been busy dealing with the streets and the gangs. And you've disappeared, I'll tell you the truth now. Ethan said, actually, I have reached a cooperation with Kang Tao after a long time. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the Ripperdoc clinic changed. Victor and Jack Wells looked at each other. They never thought that what Ethan was doing behind his back could be so big. Kang Tao, the only existence in Night City that can wrestle with the Arasaka Corporation. In terms of smart weapons, it is even more outstanding. But this company is not so high-profile unexpectedly. Ethan could actually establish a direct partnership with them. Jack Wells F***KV, you are so awesome. I don't know what to say now except for being awesome. For a long time, Jack Wells kept active with the Valentino gang. And from time to time, he went to taping to practice a few brainless muscle people from the animals. And then occasionally went to clouds to sit. It can be said that Jack Wells has become a very powerful person. And he can settle things on the streets wherever he goes. I was thinking of showing it off in front of Ethan. But luckily I didn't say it. Compared to Jack Wells' excitement, Victor was shocked. But he remained steady. I remember Kang Tao should be a company in your country. Or a company with no negative assets, but I'm curious, V. What kind of cooperation have you and Kang Tao reached? Ethan said, do you know what the municipal officials? Restarting the Intercontinental Maglev project. Victor was stunned. Then took off his glasses. You mean your cooperation with Kang Tao is this Intercontinental Maglev project? Jack Wells chimed in, wait a minute. Why didn't I get it again? Victor explained, Jack. You should read more news in your spare time. The Intercontinental Maglev is some of the incomplete track routes in the city. Unlike the subway line, the Intercontinental Maglev connects not only Night City, but also other big cities or other countries. Most of the Maglev road has been destroyed by the corporate war more than 50 years ago. So it will be restored from now on. Jack Wells listened to a while, only half understanding where to go now. Isn't AAV, that's right. But not everyone has the conditions to ride in the aircraft. And in addition to transportation, the biggest advantage is resource integration and transportation. Victor is a skilled Ripperdoc with both education and boxing experience. And he can see through a lot of things in a few words. The expression on Jack Wells' face that he understood. In fact, did not fully understand. Victor looked at Ethan and said, V. If you actually reach a cooperation with Kang Tao, then you should have a larger plan, right? P.S. The original storyline. The Intercontinental Maglev project, SM devastated the Arasaka. And the major confrontation is all the way. Asking for all the data. And I want you to serve as the legal head of the company. Forget it, you continue to talk Anua. Hear the full proposal before deciding, huh? Victor suspected that he heard it wrong, V. This joke is not funny, I'm just a Ripperdoc. How could I possibly run a company? Jack Wells is not good at thinking about problems. He only knows that Ethan will not fool himself. Ethan said, Victor, I have considered all these issues. You listen to me first. Ethan nodded, I thought about it a little bit. My idea is to set up a new company to participate in this project. And this company is fundamentally different from other companies. And even if a company is established, the cyberware surgery and the magnetic levitation project seem to have nothing to do with it. First of all, it was a holding company. Ethan settled down in one sentence and said, "The company uses your name. But we don't need employees or office space. As long as we have a name. Then put this company into the maglev project and become 1% project partner." Victor frowned and pondered according to Ethan's words. He also roughly speculated, and then was frightened by his own thoughts. Victor said in a low voice, "V, are you trying to use the maglev project to influence the market? No matter how empty the holding company is. As long as the name goes well, it will be recognized by the stock market. And this is what Ethan wants." Victor V, what is your real purpose? Victor knew that with Ethan's layout, it was impossible to only reach this step. Ethan said, "What happened to the patient just now?" "Achilles tendon nerve repair is a minor operation." Victor replied. Ethan said he should owe a lot of medical bills, right? Achilles tendon nerve repair. Insignificant minor surgery. Victor said, "Why are you asking this, don't you think?" Ethan, "Otherwise, what do you think I'm going to do? Empty gloves and white wolf. To profit from speculative capital and then come to fill myself. I have a series of plans. I only need to put the company in your name into the project. And then we will set up a foundation for all the proceeds. Especially give free cyberware implants to those who are poor and need help." Victor looked at Ethan, only to feel that this guy suddenly seemed larger than life. "V, you know you're a freak, but that's okay. I've fought in underground boxing matches and been a ripperdoc. And it's not impossible to take on the role of the company boss now." After the plan was finalized, the registration and auditing of Victor Medical Assistance was handled by Jack Wells. In this era, registering a company is as easy as buying a hamburger. You only need to apply for a report and pay some registration fees. Then the municipal official will give a company code. Legally, a company becomes. Time flies, time passed quickly. The day of the Intercontinental Maglev Project bidding meeting has come. The bidding meeting was scheduled to be held in the City Hall in the center of the city. Before the meeting started, the city square was already full of people. There is no other reason in the arrangement of the process. Before the tender meeting, the atmosphere needs to be build excitement. And the one used to heat up the atmosphere is the super popular group that has officially entered Night City Market. The Us Cracks this time. The performance of the Us Cracks can be described as attracting a huge crowd. And the municipal officials are also very generous. Open the channel for free. And open the event freely to the public. This may be the first time that the city square has been so lively after so many years of restoration. On weekdays, ordinary people will not come or enter here. Before the concert started, the scene was already full of enthusiasm. The huge stage flashed back the photos of the members of the Us Cracks, as well as the song MV before the main performers comes out. People could not stop shouting in the crowded crowd. The straight black suits of Ethan, Jack Wells and Victor had a corporate appearance. Victor is wearing tinted glasses full of punk. My God, this popularity should overshadow the samurai. Victor usually doesn't think much about music. For so-called singer bands, it is limited to the martial arts band that was very popular more than 50 years ago. The styles are different. Jack Wells had already shaken while listening to the music. Johnny Silverhand and the Samurai belong to the kind of raw frenzy. Shouts and rushes directly into the soul. The rebellious spirit of rock. But Us Crack stands for electronic pop in the future. Jack Wells, who is usually stupid, has something to say at this time. Ethan teased, "Jack, I don't see that you are quite trendy." "It's a must." Jack Wells patted his chest and said, "If you ask Haywood about basketball, music or danceathy will tell you a name Jack Wells. You're still getting carried away with the praise." Ethan patted Jack. The three joked around and were nowhere in the crowd. At the same time, in the lounge prepared by the municipal officials for representatives of major companies. Some company representatives are already here. They can watch a performance of us cracks in the most spacious and comfortable room, and then hold a tender meeting. The people who can appear in this room are all giants. I really don't understand why the bidding committee wants to make such a fancy thing. Municipal officials want to build momentum, after all. The intercontinental maglev is the lifeblood of the city, and it is closely related to everyone in Night City. Compared with giving speeches on the streets, finding actors to stir up the heat is the easiest and feasible way. After the project starts, a large number of laborers will be invested in building the road, and the wool will come out of the sheep, and the basic operation will be done. I don't know who can take the lead on the project this time. Not surprisingly, it should be a Arasaka, right? I think Militech is also good, and Kang Tao should not give up this opportunity. It stands to reason that it is impossible to grow other people's ambitions and destroy their own prestige. But these people are very knowledgeable. They know that the company they work for is not at the same level as the three companies above. So it's just the truth. These companies are only fighting for the minutiae components of the maglev project. And they know the decision. After chatting for a while, the lounge door opened. Kang Ethan, the person in charge of Kang Tao, walked over with giant strides. And many company representatives all saluted Kang Tao, a giant in high-profile business and low-key business. Kang Ethan is also considered to be a good person, with a smile of social etiquette on his face. He found a place to sit down. Although other people can't say anything, it can be seen that many people's raised Erlang legs are put down. After a while, the door was pushed open again, this time. Two people came in. One was Arasaka Yorinabu, and the other was Arasaka Huazi. When the two walked in, almost everyone looked over, and some company representatives stood up slightly to show their respect. Arasaka Yorinabu nodded as a return gift, and Arasaka Huazi also responded appropriately to the preferences of each company representative. Hello, Mr. Kang, I'm Arasaka Huazi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Arasaka Huazi stretched out his hand towards Kang Ethan. As the saying goes, don't reach out and don't hit the smiling face. Kang Ethan also shook it lightly. Miss Huazi. She is a remarkable woman, Mr. Kang, really flatter me. Just as Arasaka Huazi greeted the representatives of the major companies, Arasaka Yorinabu sat in his seat without saying a word. There were extremely complex emotions flashing in his eyes. The city square is full of people. After the us cracks came on stage, the atmosphere was even more soaring into the sky. Ethan, Jack Wells and Victor were really among the crowd to watch the concert. Compared to going to the lounge to compete with those dead people for Oscar. Isn't she sweet to watch beautiful girls here? It's a bunch of sand mouths. Ethan let out Johnny's hand in a very wicked way. As soon as this guy came out, he was frightened by the crowd of people. When he saw the situation clearly, he scolded him directly. Johnny Silverhand, the three women on the stage were not even good enough for backing dancers 50 years ago. They are rubbish that grows on the assembly line. In addition to being a lunatica terrorist, Johnny Silverhand is also an exceptionally good vocalist. The samurai once led a group of people and was their spiritual food. Ethan, Johnny, are you sour? They are the top bands selected from around the world and then combined with neon culture and AI. They have already become popular all over the world. Am I sour? Johnny Silver wrapped his arms around his arms and said, what is intelligently arranged is not worthy of being called music. Although the mouth is not sour, but the words are already separated. The concert is still going on, and the three members of the Us Cracks, Red Menace, Blue Moon and Purple Force all have their own unique charm. And every look back at and every action can trigger a roar in the audience. Ethan is also happy to watch. These three girls are more beautiful than in the game. No matter how realistic it is in the games, it is still fake the real but in reality. How can you play without any capital? Jack Wells is also jumping up and down. These songs are not bad. They are quite emotional. Victor also said it's okay to touch new things occasionally. I personally prefer MVs. Jack Wells turned to look at Ethan. V, how about you? Ethan's very good, very good. The first concert of us cracks was very successful. And after singing and dancing for a while, the concert came to an end. The lucky fans of this concert will be selected soon. And those selected will have the opportunity to interact and take photos with the 3 girls of the Us Cracks. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fight for your character. Red Calamity, eyes love you. Blue Moon, look here, Purple Force. Purple Force, the eyes are so charming, I can do it. The fans in the square called a mass. The sound was deafening. First of all, thank you very much for coming to our concert. This is our first time landing in the American market. And the first time you come to Night City to meet everyone. The speaker is Blue Moon. Blue Moon's voice is very soft and gentle when she speaks. Her heart melts when she spoke. The two-dimensional board LAN projected behind her also moved synchronously. Next, we will draw a lucky audience and invite him to the stage. The voice felon lights flashed on the square. Swiping quickly on everyone, Blue Moon, stop. The lights are turned off and the lucky one is born. The view from Ethan's side in the crowd appeared directly on the big screen. The light directly covered Ethan's body. Please let the lucky audience come to the stage to interact with us. The 3 women said in unison, ah. Ethan never imagined that he was the lucky one. Under the envious, jealous eyes of everyone, Ethan took off his suit jacket and handed it to Jack Wells. Then stepped onto the stage and came to the 3 girls' side. Before Ethan could speak, he saw the eyes of the 3 girls straighten up. Their eyes stared straight at Ethan, to be precise. The clothes on Ethan's body, samurai leather jacket. Blue Moon, is this gentleman a fan of samurai? Red Menace, the texture of this dress is amazing. Purple Force, the restoration is so perfect. The 3 members of the Gang Lai band liked the former samurai band very much. Although the samurai band fell apart after the death of the lead singer Johnny Silverhand, those who love samurai feel that they have never left. I think so, Ethan said. Blue Moon said with a smile, we all like the samurai. Why don't we, mister? Stand between us, let's take a photo together. The game name scene has been changed in the game. It is Carrie's True Fragrance operation. Surrounded by 3 girls from the Us Cracks. The protagonist is in charge of taking pictures. Standing like a minion. Now it is Ethan who is invited to co-produce. Or in front of the crowded fans in the city square. Hatred and roe noodles are directly full. Cyber eggplant after the interaction. Ethan stepped down, and there were still many eyes staring at him. Ethan not only took a few photos with the stage, but also got the exclusive co-branded costumes of the Gang Lai band and the Q-version out-of-print figurines of the 3 girls. I already envied the separation of the wall. I will rob him after the game is over. And I will kill him with a single shot. Brother, didn't you wake up? You didn't see who he was. I'm jealous I don't see it clearly, but I don't care if he's F***** K, it's V, damn. Legends have come to snatch people from U's and it's cracked. Holding a bunch of things. Ethan came to the 2 of them, it's almost time. We can go to the lounge, in the lounge. All the company representatives watched the performance of the Us Cracks on the oversized electronic screen. Among them, Yorinobu's face is the most ugly. Because the interactive session of lucky fans just now was also broadcast. So the high-definition picture of Ethan also appeared. Even if the Arasaka Corporation had to spend a lot of money to suppress the incident at the Konpeki Plaza, reducing the impact was only a remedy for the situation. And in the company it was no longer a secret. The other company representatives didn't know how to speak. After all, the person just now assassinated Saburo Arasaka. It was a wonderful performance. We should applaud these girls. Hanako Arasaka broke the calm, and then took the lead in applauding. The other company representatives also applauded and echoed. And at the same time, they looked at Arasaka Huazi a lot in their hearts. As expected of the people of the Arasaka Corporation. Even in the face of a murdering enemy, he can be so calm. And he has done a great job on the surface. On the other hand, Yorinobu's state is very poor, and he can only reluctantly support. Arasaka Huazi said with a smile, because my brother has been working too hard on Arasaka Corporation's affairs during this time. His condition has suffered. Next, I will explain the attitude of Arasaka Corporation one by one. When everyone heard the words, they also agreed and asked Yorinobu to pay attention to his body. At this time, the door of the lounge opened. The city secretary walked in and said, "Representatives of the company, Mayor Ryan and the city councilors have arrived. Please move to the conference room. The Civic Center conference room. This is the symbolic peak in the center of the city, and it is also the witness of the center of power in Night City. Here you can see the buildings of the surrounding companies and the outlines of the residential areas in the distance. In a sense, this is the peak of Night City." Representatives of various companies walked in with the city secretary, and identity plates were set up on the huge conference table to indicate the position of the company. And the position in the middle is the position of Night City Mayor Lucius Rhine and several councilors. The city secretary said, "Everyone please sit down first. It will take about 10 minutes for Mr. Rhine." Representatives of the company and enterprises took their seats one after another. They all knew that Rhine had actually come a long time ago, and now he might be occupied in another room in a certain room. The reason for the empty time is nothing more than the deliberate show of importance. All were tacit. The seating area closest to the Shillong position is the Arasaka, Military Tech and Kang Tao. The three oligarchs won the share the project, and after the specific powers were divided, other companies would bid for suitable positions. Arasaka Kanako Mr. Kang is Kang Tao fully prepared this time. Kang Ethan heard what Arasaka Huazi meant, smiled and said, "If you want to bid with Arasaka Corporation, you must show some sincerity, Militech representative." The representative of Militech also said humorously, "Don't you two ask me," the words fell. And the three of them looked at each other at the same time, and then laughed lightly. The other company representatives next to him also echoed with a small smile. Before the arrival of the mayors, it can be said that only the oligarchs can speak. Because the world is very realistic. Your volume is determined according to your strength. The three major oligarchs are locked in a quiet struggle, and the representatives of other companies are also listening. After all, they must not stand behind the wrong team. 10 minutes later, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. Accompanied by the guards Lucius Rhine, the current mayor of Night City, and several councilors walked in swiftly. All the company representatives in the seats all stood up as a courtesy. "You're welcome, everyone, sit down." Lucius Rhine sat down at the main seat and said, "The little girls in the us cracks are too enthusiastic. And the people of Night City are also very enthusiastic. So some time was delayed on the road." A smile appeared on the faces of the company representatives, all of which let Rhine don't care. Decency is a passive skill of all successful people. Lucius Rhine, today's bidding event is of special significance. Not only is it a great day for everyone in Night City, but it is also a historical event that can be accomplished during my term of office. The significance of the intercontinental maglev, and all the families present here. The representatives all know that. So I won't go into details following Rhine's explanation. The secretary quickly called up some top-secret information. "Everyone please see the project preset map." Everyone looked up, and though a Ving map of Night City was directly projected in the middle of the conference room. In addition to the major areas above, there is a dense track route map. After the intercontinental maglev is restored, we can connect NUSA territory, NUSA regions and some remote cities as soon as possible. At that time, the resource transportation capacity of the entire Americas will be much stronger than it is now. So this project will be a shock to the world. And I know that many companies are not short of money in terms of capital. However, The intercontinental maglev project should not be a problem except for the capital chain. And the road design and critical construction materials must also be strictly screened. The official meaning of the municipality is that which company can provide the comprehensive and optimal plan. Then the lead authority will be decentralized. Ask for flowers 0, in a nutshell it is the best plan wins. After the conditions are opened, the problem is thrown on the head of the company. The representatives of other companies kept silent and waited for the discussion among the 3 oligarchs. Then let me come first. Militech representative of Militech said, everyone knows that the Militech company originated in NUSA. And where is one of the important contact points for the restart of the intercontinental maglev? If Militech is used as the project's sovereign company, then the major cities along the route and strategic locations, such as NUSA regions, will be more effective. Militech relies on the regional advantage, and the company's shares are held by New Milliken. So this is the best choice for the maglev project in the Americas to reduce the coordination costs. A male voice sounded, and the door to the conference room was pushed open. A strong opening argument, Lucius Rhine nodded and said, I wonder what surprises other companies have. Hanako Arasaka's eyes became playful. Kang Tao's lead project expert is really taking its time. Well, let's take care of it. Arasaka Huazi said politely, Mr. Kang, why don't Kang Tao come first? P.S. The plot of the bidding meeting is original. Because of the butterfly effect, some characters should not be compared with the game first. And also ask for the second data. Kang Ethan waved his hand and said, Thank you, Miss Huazai. For your humility, it's not that I don't want to speak, but that our project lead project expert just went to the concert and hasn't come back yet. 3 men in formal black suits appeared. Sorry for being late. Military technology company has built its strength, which is a top military industry enterprise. The most suitable materials must be used for the laying of maglev. And the top experts in road design in NUSA have been recruited to help. Ethan walked in with someone pushing the door, and then enjoyed the attention of everyone present of Night City dignitaries. Did I interrupt someone? Sorry, Ethan said casually. Victor found a place to sit on the side, while Jack Wells didn't move like a solid bodyguard. Arasaka Huazi and Arasaka Yorinabu's eyes shifted to Ethan almost simultaneously. The former is sharp, the latter is shocked. You could hear the needle falling in the conference room. And other company representatives probably knew it when they saw Ethan. It has to be a tense confrontation today, Lucius Rhine, who was sitting in the main seat, couldn't figure out why the security outside the door didn't stop him. Kang Ethan hurriedly said, Let me introduce to you. This is the lead project expert of Kang Tao's application for this project. I believe everyone here should be familiar with it. V, come and sit here in front of people. Kang Ethan still chose not to call Ethan's original name, but called the more familiar V, sorry. Ethan brought Jack Wells to the area of the Kang Tao delegation. Just 2 empty chairs. The delegation seated opposite is naturally Arasaka. At first Arasaka did not understand why among the 3 oligarchic companies, only Kang Tao appeared in charge, and there was no trace of project experts after completion. It was waiting here. Ethan took his seat, raised his eyes and looked at Yorinabu. This may be the first time Ethan meets Arasaka Yorinabu in reality. Arasaka Yorinabu stares at himself with a gloomy expression. And Arasaka Huazi obviously had to be a lot more restrained, and quickly took back his surprised emotions. No wonder Saburo Arasaka chose Nalik Shuan's body instead of Hanako. The difference between them was immediately clear. Arasaka Huazi, since the lead project expert of Kang Tao has arrived, then we will transfer the decision-making authority to Kang Tao. The cruelest irony is not between life and death, nor is it in front of you without knowing that I love you. Instead, he was sitting in the same conference room as the enemy who killed father. Smiling across the desk. It was a quiet but devastating insult, Kang Lindao, Mr. V speaks with Kang Tao's full authority. The others were slightly in an uproar. One person's meaning represented Kang Tao's meaning, even if the Militech next to it is still a waste. Their experts will only come out and answer the plan in detail. As a result, Kang Tao backhanded the lead project expert here. Ethan said as usual, Lion Shi. If Kang Tao comes up with the strongest proposal, then does he have the lead authority in the intercontinental maglev project? Lucius Rhine, of course. Restarting the maglev requires everyone's help. But there is only one lead authority. Whoever comes up with the best plan will naturally have the sovereignty. With Rhine's assurance, Ethan looked at the Arasaka Corporation opposite. To be precise, it was Hanako Arasaka in a certain sense. The current Hanako Arasaka is just executing some correction instructions from the Oracle Rizaburo. Mr. Kang, show everyone the design. Kang Ethan winked. And the staff on the side immediately took out Kang Tao's project chip and then inserted it into the projection slot. The projection in the conference room was changed and replaced with Kang Tao's version. On the projected maps, the intercontinental maglev of Night City and the routes connecting other places began to be redrawn, including every tunnel. Every bridge section is reflected in every detail. In the conference room, I can't help but sigh. As expected of Kang Tao, it can actually achieve this level of rote design drawings. It's so subtle, Kang Tao is still Kang Tao. I have heard before that the East is a big country with infrastructure, and it really lives up to its reputation. Is it true that the estimated material consumption of each tunnel can be calculated? Although it is inappropriate to say that, I am ashamed of such a design. When other small companies sighed, Militech representative of Militech was also not good-looking. Military technology relies on regional advantages and reliable road design. As a result, Kang Tao's road design was directly outclassed. Comparing the road design drawings of Militech with Kang Tao is to invite embarrassment. Lucius Rhine also discussed with a few members in a low voice. They did not understand the professionalism of road design, but they understood the budget, saying 10,000 yuan and 10,000 yuan can achieve 80% of the actual effect. And with the budget on the drawings, then tens of billions of Eurodollars can be saved. Clap, clap, clap. Arasaka Huazi applauded again, as expected of a major infrastructure country. Kang Tao's road design is really perfect. Arasaka Huazi directly skipped the design drawings presented by Arasaka Corporation and said directly, I believe that with the help of the road design drawings from Kang Tao, Arasaka will complete this project very well. As soon as this sentence came out, others were puzzled. He praised the road design of Kang Tao and removed the design of Arasaka Corporation. It's all like this. Arasaka Huazi is still the feeling that Arasaka Corporation must win. The situation suddenly got weird. Lucius Rhine laughed and said, It seems that bidding will surprise me a lot. The Arasaka Corporation chose not to show the design, but it looks like a winning ticket. Do you have any other secret technology? Lion, she will find out soon. Hanako Arasaka kept everyone in suspense after a while. The staff of the doorman brought in a box with the logo of the Arasaka Corporation. Arasaka Huazi pulled out the connecting wire in the palm of his hand and inserted it into the box and started to unlock it. After the unlock was successful, the box was opened, and a piece of dark blue metal appeared in front of everyone. The next thing I want to introduce to you is the mysterious metal found under the Japan at the Neon headquarters of the Baron Board Company. At present, the metal has entered the final development stage and can be served as a primary track material. Stiffness greatly exceeds the hardest known metal, and the cost is extremely low. After the trump card of Arasaka was lifted, everyone present could not sit still. Newly discovered metal. The existence of superior hardness and low cost, then. With this Arasaka Corporation, it is indeed qualified to surpass Kang Tao, however. Before Arasaka Huazi was comfortable for a few seconds, Ethan stood up from his seat and yawned. I thought your Arasaka Corporation was hiding some trump cards. That's all. Don't your Arasaka companies think that you can impress anyone with a piece of scrap iron? The reversal is too fast, like a tornado. Yorinabu directly stood up and said solemnly, I warn you, don't insult Arasaka Corporation. This guy finally got a sense of presence. But Ethan didn't even want to look at him. Yorinobu, you are no more useful than this scrap metal. Jack Wells slapped the conference table with a large black box. The black box was opened, and Harmony Alloy of Kang Tao also showed his face. In the conference room, the needle drop can be heard. All the company representatives present here are dumbfounded. Kang Tao also researched new metals. Kang Tao has directly matched the strongest advantages of the Arasaka Corporation and the Militech Company. To know some new materials that can be used. It will only come out with the help of extremely huge resources and research and development strength. Kang Tao, a company that will only go public in 2050. Why is it that giants and Militech compete? On the market in the background, Kang Tao is the youngest and least established. But how had Kang Tao achieved it? The representatives of the companies present here couldn't figure it out at all until they recalled what Kunlin had just said. The lead project expert means the meaning of Kang Tao. Jiva expert. In an instant, the eyes staring at Ethan became hot. Ethan can be said to be the central figure in the bidding. He entered the venue after the tender began, and then sat next to Kang Ethan, representing Kang Tao's meaning. After the road design crushed Militech, the trump card of Arasaka Corporation was countered instantly before it made a good appearance. Hanako Arasaka quickly restrained her shocked expression. She had been confined to the Arasaka estate in Japan until she became an adult. Hanako Arabajo was trapped in his home, taught himself advanced netrunning techniques, as well as business management and communication methods. She is going to be like her father Saburo Arasaka. So she must do her best. The Arasaka family refused to accept failure. And she refused to accept failure either. Compared with Arasaka Huazi, Arasaka Yorinobu was compared again. There was so much information that he couldn't even react. Huangban Huazi said with a smile, since Kang Tao has also researched new metals, let's rely on let the test results decide. Soon there were technical inspectors who took the metals of Kang Tao and Arasaka respectively and started to compare them with the data. Ethan suddenly said, it's just a waste of time to test. The metal of your Arasaka Corporation is downright rubbish. Just as bad as your company, shut up. Arasaka Yorinobu said angrily, Arasaka's tolerance is not a reason for you to wantonly slander. In the conference room, the smell of gunpowder instantly soared. Or the seasoned politician Lucius Rhine said in a roundabout way, everyone, don't be impatient. We are all for the good of the Maglev project. So there is no need to fight against each other. Municipal officials will not offend Kang Tao, nor will they offend Arasaka Corporation. Arasaka Yorinobu gritted his teeth and sat down again. No matter how angry he was, he had to endure it in this conference room. Ethan looked relaxed. The test results came out soon, and the data was undeniable. The hardness and adaptability of Kang Tao's Harmony alloy are far higher than those of the Arasaka Corporation. So it seems that things have been said. Arasaka Huazi also finally lost her composure this time, and hurriedly said, Lion Shi, although the hardness of Kang Tao's metal is good, but such metal must be expensive in the long run. It is still our Arasaka, sorry to interrupt. Ethan said. Arasaka Huazi's speech was interrupted again. And this time her gaze was not concealed at all. This is the second time. The second time Ethan interrupted her. Ethan provoked Arasaka's anger in such a light-hearted manner. But the fire soon disappeared. Here I remind Miss Huazi that the hardness of Harmony alloy not only far exceeds your metal, but the cost is lower than you can imagine. Because Harmony alloy not only doesn't want money, but can also actually generates indirect revenue. What? This time, the representatives of the subsidiary companies and the municipal officials could not sit still. Lucius Rhine, MRV, are you sure you're not wrong? Harmony alloy doesn't need money and still generates income. This is also to ask Kang Ethan again. Kang Ethan just said, Mr. V's meaning is Kang Tao's meaning. Lion Shi, I'm sure this is not exaggerating. Ethan also laughed a little, then the matter of the maglev project. Lucius Rhine will also have a problem. Kentao's root design and harmony alloy are both flawless plans. I think the residents of Night City will also feel that Kentao can complete the project successfully. This is the final decision directly, or the kind that is left no room for reversal. Other companies are happy and sad. Those who have cooperated with Kangtao feel that spring is coming. And those who cooperate with Arasakas and Militech are devastated. Night City has changed, Arasaka Huazi sat down weakly. She understood that Arasaka lost, just as Arasaka Yorinabu. Arasaka Huazi and representatives of the Arasaka cooperative companies were leaving. Ethan's voice sounded again. Wait from the Arasaka Corporation. I have something to announce. Everyone's heart was also stunned. And they had a hunch that there would be more explosive news. Ethan's gaze passed the crowd and glanced at Arasaka Yorinabu. And finally stopped on Arasaka Huazi. I want to veto authority on the maglev project. I reject the Arasaka Corporation to join this project. And from now on the maglev project will move forward to eliminate the Arasaka Corporation. Wow, the news was already at the level of a nuclear bomb. And the people in the conference room just felt numb. Obviously the parties are not them. But there is already a sense of substitution. For municipal officials, Ethan's announcement is explosive. But they are all fully within the agreed rules. As the sovereign company of the Intercontinental Maglev project, they do have this right. Huazi Arasaka's face was ashen. He stood there for a few seconds and finally left quickly. When he was leaving, Yorinabu Arasaka looked back and forgot to take a look. His expression was complicated after the bidding meeting. The process and final result of the bidding meeting were also broadcast by famous host Stan. Audience 1 companions when I got the press release. My hands trembled when he read it. This is the first time that Stan has felt this way in so many years of work. You must not miss the next news. The bidding for the Intercontinental Maglev project organized by the municipal government has ended perfectly. And the sovereign company responsible for this project is Kangtao. You heard that right, it's that Kangtao. And the next news is the most exciting. At the bidding meetings, Kangtao voted against the Arasaka Corporation and kicked the Arasaka out of the game. The Arasaka is out, God. Even if Johnny Silverhand blew up the Baron Tower 50 years ago. The Baron Company has never stopped its projects and business. As for this Intercontinental Maglev project, the Arasaka Corporation is a passerby, which will record Night City or the history of the world. I know that you who saw this news should have picked up the bar and had a drink. And Stan will consider having a glass of V-wine after get off work. As an independent news station and host, Stan does not need to take into account some comments, which may be the reason why people still watch the news occasionally. Listen to Stan, there is always good news. Night City major bars. With the broadcast of News Channel 54, many bars erupted in cheers. I'm going. Kangtao won the Intercontinental Maglev project. Although none of the companies is good, it's better to let Kangtao handle it than the Arasaka. Am I the only one who noticed? Arasaka Corporation not only failed the bid, but was also kicked out of the game. Haha, the boss will have another V-wind. Johnny Silverhand didn't let Arasaka stop his business V. He has started to compete with Johnny Silverhand. I think it is very likely to be beyond. Give us a few more V's and Jacks. While the news was spreading wildly outside, the talents in the conference room in the center of the city slowly dispersed. Arasaka Corporation has long been shameless. Arasaka Huazi and Arasaka Yorinabu rushed into the moving car and left. However, the remaining companies were also stopped for interviews. Ethan was not interested in things like being on TV. After pushing the entertainment to Kang Ethan, he returned to Watson District with Jack and Victor. Along the way, all three were in high spirits. Jack Wells, Victor, you probably didn't notice that when I took out Harmony Alloy. Yorinabu's face turned so Darko can't even see it. Victor, it's funny but it's funny. But you also have to be careful, V. You are so angered by the Arasaka Corporation. Aren't you afraid of their counterattack? Ethan closed his eyes and said, it's not that easy. The Intercontinental Maglev project has a huge chain of interests. And the City of the Night has an official backing. So it's impossible for Arasaka to stand on the opposite side. And Kang Tao is also a giant. And they won't let them mess around. As for my personal safety, I don't have to worry about it. Watson District is now home to Militech Research Facility No. 2 of Militech. If the Arasaka Corporation wants to move, it has to weigh it. As for me, not to worry. Ethan smiled, he showed off, then backed it up. But every cupping is based on having absolute control over the matter. After returning to the Sunshine community, everyone is busy. Victor went back to the Ripperdoc Clinic. And Jack Wells went to the divination room to help Misty. Ethan came to Brandon's studio with ease and found that Judy was watching the replay of News 54, V. Seeing Ethan walk in, Judy smiled and gave her a direct kiss. The news said that you directly eliminated the participation of the Arasaka Corporation in the bidding meeting. Ethan said, that's right, hahaha, so relieved. Judy hung on Ethan like a koala. The two came to the sofa crookedly and sat down. Ethan said, it seems that you also hate Arasaka Corporation. Judy, actually I don't like any company. But it's the way things are now, some things can't be changed. And all companies are the same. I can't get used to it because of black braindances. For the few years the Tiger Claws managed clouds. They would even work with scavengers to do all types of black braindances. And the Tiger Claws was able to expand so much. Didn't it also benefit from Arasaka's support from the Arasaka Corporation? Ethan smiled and said, then I should be the kind of person you hate. Judy, did you do something wrong to me? Ethan briefly told Judy about the Victor Medical Aid Company. And Judy looked at Ethan with her head held high. V. He really deserves to be the man she loved. Cut speculators in the capital market. And then set up funds to save people in the 2077 where people eat people. Dare to be the first to be cool. When Ethan and Judy stayed together, they were very happy. Such a cool sister, the leader of the Mox and Clouds. Is a gentle and affectionate in front of Ethan. Judy leaned against Ethan's arms and could not help but see Ethan's arm. Judy tattooed on the arm, V. Judy's tone changed. Didn't you say you wouldn't get a tattoo? Then what is this? Ethan is also very knowledgeable and said, how about getting marked for you? If Judy found out, he would go to the strip club to have fun in order to help Johnny Silverhand. It is estimated that you will not want to touch it for a while. The two were very tacit and did not speak. And then began to be intimate. Konpeki Plaza penthouse suite. After rushing back from the outside, Yorinobu Lai went straight into the room and started drinking. Followed by Atom Smasher. Although the Atom Smasher has been by his side for many years, Yorinobu is still very worried about this living weapon. But Yorinobu is sad that he can only follow this guy by his side. This guy is inhumane. And just reluctantly remains a servant because the Arasaka can provide high-tech. After that incident, the Konpeki Plaza was quickly repaired with, and Yorinobu still hasn't changed his place to live. Atom Smasher walked out of the room after hearing the words, while Yorinobu was holding the wine glass and looking at the position of the TV wall. Lost in thought, heavy hammer go out, I'm going to rest. In the eyes of most people, Yorinobu is a violent person. When it comes to people, things, and the company, not saying a word will make you angry, in fact. The real Yorinobu is very calm. And the eyes behind his eyes are unwavering. Yorinobu looked at the location of the TV wall while drinking and drinking. Not long ago, it was Saburo who strangled him in this position. After he strangled Saburo, Arasaka Yorinobu was forced into power during the crisis and got more rights of the Arasaka Corporation. Because of this, he discovered that the ugliness of the Arasaka Corporation far exceeded his imagination. That devil like Saburo can do things like this. This is no longer something that Arasaka Yorinobu can use to solve through reckless rebellion. Not to mention that Arasaka Huazi has also come to his side. Even though Hanako Arasaka concealed it well, How could he be mediocre when he was born in a ruling dynasty? From today's bidding meeting, it can be seen that Hanako Arasaka has the characteristics of a superior. After all, this sister of my own is far from ordinary. Yorinobu Arasaka took the wine bottle to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking down at the night view of Night City, I couldn't help but think of the scenes at today's tender meeting. Yorinobu said to himself, "It's a fortunate outcome that you can't get your hands on the intercontinental maglev project." Sunshine Community top-floor residence. After the bidding for the meeting came to an end, Ethan was free again after all. The maglev project has been stabilized, and the related matters will be followed up by Kang Tao. He can completely ignore it and be free. Johnny Silver leaned against the window and smoked a cigarette. "You've done enough. And you actually kicked out the Arasaka Corporation." Ethan said, "Where does this go?" "It's just the first step to make Arasaka Corporation uncomfortable. If it is disgusting to say that preventing Arasaka Corporation from taking a share of the maglev project is the disgusting first layer. Then the second layer is to use empty gloves to profit from speculation of the capital market. Johnny Silverhand, you're a guy with such big steps. Aren't you afraid of making mistakes, Ethan?" "Johnny, people's brains are not born to ponder strapping nukes to yourself. I can't win with you." Johnny Silverhand no longer wanted to scold people. And scolding people would only make it worse. If you have nothing to do recently, don't you do me a favor?" Johnny Silverhand said suddenly. Ethan said, "Speak." "I thought about it carefully. I still have to find alt. But the messy AI and network in the cyberspace are too chaotic. I can't do it alone." Johnny Silverhand said, "Maybe you can help me for a moment." Johnny Silverhand's obsession with not resurrecting is alt. Once he is resurrected, he basically loses the chance to see alt again in cyberspace. Whether you can see it or not, at least try it. Can't regret is the real rebirth. Ethan sat up from the sofa and said, looking for alt. Small problem if it is mentioned by Johnny Silverhand. Taping Zhu can finish the unresolved Pacifica thread. The Voodoo Boys has technology anyway. And they are also committed to breaking down the Blackwall. This would save considerable effort. After a brief tidying up, Ethan rode the Yeba Kusanagi CT-3X straight to Taping Prefecture. A few hours later, Taping arrived. Like the last time I was there was war-torn appearance and sporadic gunfire accompaniment everywhere. This time, the purpose of coming to Taping Prefecture is much simpler. Ethan first went to the Grand Imperial Mall, which was still occupied by the animals of the animals. When Ethan walked in, the members of the animals who were in intense training also stopped. Then the Sasquatch hurried over, MRV. Ethan only felt that his eyes were hotter. The Sasquatch had a lot even more muscle than the last time he saw him. And his life would be looked dangerous enough to shorten anyone's life. "How are you doing recently?" Ethan asked Sasquatch. "Mr. V still has some money remaining. And the hormone supplement is also sufficient. And everyone is very happy to practice. As for the Voodoo Boys, as usual, I often send people to stay nearby, but that's all it can do." Ethan understood but only found it funny. Having mastered the top hacking technology, the Voodoo Boys who can kill people in an invisible way with random remote intrusions is stunned that there is no way to use animals to help these brothers and sisters. "Johnny Silverhand, is there a way to find alt here?" Ethan said, "The Voodoo Boys is the strongest independent netrunning group of the people who have mastered the internet apart from companies and enterprises. They have been developing the cyberspace all the time. And using their channels will do more with less." After speaking with Johnny Silverhand, Ethan came to the center of the animals' members. Muscle Brothers are all waiting aside, waiting for their departure. Ethan took out the money chip and handed it to the Sasquatch. "Here is 100. $0 I can buy something better later." The Savage King took over the money chip and wanted to be Ethan's loyal follower. "It's really nice to have someone like this. And you can exercise to your heart's content." Savage Wang said, "MRV, what do you need us to do?" "Do what you are best at and go to a different place to exercise." Ethan said Batty's hotel, the Voodoo Boys' lair. Placide was working at a terminal when a Voodoo Boys hurried over. Placide, something happened, what's so panic? Placide has always been calm and calm. No matter what the facts are. Which is why he can be the second in command of the Voodoo Boys. The whole taping state is under the eyes of the Voodoo Boys. What is there that they don't know, the animals? The people from the animals came out and are rushing to the Batty's hotel. With the weapons in hand, what? Placide hurriedly tapped the keyboard and invaded the monitoring of the intersection near the Batty's hotel through the subnet Poseidon. Sure enough, a group of animals on the road walked towards this side. These brainless, muscular people from the animals are getting stronger again. And their muscles are shining in the sun. The people of the animals rarely make trouble on the streets. And even if they are dispatched in groups, no one will find it unusual, Placide frowned. Is the animals going to start a fight? Why would a guy who only has exercise in his mind start a fight? Logically, I can't figure it out. This is also the most troublesome. As long as the people of the animals can modify their brains, Placide can remotely invade the nerves of those stupid big people with the use of local subnet. Burn to death. Placide made an absolute decision in an instant. Bring the guy and find a few people at the door to see if I can find the net monitor dog. Placide, these people must have been instigated to do things that surround us with the limited strategic thinking of the animals. Someone instigated, is it a net watch dog? 80%. Like the doll Evelyn Parker trying to make a fuss over the Voodoo Boys. But animals only train muscles. In a head-to-head battle, the Voodoo Boys is no match. Didn't I come before the Voodoo Boys could attack? Ethan brought the Sasquatch here. The appearance of Ethan directly disrupted Placide's train of thought, especially when the Sasquatch was behind him. The Sasquatch was standing respectfully behind him. Her eyes swept away, and everyone in the Voodoo Boys trembled. The Voodoo Boys directly pulled out their pistols. But unfortunately, there was no deterrent. The Sasquatch looked around, directly found the vending machine next to him, and then lifted it up, feeling like it would come over at any time, RUV. Since Ethan did not change his face this time, but appeared in the most real appearance. Placide only felt a little strange. Did you instigate it after the animals? Even if he recognized Ethan as a new legend, Placide returned to his former arrogance in the next sentence. For the Voodoo Boys, the status of a person is meaningless. How can you use the word instigation? Ethan said they are just exercising. The other muscular men also came in from the door one after another. While walking while holding dumbbells, the Savage King lifted the vending machine over his head and practiced heavy lifting. The people who came out of the Voodoo Boys saw this scene, and they were a little dazed. Why did the animals come here and put on some bodybuilding poses? Ethan, I'm discussing cooperation with your Voodoo Boys. Placide, we Voodoo Boys are not interested in cooperating with you. Ethan came to Placide on his own and found a chair to sit down. Not even if it concerns the relic, Placide, relic. Ethan said, you entrusted Evelyn Parker to steal the relic chip from the Arasaka Corporation. But a lot of effort was wasted and now the chip is in my hands. What do you Voodoo Boys say? Placide is silent. The goal of the Voodoo Boys to Relic is clear. But after being played by Evelyn Parker, Relic fell into the eyes of others. Watson District is another gang's turf. And given that some of the Voodoo Boys are not considered very aggressive, but how could they not want a Relic? How can the long-term objective of the Voodoo Boys go forward without Relic? Placide, show me the Relic, you don't deserve it. Ethan said, you don't have the authority to negotiate to me about cooperation. Let Mam and Bridget come out, what did you say, ugh? When Placide's voice became cold, the members of the animals on the side made some new movements. Placide could only swallow the extra words back. It seems that our cooperation can only be in vain. Ethan said and got up and left. Wait a moment. At this moment a female voice sounded and Mam Bridget, the boss of the Voodoo Boys' lair, slowly walked out. You want to cooperate with us, Relic? Ethan said, accurately speaking. It's to offer you an opportunity anyway. It's not that I want Johnny Silverhand's engram to reach alt. The secret objective of the Voodoo Boys was revealed in one sentence. And Mammon Bridget's eyes were also cold, filled with killing intent. Ahoy. The members of the animals let out another roar, knocking down the murderous aura of the Voodoo Boys to pieces. Mammon Bridget, what's your purpose then? Ethan said, I'm going to see alt too. That's why I said I'll offer you an opportunity. Mammon Bridget, can I see Relic first? Ethan shook his head. Is your Voodoo Boys used to being arrogant? It's me who gave you welfare. Your Voodoo Boys would not be able to find alt without me. So where is your turn to make conditions? Mammon Bridget said, well, I believe you, then we should. Halfway through the story, Mammon Bridget was stunned. This guy is coming. Why is there a savage king standing behind him? Ethan said, I've thought about it carefully. It's a little unsafe to enter the Voodoo Boys' lair alone. So I'll bring a one companion and I'm very measured, you see. I'll bring a person. Placide almost broke his teeth. It's so shameless. With the rumored strength of smashing Adam's hammer. Who is so dangerous, and if you bring anyone casually, you will bring the strongest savage king. Isn't this a mentality? It seems that other people in the Voodoo Boys have opinions on me. Ethan said, placid. Mammon Bridget opened his mouth. Get out of the way, let Mr. V and the Sasquatch in. This may be the feeling of having a bargaining chip and can wantonly trample on the rules of others. Before entering, the Savage ordered, when I'm not here. Everyone's training must not be slack. Task for Flowers 0. It is good. The voices of the members of the animals nearly shook the roof of the Baddies Hotel. Placide could only watch the backs of Ethan and the Sasquatch. And he had to watch Philosophy Fitness at the door. The members of the Voodoo Boys are not many. And those who can join the gang are top Haitian hackers. Following Mammon Bridget's footsteps, Ethan came to the church where he had first entered. The core of the Voodoo Boys is just below the church. You can go directly to the office through the secret road. This is the original platform of the Intercontinental Maglev. There is still an abandoned train car parked on the track. Walking into it, you can see dense machines and equipment. And members of the Voodoo Boys are working in front of the equipment. Johnny Silverhand, this place looks good too. Ethan said, the Voodoo Boys is the strongest netrunning capability outside the corporations and the Netwatch. Johnny Silverhand, the machines in the Arasaka are not much different from those here. V still has your tricks, so force it. You still think about how to talk after meeting alt. Ethan said, Johnny Silverhand, if you can find it, let's talk about it. After a while, Mammon Bridget's footsteps stopped. Ethan also took out the nanoparticle storage case from the spatial storage. When Mammon Bridget saw the relic biochip, his eyes went straight. Mammon Bridget, we need to intercept some of Johnny Silverhand's consciousness and transmit it to the Blackwall. If you want to enter, we need to prepare 2 engrams and 2 dedicated servers. Which will take some time. It's okay, I need some time. Mammon Bridget got busy with Relic while Ethan called out. Friday, take over all the Voodoo Gang's equipment. And also simulate my nanoparticle personality data. Connecting to the Voodoo Boys network. The connection is successful. Searching for cyberspace coordinate data. Collected successfully. Creating nanoparticle personality data. Created successfully. Assimilating source code terminal instructions. Stabilizing the exclusive data channel unknowingly. The core network of the Voodoo Boys is already in the shape of Friday. The Voodoo Boys' work efficiency is very high. And it took only 10 minutes to prepare the equipment and connect everyone to cyberspace. Mammon Bridget came to him with a computer and explained, in cyberspace, your neural consciousness will control everything you do there. Your brain will operate at extreme speed. If you don't take measures, it could burn out. So you have to lie down in the bathtub. The Voodoo Boys has very high-tech equipment like a company. And when there is no such thing as a cooling suit, the ice water in the bathtub is the best choice. It was crude but effective physical cooling. Ethan, who is familiar with the process, stepped into the ice water. and instantly icy coldness swept through his body. "Ma'am and Bridget, I have to connect to your personal neural link." Ethan took out the link cable from the palm of his hand and inserted it into the slot of the computer. Johnny Silverhand appeared next to him. "They want access to my engram. And also take your personal link and you're not resisting." "It's not so necessary," Ethan said. "The cyberspace built by the Voodoo Boys is already fully constructed, which can save a lot of challenge them and go directly to the edge of the black wall. And that they can only access the information I allow them to see." Arrived impressive. Johnny Silverhand had nothing to say. Ethan was not worried at all about being investigated, or what the Voodoo Boys would do. A gear who can bypass the biochip and directly activate Johnny Silverhand's consciousness without activating the relic. The means at his disposal are much higher than those of these Haitian hackers. "Ma'am and Bridget then will start now." After she finished speaking, she also lay down in the hacker chair next to her, and her confidant placidity instructed the others to officially open the cyberspace and transmit the neural personality data. Ethan closed his ice end in the next instant. His thoughts went directly under the ice water. Then he entered the endless void of cyberspace. Cyberspace is also a data network space. The vast and seemingly bottomless, and those streams of data flickering beside them. "Welcome." Johnny Silverhand was like returning to familiar ground. "This is what this ghost place looks like. God knows how many years I've been there." Ethan walked in the cyberspace and looked around. The screen effects of the game are good, but not at all comparable to the real thing. Being in cyberspace like being in the universe. The feeling of emptiness and emptiness is everywhere. Surrounded by meteor-like streams of data and light spots are rogue AI. Johnny Silverhand, these AIs are all kinds of strange things. And it would be very challenge them some if they were entangled. Ethan said rogue AI is also conscious. Johnny Silverhand said it's not so evil. It's just that rogue AIs are wandering freely through cyberspace, and they will occasionally attack other AIs to strengthen themselves, so as to grow beyond the limits of their original code. Ethan understands that this is similar to cell division and reassembly. Virus breeding and killing at this time. In the empty space in front of him, the neural consciousness representations of the red digital avatar Ma'am and Bridget and a few Voodoo Boys members also appeared. Ma'am and Bridget's physical coordination was slightly delayed because of the network lag. But fortunately, there was no delay in speech. "Ma'am and Bridget we need to capture a fragment of Johnny Silverhand's consciousness. But this process needs to use your neural consciousness as the carrier." In the original plot, the protagonist's entry into the cyberspace was controlled by the Voodoo Boys. The protagonist enters the cyberspace and directly substitutes into the memory fragment of Johnny Silverhand and Alt. But now it's different. Ethan takes the lead when it comes to entering the cyberspace. To intercept Johnny Silverhand's data, they can only request permission. Ethan said calmly, "Just watch and prepare." Although he could see that Ma'am and Bridget wanted to use him directly as a test subject. It didn't matter. Ethan, who is now in Cyberpunk, is simply the nano-personality neural data simulated on Friday. This time, Ethan held complete control. Ma'am and Bridget also said a lot. "Our ice is strong and secure channel. The data fortress is connected directly to the deep net. You don't have to worry too much." Ethan almost laughed out loud. He just let the Voodoo Boys be a convenient intermediary because he was too lazy to find it himself. Minute by minute, Ma'am and Bridget has merged Johnny Silverhand's neural data with Ethan's neural data, officially entered into the memory segment of Johnny Silverhand. The memory shifted back to 2023. Johnny Silverhand is performing with Samurai in a bar. After the show, Johnny Silverhand and the band's friends had a big fight. After returning to the loungeth lover, Alt Cunningham appeared. "Ethan, this kind of atmosphere seems to be hardly suitable for children." Johnny Silverhand, "Enjoy the privilege, kid." "How many people want to see Johnny Silverhand?" Ethan, "I just like girls, Luo." The consciousness of the two people at this time is synchronized. So in the memory segment, All the sensory experiences during the retrospective process are also synchronized. Ethan was forced to experience the uncomfortable intimacy of sharing another man's memories. After coming out of the lounge, the two were still arguing. Johnny Silverhand complained that Alt took himself seriously and always wanted to teach him. And Alt thinks Johnny Silverhand is too selfish. Reckless and selfish. But even in such a low-pressure atmosphere, in the face of the provocation of the gangster, Johnny Silverhand drew his gun angrily. After blowing apart the skulls of several gangsters, there was a sharp pain in the abdomen, and the two mantis knives directly pierced him. Johnny Silverhand can only watch Alt be taken away. The memory fragment ends here. Johnny Silverhand said wickedly, "How is it? How does it feel to be stabbed?" Since the consciousness of the two of them is synchronized at this moment, then they are comfortably, they will suffer a little. Ethan, no, I can adjust the pain in my consciousness, and it will not hurt if I lower it all. Johnny Silverhand, shit. The memory fragment continues. After Johnny barely survived with hands, he formed a plan to rescue Alt. Mammon Bridget, thank you for the relic and your contribution. But now you're useless, let's go to hell. After transferring the memory fragment to the Blackwall, Mammon Bridget activated a hidden program. The memory fragment ends again, and time returns to the cyberspace. Regardless of the dissuasion of everyone around him, he set out without hesitation of bombing the Arasaka Tower with Rogue and a few like-minded people. It's just that when I find Alt again, the Alt was already gone. He first made a portable nuclear device, and then gave a farewell show. The rogue AI running around attacked Ethan. The meanings of Ethan and Johnny Silverhand are separated. In the original plot, there was no voodoo boys that turned against the water. These gears were all erased by Alt on the other side of the Blackwall. And now there are new changes. Mammon Bridget was still too young to think he could overpower everyone involved. Johnny Silverhand grass. These people are going to kill the donkey. Johnny Silverhand knew about the challenge thems of rogue AI. And now all the rogue AI around him are gathered by the voodoo boys. Ethan said with an expression as usual, "You have not seen Alto yet. So you betrayed their disposable tool." Mammon Bridget, Alt is the love of Johnny Silverhand and uses Johnny and fragments of her memory as bait. Sooner or later, but you're crazy. I want you to know that any legend is useless in front of the voodoo boys. And anyone who dares to hinder the voodoo boys will die. So that's how it is. Ethan stretched out his finger and lightly tapped. And the rogue AI around him seemed to have pressed the pause button. Mammon Bridget is like a ghost, no, impossible. How can you control the rogue AI? The voodoo boys' technicians just collapsed. Even they need to spend a lot of energy to guide the wild AI. As a result, Ethan can be fixed with just one finger. Do you think that you can eat me by doing something in my conscious body through my personal link? Ethan said slowly, Mammon Bridget. You may not know why you woke up last time. Ethan's words without beginning or end directly made Mammon Bridge fall into an ice cave. Last time they went to war with the webmaster. She and Placidy were both trapped. Or the crisis that Placide finds mercenaries to relieve. Hard to do, Mammon Bridget, you're a net monitor dog. Internet monitoring, they don't deserve me to join. Ethan smiled and said, I just want to clarify that your voodoo boys has been a fish on a chopping block since a long time ago. Ethan snapped his fingers before that. The nanoparticle device Ethan had previously planted received an instruction to detonate. Explode with a snap of your fingers in an instant. Mammon Bridget's neural data was directly detonated, and the rogue AI around it moved, slamming into the neural consciousness of the Voodoo Boys members. The scene turned sharply in an instant. Those rogue AIs who were going to attack Ethan and Jack Wells all rushed towards the members of the Voodoo Boys. Before there was even time to scream, the consciousness of Mammon Bridget and the core members was directly erased. At the same time as the digital consciousness is erased, the physical body will also die out. Voodoo gangs are a thing of the past. Johnny Silverhand is these gears just dead. Ethan said if the neural consciousness is erased, it is naturally impossible to live. Johnny Silverhand, it's really dangerous to make an enemy of you. This is what Johnny thought. And it is really stupid to be an enemy of such a gear. Johnny Silverhand said, without these gears. Our next thing. Ethan said, don't worry, your old friend is here. The horizon in front of him was instantly replaced by red. And the entire cyberspace detonated. The originally dark cyberspace was transformed into a red data stream. An infinitely long and infinitely high black wall composed of thousands of rogue AI appeared in front of the two of them. Johnny Silverhand took a deep breath as a digital life form. He was afraid of this huge amount of rogue AI. V, are you not afraid of anything? Johnny Silverhand asked Ethan with a calm expression and couldn't bear it. Afraid, Ethan looked at the black wall, which was really shocking in terms of visual effects. But that's all. Even if the black wall destroys the cyberspace itself, it only destroys a bunch of nanoparticle data. Ethan said, your old friend is right behind this black wall. If you regret it, we can go back the same way, repent. It's absolutely impossible to repent. Johnny Silverhand said, Alt is right behind. Even if he dies, I have to go in and see, let's go then. Ethan and Johnny Silverhand came to the black wall. When they approached the black walls, the rogue AI didn't mean to block it, and just opened the channel like a ripple. Ethan passed through the black wall, and the horizon in front of him was washed in red light. Shrouded in the boundless black world, a huge, enormous feminine figure of light synthesized like a ray of light came out of the black world. Johnny Silverhand recognized this familiar feeling and hurriedly said. Alt's voice was loud but without any emotion. Alt looked down at the two of them and said, you can't stay here. Just when Alto was about to send the person to the other side, Ethan said, Alto, if you are worried about these rogue AI outside the black wall, then you don't have to worry. Even if the entire black wall is pressed down, it doesn't matter. You and Johnny talk slowly. Alt's raised hand slowly put it down. Although she has no facial features at this time, she can feel that Alt's attention has directly ignored Johnny Silverhand. Johnny Silverhand said, Alt, I came all the way from cyberspace. You sensed me. So you didn't let the rogue AI of the black wall stop it. So we're still friends, right? Before meeting Alt again. Johnny Silverhand thought about a lot of lines, apology, pleading free and easy, or dashing. No matter what kind of rhetoric I have thought about. Some words are hidden for half a century. But when he really saw Alt, he couldn't say a word. I can only casually say the opening remarks that even I feel embarrassed to wear the core of the earth. I recognize the imprint codes, but I don't know why you're here. Of course I'm here to find you. I always wanted to tell you that after you were taken away by the Arasaka Corporation, I didn't give up on you after recovering from the wounds. I found a portable nuclear device, and then smashed into the Arasaka Tower. But I was still a step too late when I found you. Arasaka had already bound your neural consciousness to the Soulkiller program. I'm sorry I couldn't save you back. When Johnny Silverhand said this, his tone was very sad. Seeing his woman being taken away is helpless. Such a thing is over. Johnny Silverhand has never had any regrets in his life. He believes that he can lose everything and give up everything. But only in the case of Alt. Even if it is more than 50 years apart. Even if it is separated by life and death. Johnny Silverhand didn't give up either. When he finished saying this, the whole person seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, finally. The words that could not be said were spoken. Even if the consciousness died out, it was worth it. Alt, but what you said is not enough to explain why you came here. Johnny Silver took off his glasses and said, I spent a lot of effort to cross the black wall and want to explain to you what happened back then. Is this your attitude? Alt, then what should my attitude be? Johnny Silverhand said, Alto. I stormed Arasaka Tower for you, Alt, it's your fault. Compared with Johnny Silverhand's piercing heart, Alt has a calmness that is inhumanly distant. Ethan said, Johnny, the Alto Canning you should see is no longer the person she used to be. She just used Alto's mark to digitize, you know me well. Alt's attention returned to Ethan again, interesting. You can actually cross the black wall without using real neural data. Ethan said, listening to Johnny. You are not only good at hackings, but also can read thought patterns. It seems that what you said is true. No wonder you can write AI like Solkler. Why don't we talk about cooperation? Johnny Silverhand, wait. What collaborations are we talking about? Alt's voice sounded faintly interesting. If you can really do it, cooperation is not impossible. Johnny Silverhand, hey, can't you talk and communicate? Ethan has a lot of ideas and Alt can read thought patterns. You don't need to open your mouth to talk about things. Didn't I say to accompany myself to find Alt? Where did the cooperation come from? Ethan said the foundation of the Arasaka is in the Oracle. And only by touching the Oracle can it be considered to be able to move them. Arasaka is a world-class company. A Night City is just a branch, at most. The core level of Night City is to get rid of some people. And the company will lose blood. But compared to their global market, even if Night City is gone, it is only a loss but not fatal. Johnny Silverhand said, is the topic changing so fast? I'm still so sad you gears are talking about cooperation. Forcing lie. Don't you want to end your obsession yourself? When people see it and say something, it's over. Ethan looked up at Alt and said, why don't you leave me a secure communication channel? If I have follow-up actions in the future, I will contact you again, Alt, you are very special. Although I can read thought patterns, but some of your things cannot be read. And you come here in the form of data bodies. Basically, your technology has surpassed others. Maybe working with you is a good choice in the cyberspace. Apart from being unable to enter the Oracle on her own. Alt is the existence of a god, Alt waved his hand. And the specially encrypted secure channel passed to Ethan's neural interface. Wait a moment. Johnny Silverhand said, since you two have finished talking about cooperation. Can we talk about Alto, Johnny? This is impossible. The words fell, and Ethan and Johnny Silverhand were directly thrown back through the black wall. The red light subsided, and the black wall was slowly moving away. Back to the original cyberspace look. Johnny Silver stared at Ethan without saying a word. Ethan rolled his eyes at him, don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in men, Johnny Silverhand, V. Can you give me Ultra's secure channel? Ethan directly refused, no chance. Outside cyberspace, inside a bathtub of ice water. Ethan opened his eyes and saw Mammon, Bridget, and Placidy on the hacker chair. As well as the core members. The Savage King who was waiting on the side said, Mr. V, they are suddenly like this, I didn't do anything. Of course I know it's none of your business. Ethan walked out of the bathtub, Sasquatch. After you go back, arrange for people from the animals to move into this church as well. Okay, MRV. After leaving the church, Ethan and Sasquatch went separate ways. The animals' fitness activities at the Baddies Hotel continued, while the Sasquatch brought a group of people over to guard the church. Ethan took a detour and entered from the back of the Baddies Hotel. As far as some of the Voodoo Boys' surveillance methods are concerned, in Ethan's eyes it's pathetically crude. Ethan held the ceremonial blade in one hand, and then sneaked into the back door of the Baddies Hotel from the back. What are you, Swish? The members of the Voodoo Boys saw that the curtain in the passage was lifted, and a stranger walked and stepped forward to challenge him, and was slashed with a knife before he finished speaking. The rest of the Voodoo Boys reacted and hurried to get the gear. Bang, bang, bangs, the gunshots were loud. And Ethan relied on his fluid movement to dodge the bullets. Ethan carried a knife, stepped over the corpse, and ate a piece of dark chocolate to refresh himself. For a time a sword light suddenly appeared, and none of the Voodoo Boys members in the stronghold had to run away. There are broken limbs everywhere. The guns fired at Ethan eventually landed on the Voodoo Boys' own equipment. Ethan grabbed the ceremonial blade and walked around freely in the stronghold. Every time he approached a person, it was like cutting through soft targets. The Voodoo Boys is really useless to help these gears. And they can't even shoot a gun, finally Placide, who was watching the members of the animals exercise outside the door. Heard the movement inside, swish. Turning around and rushing in, I saw a hellish scene inside. In front of this scene, there is nothing to say. Placide directly grabbed a shotgun on the table next to him, then aimed the muzzle at Ethan and pulled the trigger. This shotgun is a kind of intelligent weapon. The bullet is composed of high explosives. It is possible to accidentally collapse the house in indoor combat. But now that the Voodoo Boys' stronghold has been killed, they can't care about that much. The 3 high-explosive shells directly locked Ethan's figure, and it was bound to shatter it. It is a pity that the ideal is very full, and the reality is very skinny. Ethan raised his hand, and the Iron Man hand prosthesis appeared on his left arm. The palm cannon began to gather energy and then burst out. Boom! A palm cannon devoured the strong cannonball directly, and then landed at the foot of the remnants of the Voodoo Boys at the door. Boom with the sound of the explosion. The remnants were completely gone. When the animals outside the door heard this movement, they were too scared to stop exercising. In the thick smoke, a figure stepped out. Ethan's body was spotless like a passerby, Mr. V. Several muscular brothers gathered around and were very curious about why Ethan came out from there. Ethan looked at a few muscular brothers and said, "You gears keep the baddies hotel. Do not interfere with local civilians. But don't let outsiders step further. Jack Wells will come over and tell you the next steps. In Pacifica, there are shootings every day and explosions everywhere. And today after an unpretentious explosion, the rule of the Voodoo Boys is over." After receiving Ethan's call, Jack Wells rushed to Pacifica to meet him. "Jack Wells, V, did you really kill the Voodoo Boys?" Ethan said, "If you exclude some of their hidden strongholds in other regions, then it is already extinct." Ethan briefly explained the situation to Jack Wells, and when he heard that in the cyberspace, Mammon Bridget wanted to attack Ethan, Jack Wells was angry. This Voodoo Boys has long been disgusting. In the gangs in Night City, people are really fighting for their territory. They are the only ones who always like people attack people through hidden hacks. It's fine if it's done, good riddance. Jack Wells is on the side of the brothers unconditionally. And Ethan also smiled and said, "Jack, we can start our own gang next, start your own gang." Jack Wells only felt that a new possibility were opened. During this period of time, he wandered among the major gangs, drinking and talking with many big people, chatting and laughing again, being unrestrained. But he always felt that something was missing. However, when Ethan mentioned it, Jack Wells got excited. "You mean to get a gang out, and then directly make a name in Night City? This is too passionate." Jack Wells said, "V, you don't know how long it has been. I have enough face, but many gang leaders have their subordinates. I am the only one who rides the sky to go shopping. I feel lonely," Ethan said earnestly. "Jack, fighting for power on the street is not the most important thing. The establishment of a gang has a larger purpose. Take the cyberware mod materials, and the acquisition of materials for Militech. You need to watch it yourself. And then a series of production and sales also need you to run the channel. It's too tiring and it's not the most efficient. After we set up a gang, we will connect materials. Manage transportation, make sales and have sales channels. If you spread these things out, you will be much more relaxed." Jack Wells nodded. It makes sense. During this period of time, Jack Wells was really busy. And he hadn't dated Misty for a long time. "V, it's still up to you to be considerate, don't worry. I can solve it by myself. Whether it is to form a gang or recruitment and funding." Jack Wells said, "His ability as a person is reflected in the value of the street." Ethan said, "It's okay, this matter is not urgent. You can take your time." Jack Wells said, "You have come up with such a good idea of forming a gang. Why don't you also take the name of the gang?" Ethan thought for a while. "Let's call it the Ghost Mask Gang." After discussing with Jack Wells in detail about the construction and development route of the Ghost Mask Gang, Jack Wells was fired up with enthusiasm. and immediately left the hotel and went straight to Haywood to find his contacts in the Valentino gang. Jack Wells acted, Ethan let him do it. When he became a legend, Ethan thought about it. If Jack Wells wants to become a legend on the street, a legend to be remembered, let him stand on the street and get up from the street step by step. Ethan, on the other hand, was wandering in the capital market, kicking the barren companies and some companies that sucked people's blood into the abyss. United Brothers could overcome anything, until the entire Night City is swallowed. The order of Night City can be reconstructed. Ethan came to the window and saw that the nearby block was still full of gunfire and chaos. Pacifica then become a starting point for taking control of the starting point of Night City. The next day, Ethan went to the Baddies Hotel. The Voodoo Boys' stronghold has been vacated, and the animal's muscular brother really obeys the discipline. Just keep exercising on the spot when he saw Ethan coming. The Savage King took the lead to greet him. Although Ethan is not the boss of the animals, he is better than their boss, Sasquatch, Mr. Vithat Church. The Baddies Hotel and the Grand Imperial Mall are all under our protection. Good job. Ethan praised, I'm here to give you animals a major opportunity. I can give you the best hormone supplements, all the medicines you want, and the most professional fitness equipment. The Sasquatch's eyes lit up and said, Mr. V, which gang are we fighting this time? As long as you give hormone supplements to exercise, you can transform their strength. All the underground forces in Pacifica will be washed away in blood. Remember a principle. Try not to involve innocent people when you start your hands. Accept all those who are willing to surrender, and clean up those who are unwilling to surrender. What Ethan didn't know was one of his orders. For the animals, there's nothing you can't beat. There's nothing you can't beat. Ethan said you don't need to fight any gangs. You just need to eliminate a series of violent threats in Pacifica and prepare the way for Jack's advance. Of course, that's all for later. After the Pacifica state was settled, Ethan returned to Watson District. Jack Wells personally went to implement the formation plan of the Ghost Face Gang. And then the animals swept the underground forces in Pacifica State. It can be said that there is no challenge them on the street. The things on the street temporarily settled. And what followed was to face the revenge of the Arasaka Corporation. In any case, Ethan still has the name of killing Saburo Arashi on his head. And the Intercontinental Maglev Project, Ethan has voted down the Arasaka Corporation. Hostility could no longer be resolved peacefully long ago. Next, the suppression of the Arasaka will definitely be comprehensive. Ethan was playing the tarot card The God of Deaths, when suddenly a call came in, caller ID Panam Palmer. Ethan raised his brows. It seemed like it had been a while since he went to see Hellman. During this period of time, Panam never called. Ethan answered, hello Panam. Panam said, V. There is something I want to ask for your help. Just say something. Ethan said, I hear your tone is wrong. What's wrong? Is Aldecaldos in challenge them? Although it is the former base of the Raffen Shiv. As long as there are homeless people, there will be wraiths. And it is inevitable that there will be survivors and gather a wave of troops to deal with Decado. Aldecaldos is fine. But this matter is also very important to Aldecaldos. Panam said, if possible. Let's meet at Aldecaldos' camp. I'll be there soon. Although he has a lot of things at hand since Panam has spoken. How can there be any reason to refuse? Ethan rode the Grass Pheasant CT-3X all the way out of Night City and went straight to Aldecaldos' camp. This time, the wanderers of Aldecaldos will not stop him anymore. They all remember Ethan's feat of smashing knives into his former base and unilaterally sinking Kantau's airship. And through the news of Night City, you can also see Ethan's activity. A true living legend is naturally admired wherever he goes. Ethan soon came to a room transformed from a container and saw Panam, Saul, Mitch, and Scorpion inside, however. Looking at the expressions of several people, it is not very good looking, and it is estimated that there are things that have not been discussed. V, here you are, Panam said hello. Ethan walked into the container house and said directly, It seems that you have a disagreement. Panam said, I always said that Saul and I have clashed constantly. Saul said, you are welcome to come to Aldecaldos as a guest. But I still have something to do. So I won't accompany you this time. Ethan, you are busy with your work. Saul walked out of the door and added, Panam, I will never agree with what you said in short. No one can do stupid things. This was both a persuasion and a warning and after speaking. Saul walked out of the room, grass. Panam said angrily, I shouldn't have gone back to Aldecaldos. Saul is a cowardos everything out of fear. Mitch replied Saul is for the good of the tribe. But I also agree that he is not decisive enough. Scorpion everything else can be said. Let's Aldecaldos serve as security for Biotechnica. When did the homeless suffer from this? Forget it, we can do it without Saul's support. Panam said while looking at Ethan, with V here. This matter is very stable, Ethan said with a wry smile. So now we can talk about what's going on. Military Science and Technology wants to sell an armored transport vehicle. The obsolete 2060 armored vehicle called the Basilisk is going to be sold to poorer states to continue to be used as high-tech weapons. After coming out of Night City, the Basilisk will be divided into several parts and transported along Highway 101. And this road is not far from Aldecaldos. As long as the Basilisk can be captured, Aldecaldos can regain its strength. The homeless live in the Badlands, relying on guns and cars. If the Basilisk armored vehicle is really taken down, then Deckard's life will be much easier. Mitch said we work security for biotech companies. And the losses we suffered were borne entirely by Aldecaldos. Yes, if that's the case, then let's do it. Ethan can help Aldecaldos, but nomads have their pride. And it is not suitable for Ethan to propose it himself. Now that Panam has new ideas, supporting her was enough. Panam looked at Ethan, thank you to be honest. If you don't come to help me, this matter is really difficult to handle. We don't talk about that. Mitch and Scorpion looked at each other. Let's go to a few gears to discuss the battle plan first. Panam take V around. These two gears are deliberately giving them privacy 0. For flowers 0 Japanese symbol a S soon as this person left. Only Ethan and Panam were left at the scene. In view of the last time before parting, Panam gave Ethan a kiss. So the relationship between the two is very ambiguous. And they are fine in front of people. But it will be strange if they get along. Panam are you showing me around Aldecaldos camp? Ethan, you can arrange it. The two just wandered around Aldecaldos camp. The conditions in Aldecaldos were not particularly good. But the atmosphere was excellent. Some tents and container houses were combined together. There is a place to sleep, a place to eat, and a place to play cards. Some elderly people sat in front of the tents wiping their guns, while the younger ones engaged in some arm wrestling entertainment. Of course, there are also women who do laundry and cooking, and a few children who run around. One thing to say. The Nomad clan is one of the few places in 2077 where you can see warmth. Everyone is a collective, and everyone in Aldecaldos is together, fighting and living together. Panam can you tell me more about the backers? Ethan said you are very interested in the backers. No. 33 Panam said bluntly, I'm interested in your past. You are a legend in Night City. You already carry enormous influence in Night City. You don't have fame, money, or influence lack. And I'm just a person who doesn't live in a fixed place. I want to leave the family and go to Night City and finally return to the family. I can't get involved in the world of Night City. So I can only understand your wanderer's past. In all fairness, this girl Panam is too good. Although outspoken, he has a fiery temper. But people are very righteous and forthright. And they do not hide behind hesitation when they do things, and put their emotions directly on their faces. Even if it is ambiguous with Ethan, it is straightforward. Ethan was also a little moved. Panam, what you said is actually not what matters. All my status and reputation in Night City is still something I have. With you, you can still treat me as a wanderer. If you don't enter Night City, then I can still accompany you in the wasteland. But if you want to enter Night City, then as long as you come, you'll have a place beside me 392. Under the setting sun, Ethan's eyes are gentle. And the certainty in his eyes is that this man will solve all problems for himself. From the first time she met at a motorcycle race, Ethan's superb skills and the quality of giving up big money for her friends made her a good image. Then there's the matter of taking back Panam's Thornton last time. In order to support his plan, Ethan can turn the Caliburn into scrap metal. Even though the value of Panam's Thornton's car is less than 1/10 of the Caliburn. After taking Panam's Thornton back, he could patiently accompany him to drink and chat. Then he can collect protection fees for Noah, and in order to prevent the Chaos Sword from disturbing the surrounding area. And Ethan can directly kill the Chaos Sword's nest. After laying down the lair of the Raffin Shiv, he gave all the things generously to Aldecaldos. And now even Ethan's fame in Night City is already huge. He can also come to Aldecaldos with one phone call. It seems that when it comes to Panam, Ethan doesn't care about the gains and losses or the difficulty. Panam asked himself Ethan is perfect. And she has never been a hesitant or delicate character. And her joys, sorrows and sorrows are written directly on her face. There is no one who can refuse such a man. Panam just looked straight at Ethan. Ethan was about to ask if there was something on his face. Panam stood on tiptoe and left a kiss on Ethan's lips. Come with me somewhere. Ethan was dragged by Panam to a remote place. Wait. This situation had reversed. How could Panam take the initiative? Ethan didn't hide his desire for Panam at all. Otherwise, he would have nothing to do and help people every day. Not everyone is worthy of Ethan's efforts. But Ethan has always been unambiguous in this way. Ethan was pulled by Panam to a shooting range in Aldecaldos. This is the place to practice guns on weekdays. It might be a tough battle to snatch the basilisk later. Panam said, and gave Ethan an old-fashioned sniper rifle. Hurry up and practice. Ethan couldn't help laughing and said, Panam, has anyone ever said that you turned the subject bluntly? It is estimated that Panam didn't dare to recall her initiative to kiss Ethan. So she found the shooting range in a panic to practice sniper rifle. This wild rose is also very contrasting. Panam, stop talking nonsense, just let you practice. Ethan fiddled with the gun and said, it's not impossible. But at least there must be a reward, Panam said, reward. Oh, Kif, you can hit that target Evan if you win. There will be a reward. Ethan glanced at it and saw that the target Panam pointed was the farthest target in the shooting range. Now the sun is setting and the visibility is already very low. But with the sun setting, the wind is starting to blow. In terms of sniping conditions, it is extremely poor. The gun in hand is still the old-fashioned kind. Not to mention the optical sight, not even a night vision. But so what? Ethan took an old-fashioned sniper rifle and was ready for sniping. Once he is proficient in weapon science, he is serious. The experience of using all the weapons at hand can reach the master-level proficiency. Boom, Ethan pulled the trigger. And the bullet hit the bullseye in the distance with precision. Hit. Ethan closed the gun and said with a relaxed expression, what's my reward? Panam stepped on his feet and kissed again. Ethan's eyes twitched if it wasn't for Aldecaldos' camp. And later on he would rob the basilisks with Militech. Otherwise, you have to know what brand of the tank top in Panam is. After playing for a while at the shooting range, the two took a detour to find a few people who participated in the operation. Mitch and Scorpion should have finished talking about the plan. And then everyone looked back at Ethan and Panam, who came over. Ethan said, is there any problem with such a few people? Mitch opened his mouth and said, go to too many people at one time. Saul will know and others will also inform. Scorpion also said, Panam has already investigated. This time the security force escorting the basilisks is not particularly strong. We are most familiar with the entire Jackson Plain, and it can be won by virtue of the terrain. Ethan said, okay, let's go. After summing up, several people picked up the gear and drove out of the camp. Naturally, Ethan still took Panam's Thornton. In fact, Panam's Thornton's passenger seat had remained unused by Panam to be unable to sit after the last time. On the way to Highway 101, neither of them spoke. Unlike the previous kind of days without speaking. Now it's just a comfortable silence for the two of them. Ethan said, Panam, after you take down the basilisk, come back to Night City with me with the basilisk. Aldecaldos will be the strongest nomad clan in the Badlands. And if Thor insists on working with biotech, let him go. If you don't cooperate with biotech, you can ask me if you need it, Panam. Saul is a timid gear. I don't want to care anymore. The basilisk is the last thing I do for Aldecaldos. By the way, I just saw a tattoo on your arm, Judy. Is she your other woman? Ethan's tone choked. He didn't intend to hide it on purpose. But it's a bit passive to be brought up directly. Yes. She's my first woman. Panam's expression did not change. I thought you were going to quibble. Ethan said, this is the truth, no need to argue. Panam slowed down the car. You seem a little nervous. Do you think I'll give you a slap and yell at you a scumbag? Ethan said, a little bit, Panam, I won't do this. This F***G world is like a bird. I don't need to look for a perfect moral example. I think you are a good person. And I also trust my own intuition, weighing. I was a showdown from the beginning. I don't play that kind of pretend to be innocent. Although I haven't tried it together, Ethan said, Johnny. How did you handle Rogue and Alt when you were young? Johnny Silvershoe appeared in the backseat of Panam's Thornton. And now Ethan basically no longer restricts him. He belongs to the kind that comes in and out at will. So Johnny Silvershoe heard this as soon as he came out. I still remember when I met Alto and Rogue. They also had a lot of suitors around them. But after I made my move, all got out of the way. Johnny Silverhand said, it's not bad to take people down so quickly. Although it's far worse than when I was young, F***K. What news did I miss? But I have a condition. After I go to Night City, the first thing I do is get my tattoo on the other hand. Ethan said, you really missed a lot. Ethan said, then you are really awesome. The Basilisk is an armored vehicle that has been eliminated by Militech. Although it is an antique from 2060, it is the advanced military hardware in a third-world country. After starting from Aldecaldos camp, it was deep into the night. Everyone arrived at the planned location, which is an abandoned train station. The rail line extends for, eventually intersecting with Highway 101. And Panam's plan was to arrive at the train station one night ahead of schedule, start half of the trains that had been parked here for decades, and successfully block the road before the transport team that transported the Basilisk armored vehicles arrived. When we arrived at the train station, we could see that it had been abandoned for some years. Weeds can be seen everywhere, and some iron blocks scattered around are also seriously corroded. After everyone got out of the cars, they started to act according to the plan. Panam is responsible for breaching the control gate of the signal tower, while Mitch and Scorpion find the power box of the signal tower and try to activate the circuit. The remaining fighters picked up some dry firewood and started a fire. Need help. Ethan came to him and saw Panam deciphering the terminal. Do you know how? Panam had a little doubt. Ethan smiled. He didn't know it himself. But there is no lock. Friday couldn't open before Friday. Panam's looking at Yao. You probably won't. You'd better help Mitch and the others to see the circuit. Johnny's silver hand appeared and said, V. You seem to be underestimated. What can stop you from invading? Ethan said, it doesn't matter since the girl has spoken. Then I will let her do it herself. Johnny Silverhand, a capable man, should solve his woman with all her problems. Ethan, I don't quite understand. Where do you have the qualifications to say such a thing? Except for the sound of the thunder in your crotch. It doesn't seem to solve the problem, Johnny Silverhand. Ethan's words are sometimes as ruthless as his methods. And when he opens his mouth, it is already a blockbuster. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. If you work on it again, I'll lock you in and chat with Alt on secure channel. Johnny Silverhand, you're something a human can do. Grass, I don't speak anymore. Halfway around the train station, Mitch and Scorpion can be seen in front of a transformer box. Mitch said hello. Ethan said, have you encountered any problems? This transformer box has been in disrepair for a long time. I checked it from the inside out. And it seems that there is no problem. But there are some problems, let me see. Ethan came to the front, took the tools in Mitch's hand and took apart the substation again. Inside, there were dense old circuit boards and capacitors and batteries. Mitch, this train station is estimated to be a century old. Even if it was replaced by a nuclear-powered train. It seems that the overall upgrade of the train station is not big. The components in the substation are so old that Mitch doesn't know how to start. But this scene is still very familiar to Ethan. Ethan directly removed the capacitor batteries on the left and right sides, then cut off the excess lines, and then restarted the substation. Soon the power box appeared with a normal power-on logo. How can you still repair such an old-fashioned thing? Mitch's eyes lit up and said, tell me the principle. Ethan returned the tools to them. Let's get down to business first. You go back and ask Friday how the train system worked. Okay. Mitch and Scorpion turned around and returned to the fire. Ethan vaulted over the wall as light as a swallow and just entered the signal tower. Panam broke in from the front. Where did you come from? After repairing the substation, all equipment and mechanisms have been forcibly restarted. And then they climbed over the wall and entered. It turned out to be like this. Panam came to the front, then let's go and have a look soon. The two came to the top floor of the signal tower, which is the room where the office and the controller are connected on the first floor. The room was very messy, and there were many documents left in the past. Panam and Ethan came to the window, and the night breeze was blowing. Panam looked at the night sky without saying a word. But Ethan could sense Panam's nervousness and pretended to be relaxed. Hijacking the basilisk was your plan. Are you nervous now? A little bit, Panam said without denying. After all, this is the first time I have done such a big job. But aren't you still here? Ethan said, you and Saul are arguing for the good of Adeka. What you choose is the strength in your hand. And what Saul chooses is bigger. The transformed blessed clan. He just thinks I'm asking for challenge them. Panam looked at Ethan and said, why are you here? This kiss is all kissed and you still play this one. Aware of Ethan's eyes, Panam explained again and again, I mean last time we parted. Maybe I kissed you just out of gratitude. But you came so quickly this time. Ethan said with a smile on his lips, so, what are you talking about? I don't need to care if it's just at the shooting range or in the car. No, Panam said, I'm serious, but I'm worried. I have always been a single-minded person. And I don't think too much about things. I have always been like this in Aldecaldos. So has made the relationship so sharp. I treat everything with a quick knife. Messy thinking behind the gains and losses. But that's not the case with you. I want to know more about you and stay by your side. I'm afraid that one day I will be abandoned again because of my bad temper. Before Panam could finish speaking, Ethan hugged him in his arms. You may not believe it. When I ran into you in a motorcycle race, I regarded you as my person, no doubt about it. Still suffering from the inappropriate scene. The two people's love affair can only come to an abrupt end. After communicating with the people below, I roughly know that the locomotive in the train station is to be driven out. The locomotive is commanded by the signal tower to move. And to open the signal tower you need to find the chip. Ethan rummaged for a while and found a chip like a tape. Panam found it. Ethan inserted the chip into the chip slot. And Panam pushed the control lever in one direction. The invisible signal wave swept out. And the locomotive that had been eating dust for many years in the railway station slowly drove out. We made it, Panam hugged Ethan and came a few more times. Ethan said bitterly, Panam, it is difficult to suppress the desire. Panam smiled and said, after we get the basilisk, we will find a time and you will decide the place. Ethan nodded again and again, I like your confidence. Ethan and Panam came down from the signal tower, and the others were already sitting in front of the fire, one holding a guitar and flicking, while the others were drinking and chatting. Panam, come and warm up, Mitch greeted. Ethan and Panam took their seats, and the firelight enveloped everyone present. Can I drink? Scorpion asked, taking out a canteen. I can. Ethan took the jug and took a sip. The Nomad liquor is very strong. Stronger than the one sold in Night City. I don't know if you can get used to it, after all. There are not such good winemaking conditions in Badlands. So the filtration and distillation are not particularly good. And they can't match the taste of Night City. This is just right. Ethan said most of the wines in Night City are only sold in packaging and have no wine smell. I don't know if it's the reason for the change in food. But the wine in 2077 is really bad. In so many bars in Night City, everything except tequila is like water. But this sip now feels a bit like a old world. Brother, how is the life of a legend? Someone approached Ethan to chat. And he still thought it was unbelievable that the legends of Night City News Channel could have a fire and drink and chat with their wanderers. Ethan felt that this down-to-earth chat method was also good. Legends, they are just names. They eat and sleep in the same way just like everyone else. If they have to find something different, there should be people who often want to challenge them. Ethan joked. Several homeless people also laughed. It seems that legends are not as glamorous as they seem. Ethan was chatting with the others, while Panam was silent and did not speak, but kept looking at Ethan's profile, smiling even when he looked at it. Soon a pot of wine ran dry and everyone was almost there. After taking out a few sleeping bags, put them next to the fire and sleep beside the fire for the night. The night passed quietly early the next morning. When Ethan opened his eyes, the others also woke up. I'm also going to wake you up. Panam's face is close at hand. Get up quickly if you miss it. You won't have to play. Put out the fire and put the sleeping bag away. Ethan got on Panam's Thornton, and the locomotive on the rail next to him. Pulling the 3 carriage also whistled twice, and then said that the rails were moving forward. Everyone got into the car and galloped on both sides of the railroad tracks. We should encounter armed drones with Militech later. Panam said, I'll leave it to you, small problem. Ethan got up slightly and opened Panam's Thornton's sunroof, then flipped onto the roof of the car. The strong wind was hunting, and Ethan was playing with the mounted machine gun on the roof of the car like in statue. This mounted machine gun is an old-fashioned kind that jams very easily. So Ethan didn't plan to use this aspect to knock down the armed drones. The Iron Man prosthesis in Ethan's hand began to appear with the mantis knife in his right hand, and the monomolecular line in his left hand was ready. In the sky ahead, several small black dots appeared. Armed drones with Militech are here in the next few cars. The co-pilot's firing position also showed the appearance of several veterans. Tada Towers, the bullet hit the armed drone preemptively. But the body of the armed drone was not so easily penetrated. Just when the armed drone turned its muzzle to baptize the convoy below, a single molecule line was precisely connected to the armed drone. Attack command errors. After hacking into the armed drone in seconds, Ethan's figure has risen to the same height as the armed drone. The mantis knife opened and closed, directly penetrating the body of a drone's, while other drones around were trying to encircle Ethan. On the vehicles on the ground, the sunroofs of each vehicle were opened, and the veterans held guns at the armed drones. Although the damage is touching, it can't stand the number of attacks. Several armed drones were beaten up like this, and the drive core was smashed into a pile of scrap iron. After finishing the armed drones, Ethan's figure gently landed on the roof of Panam's Thornton's car. Panam looked at Ethan, who came down from the skylight, and praised, "Good job." Soon, the 101 highway has appeared in front of us. In the direction of Night City, you can see the convoy of Militech at the intersection of the road and the railroad carrying the basilisks. Panam became anxious. It seems that it is too late. No, it's too late. Ethan took out the car window and took out the dragon spine. Boom with a gunshot. The driver of the large vehicle carrying the basilisk in the sniper scope was shot in the head. After the driver died, the vehicle lost control. The large vehicle carrying the basilisk paused. And at this time, the locomotive and several carriages roared and rushed over. Then derailed. The locomotive rolled over and fell directly from the railway onto the road, directly blocking the Militech convoy. It can be said that if Ethan hadn't killed the driver, maybe the basilisk would have passed. What are you talking about? Let's talk about it later. 33 Ethan opened the car door and rushed towards the Militech team. Boom, Ethan flipped through all kinds of obstacles. And at the same time, the dragon sniper in his hand was bursting with gunshots. Every time a gun is fired, a military tech gear has to die. Panam also quickly took out the cat and rushed out. Not to mention the others. Most of them are veterans who have participated in the war. And they know what the action plan is with just one look. An ambush battle begins. The military tech gear was knocked down by bullets before the locomotive derailed. Someone is calling enemy attack, ready to fight. A person with the appearance of a team leader looked at it with an optical telescope. In the field of vision, there were several sharp marksmanship, and the well-built people were wearing the clothes of the Raffen Shiv. Grass, how dare these wraiths? Looking at seeing the night wandering ghost. The team leader hesitated for a while some time ago. Kang Tao's floating airship was sunk by the Fan Knife Club. And now the Raffen Shiv is coming to grab the basilisk with Militech. Gunshots rang out and security guards fell one by one. In this way, the Militech security personnel who escorted the basilisk were beaten to annihilation by the veterans of Aldecaldos. Ethan retracted the knife and rushed straight to the next target. You are hurt. A veteran was hit in the shoulder and blood gurgled. A Bing Mantis knife appeared on top of his head. The security force that escorted the basilisks was already weak. And since they were attacked first, these gears naturally couldn't handle it. Swish. Small injury, just a bite on the shoulder. The veteran grinned and looked at the behemoth in front of him. This is the devil lizard. It's so domineering. With it, Aldecaldos will not be bullied. The team leader shrank behind the basilisk, just about to escape. Most of Aldecaldos' people are veterans left over from the war. Without the development of cyberware technology, these people might have been disabled for life and died early. However, those who survived are also distressed. There are only big cities and some new countries in the world. And the rest of the world has become a radiation field due to nuclear radiation. And the wasteland is bad land. It can be said that the inside and outside the city are two worlds. The capital in the city covers the sky with one hand. And the bottom-level people are struggling to survive. And all the beauty is just above the neon lights. Outside the city, homeless people are born. And at the same time of freedom, survival is also a problem that has to be dealt with. Aldecaldos came to Night City to find new opportunities. But under this premise, he must have the ability to protect himself. Thor is a decent family man but poor strategist. He wants to be good to everyone in his tribe, but never cares if he chooses the right way. When he received the people from the Biotechnica company, some old fellows in Aldecaldos were still trying their best to find a way out for the tribe. Such as grabbing the basilisk, you stop talking. Panam took out the emergency medical kit from Panam's Thornton, and then directly removed the bullet for the veteran. After the bullets are taken, the wounds are cleaned and then bandaged. How is it? How can I go back to camp? Panam said. The veteran was helped up and said, no problem. After addressing the wounded, the others swept the scene. Mitch went directly to the cab of the large vehicle, threw the driver's body out, and then sat in to drive the transporter in this way. The basilisk was pulled directly to Aldecaldos' camp. At Aldecaldos' camp, Saul has been waiting with people for a long time. Saul's face darkened, especially when he saw the basilisk on the transporter. He was even more angry after everyone got out of the car. They saw what Saul looked like. The joy of grabbing the basilisk also disappeared a lot. Without waiting for Saul to accuse him, Panam stepped forward and admitted, "This matter is my idea. My action plan if you are unhappy come at me, Saul, Panam. Didn't you hear me say no action? Why are you still bringing this thing over?" Saul was really angry and roared again and again. "Because I'm not a coward like you." Panam was also on fire. "I can't learn to lick the soles of the company's shoes. The fate of Aldecaldos must be in Aldecaldos' own hands. What nonsense security protocol? What do you mean by finding a new way out for Aldecaldos? What kind of nonsense greenhouse are you keeping for biotech people?" Panam's face was ashen. "Panam, I thought you were suitable for Aldecaldos before. But I didn't expect that Deckard would not tolerate you. You know what stupid thing you gears did? You can see the logo of Militech from a few kilometers away. Panamdo, you think we are a Arasaka corporation. I'm going to host biotech now. When I'm done, I'll hold a family meeting. Don't bring that thing in front of me." Saul was about to leave, so wait a minute. At this time, Ethan spoke up. Saul paused. "V, are you asking for mercy?" "No." Ethan said, "I am not from Aldecaldos. So I have no right to make any decisions about Aldecaldos. But Panam is someone important to me. So I have to refute you for him. Panam has always said that you are a coward. Before we disrupted the nest of the Raffen Shiv, you clearly knew that the Chaos Sword would be difficult to deal with. But when your family was in danger, you rushed over without hesitation. I think you are a man with courage. It turns out that you are indeed bloody. But that doesn't change the fact that you are cowardly. Look at the people around you and ask if they want to help biotech look at the greenhouse. You said that you are for the development of the family. You have to choose to cooperate with Biotechnica God. Do you understand those contracts? They just gave you a small payment and made you foolishly risk your people's lives. Aldecaldos is not rich but before you came to Night City. What you did was submissive. Saul, a family is not a company. Only a company can be a dictatorship and do things willfully. You have to remember that Aldecaldos belongs to every Aldecaldos tribe. Not you alone, Decado. Everyone who asked Ethan's words was stunned. Saul was also a little lost, but he recovered quickly. V. I thank you for your help to Aldecaldos. But this is not the reason you taught me to govern Aldecaldos. Decado has to go this way in order to last longer. I didn't take a penny of biotech's private money. Not a penny. V. Panam said, "Forget it, I just leave Aldecaldos." Ethan directly held Panam's hand. "Panam, you can go anywhere you want. But you will never leave Aldecaldos in this way. If you believe me, I will handle these matters. I will handle damn safety." Panam hummed and put his temper back. Ethan walked into Saul and said, "Speaking of 10,000 and 10,000. I'm really not good enough as an outsider. But look at other people. Why didn't the guards around you draw their guns at me? Look at the Dusty Mitch Scorpion and these veterans. Why do they follow Panam? They are resisting silently. Decado doesn't want this path of." Saul looked at everyone around him and then said, "Your speech are so nice. You can't stand in my position. I really want the people of Aldecaldos to not need to be overwhelmed. The life of the belt," Ethan said. "Saul, your idea is right. But your approach is wrong. The new life is forged with courage and sacrifice. Not by being a dog. I am from the backers. I left the family alone until now. Everything I have now is beaten down with my hands. This is my new life. I can do it alone. Why can't Aldecaldos?" Ethan's words really hit everyone's heart. A new life. It is about fighting for it with both hands. Definitely not begging. Saul was silent for a while. V. Then what do you think I should do? Ethan twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "I've been waiting for your words for a long time. Let's do this first. I'll accompany you to meet the representative of Biotechnica. Anyway, let's settle the contract." After finishing speaking, Ethan winked at Panam, who soon came to the side. "Saul, Aldecaldos belongs to everyone. You don't need to carry all the pressure alone together." Saul took a deep breath. "Pack up the basilisk. and also withdraw all the clansmen who have given Biotechnica security. Camp Aldecaldos. In one of the cleanest container rooms ever packed. Several people in suits and leather shoes sat on the chairs. One of them took out a bottle of Biotech's exclusive mineral water from his bag and took a sip. What's the matter with the leader of the Ducato family? To stand us up on. Do you want to take this opportunity to let us give some higher prices? The companion on the side said, these nomads are quite smart and good at acting. But it is a pity that Aldecaldos can only receive such a leisurely job as our Biotechnica. And our Biotechnica has more homeless families to choose from. The right to choose has always been on our side. I can't stay any longer. I hate everything outside the city. Another person took out a Biotech air freshener and sprayed it. Much better. Biotechnica, as the name suggests, is a company that has mastered biological science and technology. From biological genetic research to biological weapons, down to a pack of potato chips from a smart vending machine. There are shadows of this company, except for some smuggled food. All rations in Night City are basically produced and provided by Biotechnica. It can be said that even if Biotechnica does not compete with the three oligarchic enterprises in the field of military industry, it can live comfortably on rations. Outside the city of Night City, there are many intelligent rocks with biotechnology. In the automated greenhouse, there are some source seeds of vegetables and plants. Through the special cultivation technology of Biotechnica and the intelligent greenhouse, some seeds of nuclear radiation can be repaired, and the barren soil on the bad soil can be isolated, and food can be grown. However, most of the automated greenhouses are located in the bad land, and there are often knives and ghosts wandering around in the bad land. In order to protect the automated greenhouse from being infested, Biotechnica often cooperates with some homeless tribes. The Nomad clan is much cheaper than the security company in Night City, and at the same time it is much harder. And today is the deadline for the first phase of the contract between Biotech and Aldecaldos. The three commissioners from the Biotech company came to discuss the renewal of the contract. It's just that this broken clan dares to play games. There were footsteps outside the door and Saul, the leader of Aldecaldos, rushed over with a group of people. When the Biotechnica commissioner saw it, the good gear, even Aldecaldos, who were guarding the automated greenhouse, had been withdrawn. Is this determined to raise the price, Ethan? Saul and Panam walked into the room, while the others stayed outside and waited. Patriarch Saul, is this the result of your consideration? The Biotechnica specialist sitting in the middle said with a displeased expression, everyone comes out to discuss cooperation. Any differences can be discussed. But you brought people back first, what's the meaning? Saul said, the security agreement between Aldecaldos and Biotech expired after 12 o'clock yesterday, and we have not signed a new contract at present. So there is no problem with my people withdrawing. According to Patriarch Saul, you don't intend to continue to renew the contract with our company. The Biotechnica commissioner said with a change of tone. Patriarch Saul has considered it clearly. Without Biotechnica, your commissions and supplies will be divided into it's not that easy to get. When these people talked, there was no kind word, but the big stick was wielding fiercely. Panam said, with the amount of money you gave, it is difficult to eat a meal, and you still let us be security guards. Are you living in a dream? Compared to Saul, Panam would not give them any good looks. Originally, Ducato came to Night City and cooperated with Biotechnica. The contract period is 1 year, and there must be people from Aldecaldos waiting 24 hours a day. But at the same time, with salary, room and board, and various insurances of Aldecaldos have nothing to do with Biotechnica. In other words, 7, if you run into a random knife club, if there is a dispute and someone died, Biotechnica will not express it. Not to mention the money to buy life. Even the money to buy life is not enough. The Biotechnica commissioner's expression also turned cold. I don't think you have enough money. It's a pity that your Aldecaldos is worth no more than that. Your weapons and equipment, your personnel strength, are not of the same level as the security companies in Night City. How much value has how much income? You don't understand such a simple truth, the scene froze. And the Biotechnica commissioners were all arrogant. In their ice they were all a group of nomads. And could they turn the sky over Chinese letter, Chinese letter? The air freshener sounded again. A biotech commissioner sniffed, I think we'd better hire someone more capable. After that, the three of them got up and left Zero. Ask for flowers, Zero. Wait, Saul said, you can leave. But you have to settle the money first. Money. People in Biotechnica seem to have heard a joke. You want to get money if you don't do things. Are you thinking too much? We only need what Aldecaldos deserves. Saul got up and said, in this contract, Biotech only gave 30% of the advance payment. And 70% needs to be settled, Patriarch Saul. You may not have seen our previous contract clearly. It said that it is a continuous contract, which means that when you renew the second contract, the final payment of the first contract will come. Saul, bullshit, I never saw that. This article is summarized in the special note on the third line of the second page. Our Biotechnica is a well-known company. If you think there is a problem, you can bring the contract to Night City to file a lawsuit. After speaking, the three commissioners left the room without looking back. At this time, a long voice sounded, did I say let you go? Ethan slowly got up and came to the door. Using the deceptive contract to trap people is your Biotechnica method. You must not spit. We can obey the law and be careful to sue you for defamation. Several people may not know what they are facing. Ethan smiled, sue me for slander. Then I recommend you to change places. Go to the afterlife and sue. When the three commissioners were still thinking about which court Yan Wanjai was, they saw Ethan took out the Skippy to activate the Stone Cold Killer mode. Boom, boom, boom with 3 shots in a row. The 3 biotech specialists in neat suits collapsed as headless bodies and fell straight down. The people surrounded by Aldecaldos were stunned, and then cheered directly. Ethan looked at Saul and said, did you see it? Your compromise only gets them pushing you further with every compromise. Only your fist is hard enough to solve the problem. And the devil lizard is the fist that Panam brought you. Saul, Panam said, you are the leader of Aldecaldos. The leader can't apologize, and if you want to thank you. Thank V, without him things don't have to be so smooth, too. Thank you, V. You really showed me just how shameless these corporate dogs can be. Saul said, I really was too stubborn and ignore the opinions of many people. I have already talked to Panams, and now I can tell you directly. Since we have broken up with Biotechnica, if you don't want Aldecaldos to make some small profits from smuggling, then Aldecaldos can work with me from now on. Cooperation, Saul was stunned and said, V, are you also? What? Ethan said, I am different from the predatory corporation of Biotechnica. I just want to do something. Saul said, of course you are not. You are the first nomad to become, as a legend and famous in the City of Night. Through such 2 events, although I have to admit. But Saul thinks that Ethan has more qualities as a leader. Listen, the cooperation I'm talking about with Aldecaldos is not a petty joke. Nor is it a purely disgusting person like Biotechnica. Ethan said, it's that I want to shake Night City to its foundations. Prying Night City. When Saul heard the words, he only felt that he was ignorant. They Aldecaldos only dared to think about how to gain a foothold in Night City. But Ethan had already reached the point where he could shake Night City. Saul said, V, what do you mean by your words? Ethan said, it's probably taking over the Biotechnica market. Take over the market of Biotechnica. Saul said in disbelief, V. Biotechnica is a unique technology for biological and plant genetic cultivation. This technology is even difficult for Arasaka companies and Militech. And Ethan said, technology, I have it. After chatting with Saul like this, it was gone in one morning. When Ethan and Saul came out of the host body room, Saul was already full of excitement. V, you really deserve to be a legend. This plan is absolutely brilliant. I'll get someone to do it right away. Forget it, I'll take care of it myself. Saul looked at Panam at the door and said, Panam, you came just in time. and you can accompany V around the Aldecaldos camp. After finishing speaking, Saul walked away with a confident stride. Panam said, "It's the first time I've seen Saul in this state." "What kind of spell did you give him, secret?" Ethan also took a step forward after selling it. "Let's go. Let's go and see how the devil lizard is doing." The basilisk stopped in a wide open space. And after a morning of assembly, the finished product came out. Although it is an antique from 2060, this basilisk is still well maintained. It's basically no big problem, it's ready to use. Ethan and Panam came over and also saw the mighty and domineering power of the basilisk. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the logo of Militech is also removed. "How's the situation?" Panam asked Mitch. "No big problem. It looks normal Tojder, but I haven't driven it yet. Why don't you try it with V?" Panam looked back at Ethan. "Want to drive the basilisk together?" Ethan immediately responded, "I like to drive a basilisk." The two came directly to the top of the basilisk, and the basilisk entered the hatch like a vertical entry like a tank. There are two cockpits in the basilisk. Ethan entered the main cockpit in the middle and Panam. The co-cockpit on the right also sat in after sitting down. Panam took off his coat because it was hot inside, and he could see the sun-kissed skin and sexy collarbone. Ethan glanced at it and only felt that he didn't need the basilisk to amplify his neural senses, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Panam said, "Have you ever driven such an armored vehicle before?" Ethan said, "This is my first time driving one." Panam, "It's the first time for me. So we'll figure it out together." There are no intuitive joysticks and function buttons inside the basilisk. Only a sensor at hand. It's activated. Panam put his hand on the induction area next to him. With new biometric profiles, the basilisk can be activated. After activation, the protective layer of the duo's dome like light blue scales disappeared, and a transparent panoramic canopy appeared directly. "Can see Mitch and others outside," Panam said. "V. The basilisk should need the neural synchronization of two people to officially start." Ethan put his palm in the biometric area knowingly. "Friday, Ethan. I have detected that your neurodollar sensory consciousness is establishing a link with other neurodollar sensory consciousness. Do you want to enable nanoparticle neurological consciousness to replace it?" Ethan, "No, just use my own neural consciousness." As soon as Ethan thought about it, he drove the basilisk away from the Aldecaldos camp. After the biological information of the two people was entered, the basilisk was able to start. The basilisk kept a slow, low-altitude flight on the road, since Ethan and Panam's nerve senses had been synchronized. In this everything was amplified. But there is also the feeling of wanting to merge with the other person's sensations. The intersection of neural consciousness is a kind of brand new and wonderful experience. There is a sense of sharing thoughts and sensations. And I in you. Ethan knows that this big guy is controlled by neural consciousness. The main driver's seat is responsible for moving forward, and the co-pilot seat is responsible for the weapon system. Dopamine exploded directly at this moment. Among them is desire at a certain moment. Ethan turned his head and met Panam's fiery gaze. The breeze was gentle and the sun is just right. The basilisk armored vehicle just hovered over a wilderness somewhere, and upon closer inspection it seemed to be rocking faintly. More than an hour later, inside the basilisk armored vehicle, the satisfied two looked at each other and laughed. Ethan held Panam in his arms and said, "What are you laughing at, Panam? Happy does that count?" "Forget it." Ethan's hands were dishonest again. Panam held his hand. "Don't forget we still have business to do." "Business, Ethan, I'm doing it." Panam rolled her eyes at Ethan and said, "We are here to test drive the basilisk. And we also need to test the weapon system." "Fine." Ethan could only stop the wandering hands. And the weapon launch of the basilisk armored vehicle was also very simple. It is still controlled by the neural mind. Under the control of the mind, the launch port of the basilisk weapon is activated. An heavy shell burst out, leaving a huge crater directly on the ground. This firepower is good. Ethan immediately let go and looked at Panam. Okay. The weapon test is over. It's time for us to get down to business. When I returned to the Aldecaldos camp, I saw it from a distant scene. Even Saul was waiting there. After the basilisk armored vehicle, Panam completed the heavy physical work. It's all your fault. I have no strength to walk now. Ethan sneered, sorry, my fault. It's no wonder the brothers are awesome. The basilisk soon landed on the ground and the hatch opened. Ethan walked out with Panam in his arms. Panam buried his face directly in Ethan's chest and did not dare to look at other people. Saul hurriedly said, what's wrong with Panam? Ethan said casually, she accidentally hurt her ankle. Wait, let me take a look, Scorpion Landovers. He used to be a military doctor in the army. No need, I've already treated it. Ethan carried Panam and walked into the camp. I'll just send her back. By the way, it's not a big problem with the basilisk. It's just that a few fittings need checking. Look again. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked around the basilisk. After all, this big guy is really Aldecaldos' treasure now. After getting away from the crowd, Ethan looked at Panam, whose face was still buried, and said, Panam, no one is watching anymore. Panam looked up and saw that there was no one around. The way you said was to hug me down in front of everyone. Panam said, I can't get along in Aldecaldos anymore. I'm ashamed, Ethan said, I have to face it. What's wrong? Being my woman wronged you. Panam said, it's not the problem. It's because I didn't prepare at all. Ethan said, but I clearly remember who is in the basilisk. Halfway through, the soft meat around the waist suffered. After sending Panam back to the room, Ethan turned around and found Saul. Saul said directly, I have already made arrangements, and I can take down several Biotechnica planting bases tonight. 995, Ethan said, you don't need to fight. The purpose of the action is to destroy the source bank of Biotechnica here. Saul, listen to what you mean. You don't plan to go with us. Ethan Nunuzui said, with the basilisk. This matter is as simple as a shark s display K-swing shrimp. And besides, it is not for you to attack the company building of Biotechnica. In the original plot, there was no plot related to fighting with Biotechnica. But now there is no way to meet it because of the butterfly effect. Beating Biotechnica and supporting Aldecaldos, by the way, is a matter of achieving two goals at once. The Biotechnica planting base outside Night City is roughly divided into two areas. One area is the planting area, and there are automated greenhouses everywhere, which automatically ripen vegetables, fruit, and flowers. The other area is the seed vault. The seed vault contains all the irradiated seeds in the planting base. The radiation damage is removed by special means and then transported to the automated greenhouse. It can be said that the seed vault and the seeds in it are the most valuable things in a planting base. Once destroyed, then a planting base has no value. As capital, things that have no value can be discarded. When night fell, the Aldecaldos camp was very lively. This is the first time that the basilisk has participated in the war. And it is also fighting that damned Biotechnica. So everyone's morale was extremely high. Saul even sat in the basilisk and was bound to destroy the seed base in person. The basilisk rushed out of Aldecaldos' camp with a roar, and the remaining few riders followed closely behind. Meanwhile, within the seed base of biotech, a few biotech workers were furious. They only took a half-day vacation and, as a result, none of the wanderers who were in charge of guarding disappeared. It's really strange. How come there isn't a single guard today? It should be the contract expired, shouldn't be. I didn't hear from the company that a commissioner had been sent to Aldecaldos to discuss. Could it be that the negotiation broke down? There is no possibility that the talk will collapse. Even if it is really broken, you can find other stray tribes in the backhand, after all. Not all stray dogs will dislike the bones without meat. I hope Sathi's stray dogs are very useful. Not only are they guarding them with due diligence, but sometimes they are also good coolies, which lighten our burden, my grass. It seems that someone is coming. Wait, Nima is a Raffin Shiv. A few growers were bragging at the entrance of the base, And then they saw a few strong lights appear on the hillside ahead. And the armor of a behemoth flew down under the strong light. Next to the armored vehicle, there is a convoy of the Raffen Shiv Tata. Some members of the Raffen Shiv stick out of the car window, and the firearms in their hands are flying. The overwhelming bullets teleported and smashed the whole body of a few planters, blowing water into a sieve. Boom! In the muzzle of the basilisk's weapon, an armored bomb blasted out. The tightly closed fine iron gate of the planting base was directly blasted open. The basilisk was able to drive straight into the seed vault directly to the planting base. For a time, the fire in the planting base was soaring into the sky. Don't blame us if biotech companies don't do personnel work. Except for the seed vault and living area. The facilities in the base, such as the automated greenhouse, are well preserved in this way. The seed base of Biotechnica has completely fallen. The basilisk armored vehicle drove straight to the seed vault. And under the roar of artillery fire, all the seed stock in the base were directly annihilated in the artillery fire. Ha ha ha, cool, let you bully all DeCaldos go to hell. Others drove the car and turned the steering wheel into the accommodation area, killing the people of the sleeping biotech company directly in their sleep. Night City Biotech. The news about the fire at the planting base immediately reached the ears of the regional director. Iverson only felt that his brain was aching. The Intercontinental Maglev project, organized by the municipal government, will soon start construction. Biotechnikeon of the cooperative enterprises needs the daily food supply in Night City, and also provides food for the engineering team that builds the maglev. He just received such a big surprise when he returned to the company from the home of the chief executive. Lucius Lane. The worst time to have an accident is to have an accident. Iverson, what's the problem? The secretary said cautiously, according to the last monitoring at the scene. The planting base was invaded by the outside. Iverson frowned, and then said, every planting base is guarded by security personnel. Although those homeless tribes are not as good as the security company in Night City. But they won't be occupied so quickly, right? The secretary said, Mr. Iverson. The cooperative homeless clan of the plantation base is the Decado. But our contract with the Adcado clan ended yesterday. Although we sent 3 commissioners to renew the contract. But it doesn't seem that the contract renewal was successful. When the planting base was attacked, there should be no security forces. A group of rice buckets. Iverson rubbed his eyebrows. Can you find out who did it? Iverson's tone is full of killing. A planting base is in full swing. And it is not just as simple as losing a huge amount of money. At this juncture, a hole in a planting base can completely squeeze the supply chain of Biotechnica. Which is the biggest obstacle? Since someone dares to provoke Biotechnica like this, Biotechnica should also strike back. The secretary said, Mr. Iverson, it was made by the wraiths of the Raffen Shiv. Crazy Blade Club Night Wanderers. Iverson lost his voice. Are these wraiths crazy? Recently in the company of Night City, the night wandering ghost of the Lewandowne Club has gradually become famous. This organization wandering around Night City has done a lot of big things. First, they sank Kang Tao's floating airship in the Jackson Plain, and then hijacked the Basilisk armored vehicle that was about to be sold to third world countries. And now it's backhanded and smashed the biotech planting base. Good guy Kang Tao Militech Biotechnica. The 3 giants do it all at once. Why are these knives wraiths so arrogant? The secretary said, Mr. Iverson, our emergency support unit is ready to go. Iverson turned back to the gods. Let the emergency support troops disperse. Disappeared. The secretary thought he had heard it wrong. Iverson said, do you think wraiths are so easy to deal with? Heavy firepower and numbers are not dominant at all. As long as there are people in the Failureland, there will definitely be wraiths. Compared to this, I'm just thinking about one thing. Several giants will be ambushed by random knives one after another. But only the Arasaka Corporation is safe and sound. It should not rule out the possibility that the Arasaka Corporation is behind the scenes. Is it because I was voted out of the Intercontinental Maglev project? So I lashed out after being cornered. The seed vault of the planting base has been abandoned. There is no need to bring it back, just give it up. Compared with this, please contact me with Militech and Kang Tao and say Iverson. Please drink tea, perhaps Ethan, who was staying overnight at the Aldecaldos camp. Didn't know that he was just robbing a planting base. And he could get such a result by chain reaction. Of course, that's all for later, the next day. Saul returned to the Aldecaldos camp with a triumphantly. Ethan and Panam stood together, next to Mitch and Scorpion and other veterans. Saul said, successfully won the planting base. The seed vault was blown up by myself. And not a single seed was left, Ethan said. You haven't moved the automated greenhouse, have you? Don't worry. Everything is well protected according to your wishes. Saul said that you can rest assured I handled it. Ethan nodded, then Aldecaldos will try to keep a low profile recently. Don't go out to pick up jobs, you all remain in camp and train. After I return to Night City, I will give you some plant cultivation methods. And you can start working after you learn it. Saul said, don't worry what we discussed. I will complete it without fail, it's easy to say. Ethan felt it from his pocket, then handed out the money chip and said, Saul, there is €100,000 in it. You can use it first. Saul's expression changed. I can't ask for your money. You have helped us Aldecaldos so much. Why do you want your monies? Ethan directly shoved it to Saul and said, 46, this is an investment for you. Investment is not a charity but a return. Saul then took the money chip. That's good, that's good. This approach can not only solve the immediate needs of Aldecaldos, but also preserve the dignity of Aldecaldos. And it also helps to cultivate plants, just 3 shots. After things came to an end here, it was time to return to Night City with Panam. After all, Ethan's layout center is still there. Panam's Thornton was speeding on the road, and when he passed the planting base, he stopped. Now the planting base has been guarded by Aldecaldos' men, and the Biotechnica may not be able to fight back. So here is the beginning of Ethan's fortune ration. After entering the planting base, Ethan found the central control system of the automated greenhouse. By hacking into the central control system on Friday, changing the underlying source code, and making the automated greenhouse of the entire planting base placed under Friday's control. In this way, even Ethan can observe the overall situation of the automated greenhouse in real time in Night City. Soon Ethan and Panam drove Panam's Thornton into Night City. Panam Dow I don't want to go to Watson District now. Ethan, what's wrong? Our affairs, your Judy shouldn't know about it. The little girl may not accept such a straightforward meeting. Panam said, you can arrange a random place for me first. Ethan smiled and said, I'm afraid it won't work. Panam asked back, you took me there. Aren't you afraid of a trouble between us? Ethan grabbed Panam's hand and said, in short, you are my person and Judy is also my person. Then I will solve our problems and face them. I can't make you a secret lover, or trick Judy into loving her alone. Ethan's words were loud and he grabbed Panam's hand and said seriously, I have to prove that you have the judgment was right. As a man, since you have done it, you must have the courage to admit it with another woman. Said in front of Judy that you only love her. For Judy, make Panam a secret lover in Night City. Ethan wouldn't do such a jerk, Panam laughed sweetly. No way, I can only listen to you. Ethan and Panam drove Panam's Thornton all the way to Japantown. The reason for choosing here is purely because Kabuki, Little China and other places cover all the entertainment items in Night City. And shopping here is the most pleasant. Whether it is a man's paradise Twisted Street, or a woman's paradise shopping plaza, all of them can be satisfied here. It is said that Neon has achieved the world's leading position in terms of entertainment diversity. After parking the cars, Ethan took Panam's hand and walked down the street. Suddenly came to a crowded scene. And Panam became shy when Ethan was holding hands. Ethan, on the other hand, took for a walk with Panam. Panam, can I buy some clothes for you? Panam refused. I don't want it, my clothes are fine. For the wanderers who live in the badlands of the Failure Reland, it is good to have a bite to eat to survive. Choices like what to eat and what to wear are simply outside their scope. Therefore, even after Panam's economy is a little more prosperous, she will not buy so-called clothes for herself. Your clothes are too old, where can you still wear them? Ethan pulled Panam directly into a shopping mall involuntarily. This mall specializes in all kinds of clothes and hats. And all the famous brands from all over the world gather here to open their stores. Choose what you like and try them all, Ethan said in a tone that could not be rejected. Panam could only bite the bullet and walked into a store, then tossed a few pieces of clothes to try on. After Panam entered the fitting room, Ethan inserted the money chip into the cash register of the smart store. As long as it was the clothes that Panam brought in to try on, they were bought immediately. After a while, Panam tried on the costume. It can be said that a person with a good figure is completely a natural model, and they look good in everything they wear. After taking off the fat leather jacket and jeans, Panam's perfect figure with bulging front and back is even more obvious. It's just that Panam himself obviously can't accept such a change. My God. Is this still me? Panam only felt that they were deeply uncomfortable all over his body. Can I change it back? I'm not used to wearing it. If you're not used to wearing it, then get used to it. Ethan found a few more clothes and stuffed them directly into Panam's hands. Panam took a pile of clothes and could only return to the fitting room. Ethan seems to be a person who comes to watch the model show, and each set of clothes can show Panam's different beauty. After Panam tried a few more sets, he also found a clue. She looked at the pile of bags next to Ethan and said, "You bought them all." Ethan said, "It looks good, I bought it." Panam feels that Ethan is very domineering. But such domineering is not annoying. After shopping for clothes, the next project is to go shopping and eat. At this time, Pa Nan is no longer the tough nomad of Aldecaldos. She is herself. The two were walking down the street, and time passed very quickly. Soon night fell. After coming out of a restaurant, Ethan and Panam returned to the underground garage. Bang. Bangs bang. The two were about to get into the car and leave when they heard bursts of gunfire breaking the silence. Ethan's eyes were like electricity, and he quickly recognized that the gunshot was coming from the direction of Clouds. There is a firefight at Clouds and Mox is one of them. Panam, you go first, I'll go back when I go. Ethan walked directly outside the underground garage. Panam took out the cat directly from the driver's seat and followed. Is it yours? Ethan said Clouds is the site of the Mox. And now the Mox Judy is the later. I have to go and see if something goes wrong. Okay, let's go see it together. Meanwhile, Clouds VIP area. The gunfire stopped, but the trouble did not stop. I saw a group of Tiger Claws members with samurai swords wrecking the place in the VIP area. You have to give us an explanation for the Tiger Claws. The members of the Tiger Claws smashed and abused, while the dolls of the Mox huddled together and shivered. Isn't our Tiger Claws not a guest? Damn. Is that how Mox manages Clouds? Tom said, I used to be a doll and I was responsible for the guests. And now I am the manager of Clouds. I am only responsible for the dolls of Clouds. It was your Tiger Claws who hurt the girls, Tom. Who was the manager of Clouds at the time? Tried his best to protect everyone. What do you mean by giving you an explanation for the Tiger Claws? Obviously your Tiger Claws doesn't follow the rules of Clouds. And our Mox's rule is not to hurt girls. Talk about the rules. The little leader of the Tiger Claws jokingly said, Tom. We used to be lingering Tojtherno, you tell me the rules. Tom's words were firm now that he is the manager of Clouds. No one will be allowed to do anything wrong. Several members of the Tiger Claws sneered again and again. And the samurai sword pointed at the doll they injured on the ground. Girl. Is it worthy of such a used-up doll brush? What responded to him was a flying knife. Tom took out a custom-made knife from his waist and threw it out like lightning. The chip would have been removed when he hit Clouds last time. Who would have thought that Judy would approach him and ask him to be the new manager of Clouds? The combat chip is not only preserved, but also upgraded several times. Tom did not hesitate to make a move. But it was clear that the Tiger Claws members who were making trouble had come prepared. Clang! The members of the Tiger Claws swung the samurai sword horizontally and blocked the flying knife. Okay. Since this is the explanation of your mocks, it is to make Cloud's blood flow into a river, slow. A female voice sounded, suppressing the tense atmosphere of the scene. The girl from the mocks saw Judy appearing at the stairway of the first and second floors, as if she had seen the savior. Judy came directly to the people. She should have edited Braindance at home. But who would have thought that the little sisters of the mocks said that the Tiger Claws was making trouble in Clouds and shot? As the leader of the mocks, she came here. Judy saw that a doll was beaten in a bad way. So she didn't get angry. Clouds' rule is that you can't hurt girls. Are you Tiger Claws pretending to be blind or really blind? The little leader of the Tiger Claws said, I only know that we came over to consume. But this brat didn't cooperate and also swept our yaxing. Shouldn't we fight? Why do you say the same thing as Tom? Could it be that you are also one of the dolls? Tusk, 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 I said you. Before the little boss could finish speaking, Judy drew his gun directly, boom, with a smooth shot. The guy was fired before he finishing his insult. Judy, since you can't learn to speak, then learn it well in the next life, after killing one person. Judy pointed his gun at the others. I don't like fighting. The mocks just took back what originally belonged to us. Isn't the evil done by the Tiger Claws to Clouds enough? In that case, let's go to war. Although Judy is the first time to be the leader, she can still hold the place with this bearing. At this moment, a man wearing a samurai robe with 3 samurai swords on his waist came over. I asked you to come find someone. Did I ask you to make trouble? The man was dressed in the traditional Japanese warrior robes, and his long hair was tied up high, which was quite unrestrained. Lord Miyamoto Tomo, we are just, swish. Miyamoto Tomo girl drew her sword and slashed horizontally, and the heads of several Tiger Claws members present were all beheaded. On the other side of the mocks were stunned, especially when Judy pointed the gun at this guy. How crazy. Miyamoto Tomo kills as calmly as drinking water. He slowly retracted his knife, looked at the injured doll and said, the Tiger Claws will bear the loss of Clouds. Judy, put away your neon Bushido hypocrisy. What are you really planning? Miyamoto Tomo, when the mocks took back Clouds. I was training in Japan and couldn't come back. I heard that Hiromi Sato and the 2 bosses of the Tiger Claws were killed. And I was very interested. 0. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, flowers 0, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. What kind of person can do this kind of thing? Obviously not you. So I asked them to come to Clouds to invite people. I didn't instruct them to do any damage, so I'm very sorry. Miyamoto Tomo has the aura of a seasoned fighter. Although there is no such a no-one figure in Night City, his words and gestures give people a sense of indifference and detachment. He didn't care that the mocks pointed so many guns at him, but slashed the Tiger Claw gang members who came to him, and apologized carefully. Judy said, there's no one you're looking for here. Miyamoto Tomo, I know he's not here if he is. The Tiger Claws' subordinates can't make trouble. Then why don't you get out? Miyamoto Tomo said, although he is not here, will come. And I will wait for him here. Judy said frantically, are you sick? What are you going to do? The killing of the boss of the Tiger Claws and the people behind the scenes of Clouds is their incompetence. But it is also a shame for the Tiger Claws. Miyamoto Tomo said, I am not here to snatch back Clouds, but to wash away the humiliation. Judy was in a hurry, but she knew that she might not be able to deal with this guy by herself. Just when she wanted to call Ethan, there was another sound of footsteps at the entrance of the stairs. I saw 2 slender figures, naturally Ethan and Panam. Judy turned her heads, then looked at each other. Ethan only felt his scalp go numb. I rub. How did Judy come so quickly, too? Ethan was still thinking of solving the Clouds crisis quickly. But who knew that as soon as he went upstairs, ran into Judy? True awkward confrontation. although Ethan wanted to go back to explain the reason. But taking the initiative to say it and being caught up in it are two different things. Judy's gaze passed Ethan directly and looked directly at Panam. As a woman's intuition, Judy never believed that Panam would be an ordinary friend of Ethan. But Judy didn't question Ethan at this time, but looked at Panam for a while. Let the men handle the matter here. Let's find a place to talk about women, Panam, okay. The two daughters went downstairs to 297. And Ethan's heart was up and down. But compared to awkward confrontation, the guy on the opposite side should be more serious. Miyamoto's traditional samurai attire is different from that of the Tiger Claws who swaggered about with a samurai sword. Miyamoto's tiger eyes are very old-fashioned. There is no exaggerated cyberware modification on his body. And the knife attached to his waist is not a thermal samurai sword. Most importantly, Miyamoto Tomo radiated killing intent. Ethan opened his mouth and said, "Attack clouds. Is it your order for the Tiger Claws?" Miyamoto Tomo shook his head and said, "I came here on a special trip to find you. I asked them to find someone not to cause trouble." Ethan glanced at the neat cuts of the Tiger Claws members at the feet of Miyamoto Tomo. And there was some modification fluid on the blade in Miyamoto Tomo's hand. Interesting. Ethan stepped over, waved Tom and the dolls away and said, "I never ask my opponent's name. This guy doesn't have this character in the 2077 game. It should be a variable spawned by the butterfly effect. My name is Miyamoto Tomo." Miyamoto Tomo said, "I was cultivating in Neon some time ago. But after returning to Night City, Clouds has been occupied by the Mox. And Sato Hiromi and the two leaders of the gang were also killed. So I got it back today." Ethan heard the words, "You are very similar to a friend of mine. He is also a samurai, so let's settle this like samurai." Just to my liking. Ethan and Miyamoto Tomo came directly to the rooftop. There are no Mox here and no Tiger Claw gang. The night wind was blowing the robes of the two of them. Ethan said, "Would you mind lending me a knife?" Miyamoto Tomo is a samurai. And since he has to solve it in a samurai way, at least the weapons are of the same level. Miyamoto Tomo pulled out a sharp knife and threw it directly. Ethan started and played a few times. Although it is not as good as his own Tang Dao 4 styles, it is rare to be a good sword. Miyamoto Tomo held a sword in both hands. The blade pointed directly at Ethan's face. And then his figure closed the distance in an instant. And the samurai sword slashed down. Ethan also moved his steps. And the samurai sword held the vertical cut horizontally. After the vertical slash was blocked, Miyamoto Tomo reacted instantly and saw his pace chain. And the blade slashed horizontally. When Miyamoto Tomo's second horizontal slash came, Ethan also moved. He has the same hands to raise the knife and slash down. Clangs, the blade collided, splashing the starting point of sparks. After Miyamoto Tomo's horizontal slash faced Ethan's vertical slash, Miyamoto Tomo's eyes were stunned by the overwhelming force. Ethan's knife is very heavy, as crushingly heavy. Under the heavy slash, all the moves of Miyamoto Tomo were shaken away. Just when Miyamoto Tomo drew his sword and wanted to distance himself, Ethan got close to him and slashed vertically again. Clang. Clangs clang. Ethan's every knife can be caught by Miyamoto Tomo. But every time he takes it, Miyamoto Tomo's heart is horrified. This guy's knives are weird. It should be the knives that are weird. Ethan didn't have any moves either. After he blocked Miyamoto Tomo's first sword, the rest were vertical cuts, vertical cut, vertical cut. Vertical cut, keep slashing. Clang. Miyamoto Tomo's eyes retreated again and again, only to feel the palms go numb. It's just that before he shot, Ethan's knife landed again. Miyamoto Tomo realized that he had entered Ethan's attack rhythm. Ethan first slashed Miyamoto Tomo's head into a defensive slash, and the knives behind were heavier and faster. The heavier the faster, even in the face of a vertical slash. Miyamoto Tomo has a lot of ways to crack it. But in the face of Ethan's blade, Miyamoto Tomo will only subconsciously passively defend. His heart tells him again only defense. After a while, Miyamoto Tomo was reduced to pure defense. Ethan took one knife after another without stopping. Later, Ethan Feng 2 has been changed to a single-handed knife. And the vertical slash with a single-handed knife is also an attack. Clang, those little brothers disturbed clouds. And he could beheaded mercilessly. Ethan didn't want to kill him when the last knife came down. Miyamoto Tomo's samurai sword snapped. It is enough to prove that Miyamoto Tomo is a principled person. And a Thana principled person likes it very much. Your knife is still lacks stability, wait a moment. Such people are very well suited to becoming a loyal subordinate. As soon as Ethan's hand stopped, the blade stopped in front of Miyamoto Tomo Mew. Miyamoto Tomo came to wash away the humiliation of the tiger claws. And the way he chose was to personally find Ethan and fight. Ethan stopped and did not look back. Miyamoto Tomo looked at the half-blade in his hand and fell into deep thought. The place where the samurai sword broke was flat, as if it was cut off by a sharper blade. But Miyamoto Tomo knew that the two swords were his own. The result of this is in people, not in knives. Ethan's seemingly dense vertical cuts do not rely on brute force. Every knife of Ethan is just right. With a little bit of force, it is calculated where the cut is. Only such skills can be of the same quality. Katana sword broken. In an instant, Miyamoto Tomo's thoughts were mastered. Before he came, he was fully prepared. He might be superior to defeat Ethan, but also weaker than Ethan being killed on the spot. But he was defeated by Ethan's vertical slash from beginning to end. Miyamoto Tomo took the samurai sword that Ethan had used, and came to Ethan and bowed heavily, Mr. V. You said that my knife is still lacks stability. Can you teach me how to hold the knife? Miyamoto Tomo's name has changed. It seems that this guy is still a swordsman. After being smashed by Ethan, he directly gave up the figure of the big man of the tiger claws and came to bow and kneel. Ethan smiled and said, Miyamoto Tomo, is it inappropriate for you, senior of the tiger claws, to come and serve under me? Miyamoto Tomo said, if Mr. V can be taught, Miyamoto can quit the tiger claws to serve. Ethan said, I am not as comfortable as you in the tiger claws. Miyamoto Tomo said, as long as you can improve your martial arts. Miyamoto is willing to give everything. After Ethan and Miyamoto Tomo came down from the rooftop, the Clouds Nemox gang and Tiger Claws were still confronting each other. The two gangs were still arguing for 1 second. And the next second saw Miyamoto Tomo coming halfway behind Ethan. Ethan glanced at him and said, Miyamoto, let your people go away, yes. Miyamoto Tomo stepped forward and said to the people of the Tiger Claws, from today, the members of the Tiger Claws are not allowed to step into Clouds for half a step. And all properties of its mocks will be returned. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. And the fried Tiger Claw helped everyone be at a loss. But Sato Hiromi and the two gang bosses are dead. And now Night City Tiger Claws Miyamoto Tomo is the biggest. And no one dares to disobey his words. After retreating from the Tiger Claws, Miyamoto Tomo reined in his momentum and retreated to the place to await further orders. Miyamoto, you can now go back to the Tiger Claws to preside over the overall situation. And I will inform you when I need you later, Ethan said. Miyamoto Tomo said, as usual, I will keep in mind Mr. V's teachings and I will come over if you have any business. The voice fell and Miyamoto Tomo also left. After Clouds' crisis was lifted, Ethan's crisis had just begun. Tom said sympathetically, V, I don't think I can help you. Ethan said, Tom, go get busy. The Usura field that I chose, even if I was abused, I had to go. The road to the first floor box was not long. But Ethan walked a long way. Ethan came to the door. Took a deep breath, then pushed the door and walked in. The situation in the box directly made Ethan dumbfounded. Judy and Panam are actually drinking and chatting while talking and laughing. Ethan doubted whether the way he opened the door was wrong. Watching Ethan walk in, Judy smiled and said, V, come here. Ethan walked over, sticking like a statue. Panam also glanced at him. You sit down. Ethan shook his head. I stand fine, sit down. The two women said in unison, okay. Ethan sat in the middle at the speed of light, with Judy on his left and Panam on his right. The two girls just looked at Ethan so straightly, and looked at him with a racing heart. Judy said, V. You gave me such a big surprise, don't you say something? Ethan looked at Panam for help. The latter shrugged and said, I reminded you that there will be a trouble between us. Ethan sighed and said, let the storm come more violently. Judy, you can beat or scold Yalbut if you can't show your face. I'm the same person I've always been 359. Judy, did I say I was going to hit you? Then you are. Ethan said puzzledly, aren't you very angry? Judy said, who said I was angry? I didn't say it just now. You go to solve the matter between men. We solve the matter between women. I ask you. Have you solved the matter of the tiger claws? Ethan said, it's done. The tiger claws will not set foot in clouds in the future, and they will return the property of the Mox. Judy, since your matter is settled, then I have also talked about Panam's matter. What? Ethan was at a loss. I don't understand what I mean. In the next instant, the two women approached and kissed Ethan's both cheeks at the same time. Do you understand now? In the second half of the night, Ethan woke up from the large circular bed in the clouds box, reaching out and pulling the quilt for the sleeping two women. Ethan put on a coat and got out of bed, coming to the windowsill to see the splendid night view of Night City. Ethan stood still for a while and then lit a cigarette. Cough, cough. Ethan's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly, recalling the madness just now. He felt that his legs felt weak. Even with Ethan's physique, he couldn't stand it. While smoking a cigarette while looking at the neon sign in Night City, Ethan suddenly thought that since the last time he signed in to the God-tier plant cultivation compendium, he seemed to have accumulated a lot of sign-in times. System upgrading view of the current host strength level. The check-in mechanism has been changed. The system has a new pattern. Ethan has a clear understanding of it after scanning it. In the past, the daily check-in was able to check in every day. But now the check-in mechanism has been changed to trigger once every 5 days. The rewards would now be better originally. Ethan's daily check-in accumulated 10 times. But now it has been directly reduced to 2. It's also good to reduce the quantity and improve the quality. System sign-in. Ethan whispered, sign in successfully. Get the perfect level of wall-running mastery. Sign in successfully. Get attribute mask. The new rewards made Ethan's eyes light up. Flying over the eaves and display cases is a top-level movement skill. After entering the knowledge base, Ethan's movement skills have not only become stronger. Even the literal meaning of wall-running masteries and walking is not a problem. Down, and this attribute mask is also good. The wearer's overall physical performance can be increased, and a person's whole body prosthesis can be strengthened without visible changes. The most important thing is that other people can use it except Ethan himself. If it is handed over to Jack Wells, and he will distribute it to a few confidants of the Ghost Face gang, then the strength of the gang will also skyrocket. Really not bad. The next day, Ethan left Clouds with Judy and Fawnin, and after shopping and eating in Japantown for a long time, they returned to Watson District. Panam was also shocked when he saw small ecological chains such as skyscrapers and sunshine communities. Panam said, it turns out that you have more than I thought. Originally thought that the legend is strong and famous, but Ethan belongs to the diversity of blooming. Ethan said, so I said if you stay in the Failerland, then I will be your wanderers. If you come to Night City, these are also yours. Judy on the side said coldly, this love story is a set of words. Ethan laughed and hugged Judy, you are my sweetheart too. Don't be numb. Judy patted Ethan's hand away even though it was helpful. Let's talk about business. I discussed it with Panam yesterday. And we will live together. Let's live together. Ethan rubbed his hands. Is it really possible? I broke through the three-way relationship last night and lived together directly today. I love this development. Judilla stopped Panam and said, I'm talking about yous and it has nothing to do with you. Panam also said Judy and I will get along well. Ethan said I understand the truth, but what should I do? Deal with it. Judy made a face and took Panam to the elevator. Panam. We ignored him. I'll take you to see my braindance editing room in this way. Ethan can only be left carrying the bags. But he is still very happy. Now that Panam is also living in a skyscraper. Basically, Ethan has no more people to find. Taping Zhu is the base of his career. And the Sunshine community will be Ethan's own pure land. Here, Ethan is the mercenary V and outside. Ethan is the V who stirred up the storm in Night City. In Sunshine community, Ethan used Friday to list his network of influence according to his own ideas. So far, all the foundations for Ethan's Night City have been fulfilled. The Ghostface gang began to flourish in taping, not only to complete the integration of the supply chain of cyberware plugins, but also to reap the street reputation of Night City. In the Intercontinental Maglev project, Ethan is the chief expert of Kangtao. He can not only get good funds, but also officially kill a legitimate place in Night City. So far, the three branches of his power now formed a stable triangle. Ethan smiled and said, so, doing things for me is not a loss at all. To be an enemy of a guy like you is really the worst possible luck. Johnny Silverhand, because your strength, resources and connections are all connected now. You are more thorough and powerful than me. Johnny Silverhand appeared on the windowsill. He looked out the window, and then looked at Ethan's board map on the computer. The most stable shape of the triangle, and the Aldecaldos camp outside Night City. As long as the plant cultivation taught by Ethan can be fruitful in the near future, then it will be another good, powerful trump card of Ethan. Johnny Silverhand said, stop talking nonsense. When are we going to play with the Arasaka Corporation? Ethan sat in front of the workbench and said, why do you say that? Go to the Arasaka Corporation to play. Being asked by Johnny Silverhand, Ethan thought for a while. It seems that it is time to meet Yorinobu Arben. Then go take a look tonight. Ethan said while playing with the plugin. Johnny Silverhand, yes. Remember to use my 3516 when killing Arasaka Yorinobu. Ethan said, have I said that I want to kill Arasaka Yorinobu? You won't kill him. Johnny Silverhand flashed and came to Ethan, go into Yorinobu's room. Smash his skull with one shot, then find the server of Arasaka. And put Alt in the gods. Decree directly disintegrate the Arasaka. Ethan stopped moving in his hand. Will you teach me to do things again? Grass, isn't this telling you about the plan? Johnny Silverhand went back to the window again, otherwise. What do you say? Ethan said, I will not kill Arasaka Yorinobu. Not only will I not kill him, but I will let him live well. Johnny Silverhand, your brain was kicked by the donkey. Why did you save him? Ethan said with a smile, Yorinobu Arasaka is different from what you think. He is a revolutionary just him. Johnny Silverhand took a breath and sneered, when I took revenge on Araba. I thought about kidnapping Saburo, Araba's children, to improve their memory. And then I checked him, that guy is a total rubbish. No value if I were Saburo Arasaka. I would have to put him on the display case. Ethan smiled and said nothing. Johnny Silverhand, everything that a terrorist can see and think of is all too obvious. Yorinobu's ability is precisely reflected in his failure. As long as Yorinobu has the real authority, he will think of a way to sabotage the corporation and plant disasters inside his own corporation. Only he can wear down the Arasaka Corporation internally. Yorinobu Arasaka is rarely a clear-eyed man. If he was really such a failure, he would have been turned into a host body by Saburo Arasaka several decades ago. Although his current situation is not optimistic. Johnny Silverhand, I don't understand your brain circuit. Let me tell you this way. All the information that Arasaka can disdain other companies is hidden in the Mikoshi. And only when the Mikoshi is messed up will Arasaka fall. Ethan said, Johnny, things are not as simple as you think. Better than Alch can write a soul killer and red minds. She is like a god on the other side of the black display case. But she still can't get rid of the sub-network of the Arasaka by herself. And she can't enter the Mikoshi by herself. Do you think Arasaka Corporation, a giant established during World War II, will be destroyed by you in 2 or 3 times? Even if it is destroyed, it will only be Night City branch. You wouldn't think that Night City was all there was to Arasaka. Would you? Johnny Silverhand was speechless and could only smoke sullenly. What Ethan said makes sense. All the alts seen in the cyberspace could not get rid of the subnetwork and enter the Mikoshi independently. Which means that in the cyberspace of the digital world, the company is also Colossus. Such oligarchs are not something that can be dealt with by acting recklessly. Johnny Silverhand said, then what do you think should be done? Well, so I'm going to say I'm going to meet your greatest admirer. Konpeki Plaza, Yorinabu's residence, Yorinabu, who had just finished the company meeting, walked into the room followed by Adam Smasher. Huangban Yorinabu poured himself a glass of wine and tasted it and said, Heavy Hammer, has your arm changed to a new model? Adam slammed his hand and said, I don't know what you're going to say. Yorinabu said, Shark Arm C3 Kinetic Cyberarm, a new product in the Laboratoria Special Edition for Asia. I'm curious as to why the new cyberarm that Neon HQ offers elsewhere is in your hands. What? Adam Smasher, the agreement between us is that I am responsible for the security of the high-level personnel of the Arasaka Corporation. And the Arasaka provides me with top-notch cyberwars. So I don't need to report to you, snapped. Yorinabu directly smashed the glass. Why are you here to spy on me now? You said it has nothing to do with me, tell me. What order has my sister given you? Adam Smasher doesn't like other people yelling at him. He can easily crush Yorinabu's head, but he doesn't dare. Even if he is a cyberware knows more about Arasaka. Terrible place, I don't understand what you're saying. Since you have successfully arrived at the residence, my security mission is over. After speaking, Adam Smasher turned and left the room. Only when he came to the door of the room, the automatic induction door did not open. Adam pulled the door with an Adam Smasher. And this door not only remained motionless, but also jumped out a red warning. Dangerous factors detected in the room. Automatic security mode has been activated. Adam frowned with an Adam Smasher and wanted to break it recklessly. Yorinabu said, If you want to be cut off by a laser, just do it. Adam hammers, I'm going out. I don't want to stay in the same room with you either. Yorinabu came to the person and stretched out his palm. The Konpeki Plaza is a high-end hotel independently funded by Arasaka Corporation in Night City. A series of security measures from the inside to the outside are all operated and responsible by the Arasaka Corporation. The residence of Yorinabu on the top floor has military-grade security. The stability can even resist missiles. And there are many special weapons in the room, like a fortress. And what connects everything is Arasaka Yorinabu's personal biometrics. But now that Yorinabu's biometric verification failed, the nature of everything has changed. Arasaka Yorinabu hurriedly called the network security of the Konpeki Plaza. But there was only a burst of static in the communication. Heavy Hammer, my sister wants my life, Yorinabu said in a cold voice. Adam Smasher only felt that a blame had suddenly fallen on him. He really got the benefit of Hanako Arasaka. But the condition was only to report Yorinabu's whereabouts regularly. Adam shook his head and said, No, tilde me. Huangban coldly snorted when we came in. There were only the two of us in the room. Now we can't go out and the communication has been cut off. Who else could it be? What am I? Adam Smasher explained again and again, how could I kill you? Even if I wanted your life, how could I do it here? It's really not me. Yorinabu looked at Adam's hammer with determination. As if his words were not unreasonable, it's not you, it's... Yorinabu said out of the corner of his eyes. He could not help seeing a figure in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Shaggy shawl-length hair, sharp stubble. And that iconic silver cyberarm, Johnny Silverhand. Johnny Silverhand, Yorinabu screamed in disbelief. Adam Smasher looked at this familiar guy and was stunned in his mind. Johnny Silverhand turned from the floor-to-ceiling window. Damn it. How can you really see me, Johnny Silverhand? Yorinobu was trembling when he spoke. Johnny Silverhand held special meaning for either the Arasaka or the Arasaka Yorinobu. As far as the board company is concerned, Johnny Silverhand is a daring lunatic. He actually dared to directly bomb the Arasaka Tower with a portable nuclear bomb, although he still died under the hands of the barbarian. But this unprecedented operation still completely slapped the barbaric company in the face. For Yorinobu, Johnny Silverhand is his idol, his belief. Since he was young, Yorinobu has hated Saburo. And he also hated giant monsters like the Arasaka Corporation. Saburo Arasaka can no longer be called a human in order to achieve his plan. And the Arasaka Corporation is a cancer. A cancer poisoning everything it touched at that time. He admired Johnny Silvershoe of the Martial Servant Band. Johnny Silvershoe's incomparably commanding stage presence, his overpowering voice, and his never-ending rock-and-roll attitude fully influenced Arasaka Yorinobu. At the time of Neons, Arasaka Yorinobu escaped from the elite education of Arasaka's family. He didn't want to be a puppet under Saburo, so he skipped classes to fight and even started a band just like that. In 2023, Yorinobu will be placed under house arrest. The same year, Johnny Silverhand blasts the Arasaka Tower. It was this incident that awakened Araba Yorinobu's soul. He couldn't be a puppet of Saburo Arasaka. Revolution is the only way out. And destroying the failure from the inside is the only way to go. Over the years, Arasaka Yorinobu walked a tightrope and caused the Arasaka company to lose a lot of money. In order to declare war with Saburo Zero, for flowers zero Japanese symbol. He also took it directly from the relic, which was carrying Johnny Silverhand's engram. To show his determination, Arabana Yorinobu never thought that he could meet Johnny Silverhand again. Johnny. Atom Smasher's arm extended directly out of the machine gun's muzzle. Facing Johnny's Silverhand is a burst of gunfire. The bullet hit directly on the display case of the room, leaving hideous marks. Johnny Silverhand Atom hammers. You can't do anything about me, heavy hammer. Yorinobu screamed, what are you doing, Zero? Atom Smasher walked over step by step. Of course I put Johnny back in the grave. Atom Smasher grinned and walked towards Johnny Silverhand. Just when passing the living room, Atom Smasher suddenly saw a figure on the sofa. Ethan sat with one leg crossed over the other and said, Good evening, Atom Smasher. Boom. Atom's hammer stopped directly in place, looking at Ethan with a smile on his face. A chill appeared behind him. He still remembered the fight at the Konpeki Plaza. Ethan nearly crippled him with one punch. Atom hammers him in par. Now Johnny Silverhand is convinced. Arasaka Yorinobu walked over quickly and saw Ethan and Johnny Silverhand sitting together with complicated expressions on their faces. Just thinking about it makes me shiver. Now that I look at myself, it is even more so. Even after it was repaired, Atom Smasher's mind kept flashing back. After all, Atom slammed into the face of fear. What the hell? Atom hammered the nails under his feet, and he could hear his alloy body trembling.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.